I mean, I could make it happen.
I'd like everyone to pee now. And that's
All right,
including
I'm
you,
gonna go-
viewer.
all right.
Are
we
way
allowed to
ahead
go
of
to the
you.
toilet first?
All right.
My chair's already wet. What?
Wouldn't that be crazy if you like you're invited to some kind of podcast and then when you come on there like it's a rule everyone must pee now. So that no one can leave.
But I don't need to.
And you're like, what if I do
Well.
poopy later? And they're like, no.
No, not allowed.
Well. Looks
That's as
like
good start as any.
everything is working. Wonderful.
Wow.
A bunch of people are saying hello. We've been here forever. What do you mean hello?
Yeah, I've been here for 17 hours.
Whoa. We're getting sleepy, huh?
I'm sleepy. I'm always sleepy.
What a new and wonderful day where anything could happen.
Like what?
Let's see. Maybe there's a new Marvel movie out. Is there a new Marvel movie?
I'm afraid I got bad news.
Oh,
I got
no.
good news that I'm back from peeing.
Wow.
Oh, how was it?
I mean, it was mildly exciting.
Okay, well.
Well, they can't all be winners. No, sometimes just a normal pee.
I was about to say, that sounds about as exciting as a new Marvel movie. Haha.
Oh.
Well, I
watched
mean,
that
I love
new
Marvel
Marvel
movies.
movie.
They're so fun.
Was there better character development in your pee than there was in new Mumble?
It was
Do you even
cheaper.
need to ask?
My pee did not cost $200 million.
I hope it doesn't. I think it'll be a. It'll be one for the books.
But there
That's
was
why
an
it's
action
like-
scene, I assume. At least one.
There was an action scene. There was an
What?
action scene.
I mean, flushing the toilet is kind of crazy sometimes. When
Plus
you're up there.
two
It's
action
like,
scenes maybe then,
whoa.
right?
Oh, yeah, that
It
is
goes
true.
like around and down. It's like, ooh.
Pretty cool, man. Well,
I really like action.
Action,
so
baby.
welcome to the next endeavor that EFAP has decided to
Woo!
endeavor upon. That's not redundant at all. It's actually a really interesting use of that word. We last week gave you a little breakdown about. Why am I hearing myself? Random, is that you?
Who
Why
is
are you hearing yourself?
echoing?
Who is it?
Shouldn't be me.
See, if
Well,
you'd gone to
Well,
pee,
this
this
was
would
But
have
it might be.
happened.
It's you. It's
I wasn't
definitely your
peeing.
fault.
That's what
I've
we're
got
saying. If you had
headphones
gone, if you'd gone to pee,
This never would have
No,
happened.
none of this would have happened.
I was prepared. I went for a pee and a poo like 10 minutes before.
Okay, all right. Well, then explain the echo.
Yeah.
I can't explain Echo. I didn't see that show.
No,
I
way.
Lucky
can,
you.
I
Nope,
can't
lucky
explain
you.
Echo, and I did see that show.
Yeah,
so-
seeing it doesn't help. Silly bastard.
It's a Marvel product. It doesn't
In
matter if
any
you watch it.
case, the four of us did a little breakdown of how good Captain Falcon was. It wasn't good. That's the reveal. I'm sorry for tricking you. It wasn't
Wow, I
good.
wasn't done with watching that. Now I know you don't like it.
Oh, yeah,
Damn.
I really should have done a one in there.
I mean, I had an idea. I'm like 90% through.
Spoilers. It wasn't good.
Damn. I didn't like it either.
In any case, this week we're joined by Metal Commander and Random Film Talk, who you guys have both now seen it. So, obviously, the reason we brought you on was to try and, like, a lot of people complain, hey, Echo Chamber, you haven't brought enough people who love the film on to sort of argue in its favor. So, here you guys are. I was going to let you take the floor. Go ahead. What did we miss? Why is it so good?
What now? The show or the movie?
Captain Falcon, what did we miss about it? Why is it so good?
Captain Falcon. This is
Brave
good. This
New
applies for
Land.
both. I just mentioned.
I got nothing. Sorry. It's
No,
not.
they
It's
fucking
shit.
suck ass.
Wow.
Well, just tell us
Wow.
what your favorite part. Tell us
Another-
what your favorite part is. Tell us what your favorite scene from
Favorite
the
scene?
film.
I think that the only one I was like, oh, maybe this could work if this was anything else, is when Bucky and Sam talk, because they just talked for a little bit and then they made fun of it and it didn't make any sense, so it wasn't that good. But it was like 2 minutes was like just listening for a little bit. It's like, okay. And then I thought about it immediately. It's like, no, this is retarded.
So
What about you,
suddenly,
Random?
I found the reveal of the asparagus man very entertaining, and
Yes.
I also found it desperately funny when I think it was Sam. It may have been his sidekick. Was surfing on a missile, I think it was, or a torpedo or something.
That's just
It's
what
like
we
a-
do in America.
I
Yeah.
thhat was Sam that did that.
I think it was Sam.
It was.
yeah.
It was.
I think
I
it
can't
was, yeah.
remember. I cannot remember. But it was one of the two of them, and they were surfing on it. And I don't think they did the thing from Justice League where they went like booyah or whatever it is.
You went like full Dante from Devil May Cry.
Well, it sounds as if you've soured on the film since loving it, huh? Your opinion's gone
I don't
down.
know why you would even say that.
I guess
I did
another
like it.
argument
words
won,
us.
Rags. Another argument won for us.
It's actually kind of unbelievable. Sometimes I want to, check myself. There needs to be a man in my chariot just to whisper in my ear to kind of, keep me from
I
descending.
will
into
say, we didn't even have to
self-destructive hubris,
really
but
create that many arguments, and we managed to win that one.
it's kind of
so,
wild.
yeah.
I sometimes I ask, how do we do it?
I
How do we
don't
It's
do
like
even
a
it?
part
know.
of an argument
Over and
I didn't
over
agree
every
to,
week.
or was part of.
Once
I think
again.
you're gaslighting me.
But all right,
I
well,
feel like you brought
fair
me
enough.
just to mock me because
Wow.
I watched a movie late.
I would say then we have explored as much
Actually,
as we
hold up.
can all of the
I would-
positive perspectives on it.
To Metal's point about complaining about how we're making fun of him for watching it late, I would say that watching this movie after a week actually puts you in a very exclusive club that does not
Yeah.
have that many members in it. So you should
It's
feel
true.
very special. You should feel like you definitely are. You're in a minority here. You can feel pretty special about that.
Finally,
Not many people can say that. Yeah, not many people can say I watched Captain of Falcon Brave Land, and the second week.
I guess there's a
Not
good
many
thing
people can say
about
that.
getting
The
a massive
land of
flu.
the
It just saves you from watching a terrible movie.
So,
Terrible
are you gonna
movie.
get a ribbon? Does Metal get a ribbon that says, I watched Captain Falcon during
Even
its second
better
week in the box office?
Oh, even better. We're gonna give Metal. This will be like a Price is Right thing where they bring out the prizes. Metal, what
Whoa.
you've won for supporting Captain of Falcon Brave New Land is you get a new pair of Wakandan vibranium wings. You'll be unstoppable.
Yo.
I
Think
also
about the things
honestly,
that you can accomplish.
If that's what I get, I'll fucking take it. Hell yeah. Those are amazing.
I figured that we'd give
I don't
German
know.
the eagle iconography and tell him to go make a Brave New World. I don't think this will backfire on us in any way.
I
What do
think
you
we
mean?
should also.
Is it because I'm German?
No, we love Germans here.
No, Brave New World means that now we have adamantium. That's just as a reminder to everybody. The reason why the film is called Brave New World is because now adamantium is around, maybe.
The
I'm sure that it will come
Mm.
up a lot in the next few movies. I'm sure it won't be 5 years before we ever
Oh,
hear about
it might-
ever again.
Adamantium might get scrolled. I don't know.
that's one of
Well, I
those.
mean, they got
The adamantium thing is one of those because we have finally addressed it, and then there's that one guy in the audience who stands up and goes, "No, you didn't."
You just said it's here.
Where's the adamantium? You told us it was important. You,
You know,
named the
we
movie
We said
after
Celestial
it.
Island. It's
It's
addressed.
it's pretty funny. I had a thought. It's like, well, how do they even know it's a celestial? Did the Eternals tell them that it's celestial? They don't know what it is.
I'd love the idea
Because
that
the
Harrison
thing that-
Ford is
Oh,
like,
yeah.
it looks kind of celestially. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's a
that's-
celestial.
I presume that is a celestial being, so we'll call it Celestial Island. All right,
enough.
nailed it.
The
I
only
don't
other involvement of
care.
Celestials in the MCU is in Guardians of the Galaxy, right? Because nowhere is inside like the corpse of a Celestial. I
Oh,
think that's
yeah,
the
yeah.
only
No,
other
I
I think
example.
they say
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like that.
Dead
Dead
God.
God or whatever.
There's a newspaper
There's
clipping in
just, like-
She-Hulk.
There's just no reason for them to have even called it that unless one of the Eternals told them what it was, because
But then again,
why
if
would
they'd
they know what
been
it is?
told what it was, you'd think they'd have more important things to worry about than what metal is inside it. Because I
That was the
I've
Yeah.
completely forgotten what Eternals was. Eternals ends with that giant Arishem the Judge
Yeah.
character saying,
Yeah.
I'm going to come back and
Yeah.
basically sentence all of humanity
right.
to death. That's
Oh.
kind of more important than, hey, we could
Nah.
probably mine some
Well,
ore from the dead god.
It's more important that a massive cosmic entity might just show up again at Earth one day and destroy it.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what's so funny about the
Yeah.
movie. It's like, what, you think there wouldn't be like a race to get access to this material when it's like the strongest, most malleable, most important thing? It changes everything. It's the best material ever. And you're like, well, sure, but where did it come from? It's like,
It's the newest best
god?
thing ever.
It came from a god that came out of the middle of our planet.
Yeah, you're
which,
like-
if I
you-
remember
Came-
correctly, means they just
It's
established
kinda-
in the Eternals that all planets contain gods. They
And you
contain
just think, like, I don't
Celestials,
know.
right?
that seems. I feel like that might over
Yeah,
you know.
the film basically established that the life cycle of the universe is not the way that it actually plays out. Like in the real world, it's that the
Yeah.
Celestials put Celestials in planets. People who live on those planets give it life, and then it gets out of the planet and destroys the fucking planet, and then
Dude,
it creates more planets.
You know for
Well,
a
I
fucking
don't know who
fact,
came up with that idea, but that seems overly complex.
if you would ask the director of Captain Falcon to, like, you know, with the Celestial, be like, do you remember? Did you know the mechanics for what makes a Celestial appear and how? And he'd be like,
Yeah. Oh, just like, can you tell me what happened in Eternal? Who made the Celestial adamantium? What's her name?
Adam.
I don't know. I haven't seen Eternals.
Wait,
Adamantium.
why did she do that? Because I'm not rewatching Eternals. The Celestials are not made of adamantium. Someone made it.
Like it was.
It only happens when the Celestials
that was
come.
how they stopped. That's how they stopped him from poking out of the Earth, was by turning him. Which again, if the Celestial is, you know, as we mentioned it when we were talking about it last week. If the Celestial's head is poking out, like, Earth's already done.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of Celestial beneath that's messing
I
around
have-
in the core
I
of
have
the
a question.
planet.
It's-
Then
What
he
is that
crawled
going to
out
do
of
to
right?
tectonics? It's going to completely fuck the planet.
Well, hold up. What's he
Exactly.
standing on? It's the middle of the ocean.
It's not. I don't even think he is. I think it goes
Does he
all the way
float?
down, like all
No,
the
he-
way.
All the way down?
Like in the core of the planet. The whole idea was
He
the
came out of the
Celestials,
core.
like, in
He
the-
came
like
out of
a-
the core of the planet,
Wait,
which is going to completely fuck up the
Yes,
planet,
yes,
and it
yes,
will
yes,
completely
it will.
undermine everyone's
Yeah.
understanding of science.
You're saying that's so the Celestial's like ferret shaped, where it's extremely long and it can simultaneously like poke out of the like the water, but also be like standing at the bottom in the core.
The thing is, there's a scene where it demonstrates what it looks like, and the Celestial that pokes out of that planet is a lot smaller than the one that you see.
We should
at
have
the
been
end of the film.
destroyed, considering that visual. That would have entailed, because he just bursts out of the planet like almost instantly, right?
Yeah,
in
they
the example.
Basically, they treat it as though, like, where it's poking out, it's like there isn't the rest of it. Basically, is like the way that they treat it. Like, there isn't the rest of the Celestial in the planet, having moved all of the Earth that it would need to be moving to get out.
You think a celestial
Like, what
being
is
can be
even
an
at the
anchor
core of the
being too?
planet?
I'm still.
Oh, it might
slightly-
be an anchor. I mean, think about it. Does the
Uh,
Celestial, now that it's been turned to adamantium, does he make the Earth wobble? Does he like weigh it down on one side a little bit?
I think we are to
Yeah.
conclude that it has no effect other than being a little island with adamantium.
Other than
on
being
it.
lightly
Yeah.
referenced
Guys,
on occasion. That
they
this is a thing
addressed
that
it.
exists.
They addressed it. Why are
They
you
did
still
address it, that's
complaining?
true.
They addressed it.
But wait, no. Why was it turned into adamantium though? Was that just a process
to
of like
stop it.
freezing it?
That's what
But why
Celestials are
adamantium?
made of,
Stop it.
idiot.
Oh, I don't know why adamantium. I mean, maybe it's
Like,
like, ooh,
That's just
why not turn
is
it?
what happens.
Why not turn it
when-
into jelly?
Mm.
Like,
well,
Delicious.
Well,
don't
that
know,
would be
it's
silly.
Delicious jelly.
the power of
Delicious
balance.
raspberry
All,
jelly.
Well,
all the countries
hold
in the
on,
world
if-
are hunting this delicious god
character-
jelly.
The jelly belongs to Japan. No, the jelly belongs
Yeah.
to India.
if they had made that change in the Eternals movie that came out in 2001, then that would have fundamentally
21.
changed the plot of Captain America 4. Who could have seen it?
What if it got
seen that
turned into
coming.
jelly instead?
Yeah,
So
and then
it
if you eat
becomes
too much of the jelly, it turns
island.
into Red
They
Hulk.
hire Sidewinder to steal the raw jelly.
And we
from
find out-
Japan.
He's just got a
find out-
tube of jelly.
Ross has been gorging on the jelly, and that's what turns him into Red Hulk. It makes the most sense. This.
I
Why
love
did they do
jelly.
this?
I want my family. I want my jelly back.
I feel like this is something you'd actually consider doing if you worked for them. Just be like, suggest this nonsense and see if they take it. They're like,
See it happens. Yeah.
God
You're
jelly.
like, no, that's silly. No, that's silly. Anyway,
'cause
we
then you'd have-
got Giancarlo Esposito on the line. He wants to do some reshoots for our film.
I
We
spoke
can't do the
to
jelly thing.
Harrison Ford. He's on board with the jelly. he wants to do the jelly scene. Let's do it. Let's
Ah,
do
but
the
we have
jelly
all you
scene.
we
need
have
to
a
do is
scene.
just-
Without the jelly, he needs the jelly to. You we need to do that.
Can you?
otherwise
I
he's
have
gonna
enough
go
money. Can you pay me in jelly?
When do we do the fucking jelly scene? I want to do the jelly scene.
I want to do like the Force Awakens, where I say the jelly,
jelly
the
is the only thing.
Celestials. It's true, all of it.
If I give my
Less
daughter some of
jelly.
the jelly, she's gonna love me again.
'Cause all you need to do is just change the plot very slightly so that the Cabbage Man is slowly, sequentially injecting Harrison Ford with celestial jelly, and that is what turns him into the Red
Yeah,
Hulk.
the director's like, I love the
it
jelly
works.
idea, but how do we fit in the Cabbage Man? We're like, we'll get the Cabbage Man, okay? We need
We'll
to sort
get
the
to the
jelly,
cab-
and then we can sort the Cabbage Man.
God, Stearns looks so shit in that movie. It's incredible.
Harrison Ford picks up his phone and he calls his daughter, Arwen, and he's like, "Remember when we used to go see the Jelly Blossom?"
Jelly
She's
Blossom.
like, "Yes, I love that. It's so good." Well, let's go see him again sometime.
I'm just
Okay.
imagining a whole bunch of trees that are got jelly.
Well, it would be
leaves.
Jelly Island, and there's just all kinds of jelly creatures and jelly
Yeah.
nature and everything.
Turns out Kirby lives there as well.
And then
Which is a
there's like
jelly island.
a gummy bear that's there, and it's like, oh, hello, but it's like a real bear, so you got to be careful.
And
Though I
then-
guess if it tries to bite you, it's not going to hurt.
Well,
'cause it would
that's
just
the
be
joke.
gel.
So it's like It's like you think it's chill, then it's terrifying, which is already a joke, and then it swallows Torres or whatever. But you just find he's safe. He's just floating inside, like
He's just
"Arr!"
surrounding.
I
Yeah,
guess,
he's just
I
in
guess
there.
you wouldn't be safe inside, right? That'd be like horrifying.
Yeah, but it's like a
'cause you-
cartoony world where you can just breathe inside.
Oh, I
You
You
Yeah.
can't, you can't
Wounds
breathe
and
jelly.
everything.
Wait, unless you
about
can
to
breathe
say,
celestial
This
jelly.
celestial jelly. I was gonna say, of course you can breathe celestial jelly.
Yeah.
Come on.
Of course.
This is
Hello-
like
hello?
this is like the red stuff that they put the guy in at the end of Mission to Mars, or was that transparent?
You mean it happens in Abyss as well? The breathable
In the
water.
Abyss, yeah.
Yeah. So you got that.
Oh, we were thinking. See, they do it in multiple movies.
Yeah.
We're film buffs. I was thinking Mission
exactly.
to Mars.
And
I can't believe they showed that on TV.
well, it makes
That
sense. So
freaked
you
me
can't
out.
really like. That's what Harrison Ford's gorging on the jelly scene is why it's so effective because he can breathe while gorging. You don't need to stop. You can just keep going and going and going and going. That's why
You
it's...
breathe with Oh, okay.
Just
it's like it's
completely
oxygenated.
submerge this
It
80-year-old
oxygenates his
man
womb
in
space.
Probably if they actually
oxygenated jelly.
they removed his jelly gorging and replaced it with the pills. It's like
You can fit a lot of
boring.
O2 in this jelly, is what I'm saying. This is a really good discussion on
Right.
Captain
Yes.
Falcon Brave
Let's.
New Land.
So
This is really good.
the first thing we're doing today, folks, is we're resurrecting temporarily comment showcase.
Oh my god! I love comments.
This is happening because I read several
incredible.
comments on the past EFAP and I was like, oh man, these are some good comments. Not that you don't
haven't
normally
done-
post good comments. I'm just saying these ones are real good. That's all. All right, don't
Well,
get offended.
We haven't done comment showcase since Mandalorian.
We haven't done
or-
comment showcase on like mainline EFAP ever. I think it's usually
Not on a mainline
Yeah.
EFAP.
Isn't the
Thanks a lot,
implication
bro.
there is that the caliber of comment just hasn't been good enough? Does chat just need to up its game for more?
Well, I was
comment
gonna let
showcase in the
that
future?
just simmer, but now that you've pointed it
Oh,
out,
okay.
chat are gonna start crying. They're very upset.
We're gonna
you
let
said
that simmer like a nice jelly puree.
Yeah.
Right on the stove. It's like potpourri. It fills the air in the room with this delicious, slightly fruity, sugary aroma.
The comments.
Yeah, well,
It's the kind of thing that it's the kind of thing that'll bring the Harrison Fords to the yard.
Sweet.
Harrison Ford likes jelly now.
that is
mean, he looks like-
canon.
he has
I
the-
would say.
He's got the red collar for it as the Hulk, so.
And plus, now that he's as old as he is, it's really easy for him to eat.
It's the only thing he can eat.
All right. So here is the first one that I think is a very interesting comparison that we didn't necessarily point out explicitly, but this commenter did, and by gum, we're gonna read it. So it says,
Okay.
right here. You know what, Rags? Why don't you take it?
Okay, I'll take it. Quatrina VR has pointed out that Steve went into a Hydra base alone to save Bucky and the others with a flimsy shield from his stage show. Sam has multiple vibranium suits and doesn't even share one with Joaquin.
That's true.
That's because Steve is a fucking hero who will do the right thing. Even
Feels
if
like,
the odds are stacked against him.
It's so funny because in the show he just leaves his broken wings there. It's like, yeah, you can have those.
Yeah,
Then
he
he
fucking
fucks off
tosses
with
them
his
like
vibranium
they're a
wings.
hand-me-down broken toy that you're like, I'm bored of these. You can have them.
Yeah, you can.
Um,
And then I guess he rebuilds them for himself.
It's also such a weird intro because like they have the seed in the Captain Falcon mansion, the Cap Cave, whatever
Yeah,
they
the
call it,
Cap-
and they release they opens the wardrobe and oh my god, there's another suit. Doesn't it look cool and amazing? I can't wait to see that in 25 minutes time after the entire next part of the movie has passed without them wearing it for their most important mission.
Yeah.
It's a really weird place to introduce it. You'd have thought maybe it belongs a bit later in the film, and maybe once upon a time it did.
Perhaps indeed. Does anyone want to go next? I don't mind if I go next. It's all right, you know. So it's
If
I
you
can
don't want to
read the
read
next
it,
one.
it's okay.
I want to give
don't
everyone
mind
a
reading.
chance, Rags.
That's fair. I just want to get my
Well,
money's worth out of
I-
my education.
I will read this one.
Bringy will read this one.
Ooh.
Okay.
Mhm.
What the writers failed to grasp is that the super serum is a sacrifice. Cap sacrificed his normal humanity to become a super soldier. He can no longer compete on a level playing field with other people. He can't get drunk. When working with soldiers, he has to constantly remind himself that they're a lot more killable than he is. Having sex is a minefield because his strength isn't something he can switch off. Steve traded his weak normality for godhood forever. Sam isn't noble for turning down the super serum, he's playing it safe. He uses all the cool technology, but he can remove it and switch it off at any time and have a beer as a normal person. Sam gave up nothing. But that totally flies over the writer's head because to them the super serum is a stand-in for white privilege. Sam can't take the serum because that would mean abandoning his blackness.
I mean,
Wait,
There was a
isn't there a
time.
black super soldier in the film though?
well, so the implication, well, not even implication, it's just explicit in the TV show, is that Captain America would not be, they would never let Captain America be a black man, is something he says. And then the thing is, it's all very confusing, because something else we need to tie this to is another comment, and this is something that did bug me, because I had written it down, damn it, but I didn't get to say it, so I guess I'll read this one out. That makes the most sense, because I'm so mad about it. I'm surprised Mueller or Platoon didn't catch the worst line in the movie. While talking to Bucky, Sam says, I should have taken the serum, like Steve, like you. You're saying that to Bucky Barnes? He didn't take the serum. He was given the serum after he was found, kidnapped, and brainwashed, and then forced by Hydra to carry out assassinations for decades. One of which was the parents of the greatest hero on Earth. The serum pretty much ruined his life. Yes, this was very much a point that just, it was noticed. It's just the way it works. Sometimes the discussion went past it, but this is the thing. There's this weird thing going on in the MCU now where it's like opinion is that if you have the serum or you choose to take the serum, it's almost like it's lining up with Zemo's perspective, which isn't like correct in terms of everyone who takes the serum must be a bad person. It's more complicated than that.
The thing would be that he expresses like a fundamental problem with the idea that anybody should have that power, like in general.
Yeah, he believes like they turn fascist essentially every time, and that they're worshipped as gods, which causes problems.
Yeah, exactly, and it ties into his broader sort of problem with the role that superheroes play in the world in general, like even beyond the serum, right? Like he has a big problem with the Avengers for, Tony creating Ultron, wrecking Sokovia as a consequence, and then just sort of disappearing.
And then you can tell the writers had an idea of like, we're gonna make Walker be all insecure and pathetic, and then he's gonna take the serum because he's not a strong man like Sam Wilson. He's not got the backbone to say, I don't need the serum to be strong. I don't need the serum to be worthy of the shield. And you're just sitting there like, when the fuck was that even a thing? Who made this the rule that like, it's about testing one's traits and that resisting the serum makes you a better man? It's like, what? When did that? Who made this rule? And then of course to contextualize it as Steve chose it. It's like, yes, true. Bucky chose it. It's like, no, he fucking didn't.
No, he didn't. Bucky was made to become a super soldier.
Bucky was an experiment, a really cruel one that lasted decades.
So much better and so much interesting to make him the new Captain America, because there's so much drama you just get on the silver platter. It's like, hey, he killed so many Americans, but even though he was like it wasn't his own will. So there's obviously people who are gonna brush against that, and then he has to prove to himself. It's like, I need to make up for these mistakes, even though I was mind controlled. Like it's right there, but then it's like, yes, here's the shield. I just chilled out and went to my wife or whatever.
Yeah. There's
It's
also
like-
like the other 2 points is like, Steve was chosen to have the serum by first demonstrating that he is the good person who deserves to be given it. Like any other person could have been given it, but he proved that he threw himself on grenades. He proved himself, even though he was tiny and scrawny, that he had the moral character required to cope with the serum. And then the second point is that you can't really be making this point whilst also giving your replacement Captain America like the most powerful suit in the MCU, because then you've kind of missed the point, haven't you? If superheroes being too powerful is a bad thing, and then you give Captain Falcon his stupid vibranium wings with the purple force field and the invincibility and all the powers of fucking Tony Stark and Thor and Hulk combined, then you've just recreated the issue you thought you were avoiding.
It's practically cheating.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, if the question is meant to be about what happens to somebody if they're imbued with power, I don't know why that would just be a moot point when it's like, well, it's a suit, as opposed to being something that's fundamental. It's like, I mean, it feels like a distinction without a difference, really. It's a crazy suit that
I had a
he
gun
has
that-
access to.
Yeah.
If I had a gun that blew up the universe, it's like, yeah, but it's not a serum. It's like,
Not a super
okay,
serum.
but like it's a pretty powerful weapon, I think. And it's like, yeah, well, you're not a super soldier though. And yeah, I think that's kind of where the first comment's going toward. It's not that like it's some kind of curse and horrible weight that Steve has to hold to be a super soldier, but it's really interesting to compare what he has versus what Falcon has, and the show tries to argue that Falcon's like the more virtuous character for having not taken the serum. When if anything,
Yeah.
having taken it means that Steve is now locked in. Like, he has to use this power responsibly.
Yeah.
He needs to fight for what's right, sort of thing. He can't just... I was about to say, you can't just give up. Can't just go home and sleep with a hot lady for the rest of your life. You gotta
That's what they
fight,
keep-
you know?
What they forget about is like his basic character traits were established before he got any of the superpowers.
Well,
Well,
He got
that's
them
what-
Captain,
as like a
Falcon the
like
Winter
he got
Soldier
them as a
is-
bonus, basically. It's like, oh, look, he's actually virtuous and stuff. You should give him the
The
thing.
powers
So
gave, I'd say
Go
that
ahead.
it's just the powers gave him the capacity to essentially enact his good intentions and like goodwill and heroic desires onto the world.
Well, the
Like,
film-
it enables him to do it because formerly he was weak and not capable of doing that, even though he was more than willing to. Right? You even see it when he's getting into that fight in the alley. I can do this
Yeah.
all day, even though he can't really.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely
he's,
can't. Yeah.
can't fight this guy, but he'll try anyway.
It's so frustrating because when I think about, okay, what do I have with Sam? And the first thing I think back to is when he takes away the shield from John Walker when he's currently mourning his friend after he made a mistake. It's like,
Well,
oh,
breaks
that's
his
cool.
arm.
I wanna aspire to be that guy. That's awesome. Yeah, cool.
I mean, it's a fucking weird show. Like, and it's totally at odds with First Avenger. And now this movie is like this... It doesn't even know what it's doing. It's like it was told, Sam refused the serum, and you need to make sure that that's reinforced. And then someone went, oh, he refused it. Why did he refuse it? And then they already left the room. He's like, oh, okay. I guess we'll
yeah, like
mention that.
by doing that, it also seems like they're just damaging the decision that was made in the first Avenger, and that if Captain America, when he was pre-serum, Steve Rogers before pre-serum, if he had been stronger mentally, then he wouldn't have taken it. Seems to be the perspective of Captain Falcon.
Next up, because there are other things. Well, this is the last thing actually, because these are the same thing. So, you know what, Platoon? Why don't you read this one out?
Okay.
Yeah.
I can. From vids 5332. I can't believe they
he's good.
never
Oh,
mentioned that Sharon Carter being a double agent is never mentioned in the movie.
I can explain
Oh,
how
yeah,
this was
she
never
is.
mentioned. It's like, because
They don't know.
it just never came up. But it's fair to actually mention how it's never mentioned. It's honestly because
Well,
I feel
Wait.
like I'm pretty sure I saw a tweet that said like we're never gonna see this character again. Like, just
Wait,
scolding,
doesn't Sam mention like someone he has on the inside that tells him
no,
that
that's we
Ross
meet
is out
her.
of?
That's the
Oh, that's-
girl, the agent.
Oh,
girl.
that's
that's, the agent Taylor.
Oh, I thought it was just a random character. Okay, never mind then.
Yep. Nope.
no,
No,
we will
Sharon does
never
not
see, we'll
appear
never
in
see
this
Carter
script.
again.
Sorry, I actually watched the show that came before it, so I thought they would tie those together. My bad.
I could see how you could make that mistake. It makes a lot of sense.
Another big L for
on-
metal.
Ah,
On the
damn it.
topic of sabotaging Steve's character, something this film and EFAP seem to have forgotten, the power broker, because we are meant to believe Steve abandoned his new girlfriend after she committed treason, especially during the events after the snap, and even more especially by the end of Endgame, causing Peggy's niece to become the behind-the-curtain villain of Falcon the Winter Soldier. Yeah, she's been completely
Oh, yeah.
removed, forgotten, she'll never come back.
There's another behind the curtains villain as well, which is Selena Meyer from Veep, who's in the end of Falcon and the Winter Soldier and the Black Widow movie. And I think she was going to be in this one, but she's another sort of supposedly to tie all of the MCU together with these behind the scenes people who are secretly orchestrating things to give the whole thing some vague sense of narrative coherence. And she was also cut from this movie because they decided they didn't want to commit to narrative coherence in any way. So any
Why would they wanna do
characters
that?
you might have thought would return did not return. And characters you never expected to return did.
How big is our shelf of characters that are never returning? And just how
It's a
many of them?
closet.
It's funny because you'd be like, oh no, what was she called? I don't forget if you remember the girl Moon Knights, Scarab something, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
It's just funny.
Seraph or Scarab, yeah.
It's funny. There's a lot of characters like that who are extensions of characters that not even they have like a sure future with the MCU. It's like what's Moon Knight's next thing? It's like maybe another season might turn up somewhere. I don't know. Like well then. Good luck for her. Scarlet Scarab, some people are saying, I guess, yeah.
Because all these people just have to stick by the phone for basically 20 years because, who knows, at some point, 17 years later, one of them will get a phone call saying, hey, remember back in the day when you played this character? Would you like to come back and be in the sequel to that movie? Like,
100 year
poor
old
old Liv
Harrison
Tyler,
Ford.
whose interviews are really funny on that because she's like, oh, it's so great to be back and in the character of Betty Ross because... I didn't even know if I was still Betty Ross, but I was. And that was nice.
In the meantime, this is after they probably thought that they were going to be getting consistent work. Like, yeah, I'm in the MCU, I made it. And then it's like 3 years go by, 4 years, 5 years, you don't get to be in anything.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Like, how many times is that going to be happening with a lot of these new people that they brought in where they thought, yeah, I get to be in the MCU and play a big role, and then they never get to be in anything ever again? Or maybe they'll show up briefly in, the next Avengers.
Case in point, every single one of the Eternals. Like,
yeah, exactly. There will not be a sequel to that film in all likelihood, and that's a lot of people who probably thought they were going to get a lot of work.
I just saw someone mention
the sun again. That's going to be awesome.
I just saw someone mention the wasn't there like a signal on the 10 rings at the end of Shang-Chi that meant something?
Yeah, there was because this was we were meant to be finding out. Oh, there's something about these because Captain Marvel was there. And she was like, "Oh, this is interesting," but like, who knows if he'll get another movie? Who knows if she'll get another movie?
Ooh,
look at this post-credit mystery.
And that was nearly 4 years ago that was and there has been no development on that because that will probably go nowhere.
Because Shang-Chi was a runaway success, and that's why we haven't heard anything about what its future is.
It was really successful. I mean,
that
it
the
did
one that
pretty
saved
good
people's
for a
lives?
film that released in
Eternals
September.
Oh, okay.
Was it? Did people? Oh, damn! I can't.
Yeah,
remember.
the red carpet. A bunch of people said Eternals saved people's lives. That was the movie that saved people's lives. It was fucking weird.
Then they have a moral obligation to make more of them.
I know, right?
Yeah.
You got to.
But and yet they won't.
They've killed thousands already.
And
Okay,
the final comment, because again, this is something that's like, fuck, how do we not mention this? It's so close. We came so close. I guess Rags, if you want to grab this one.
I'd love to grab this one. All right. Let me swap it over to my main monitor here. All right, Dragon MCMX. Remember Riley? The wingman Sam mentioned in Cap Winter Soldier that he lost?
Oh, shit,
Could have been interesting to further explore some of that trauma when his new wingman this movie almost meets the same fate. Could even bake in some thematic questions about what it means to be a leader and the responsibility a figure like Captain America has for the lives of those who follow him into battle.
First of all, very offensive you referred to him as a wingman. We learned this in the show. You can't call someone a wingman. That's fucked up.
Wait, what?
Wait, really?
Yeah, good old Walker, he refers to the two of them as Cap's wingmen, and Falcon, like, fucking scowls at him. Like, how dare you? I'm not Cap's wingman.
They're literally wingmen.
I know! It's the stupidest
You know how wingman is like
thing.
a battle mother in arms kind of thing? Well,
obviously...
Well, they need to make us hate John Walker somehow. They did not succeed with this, by the way, but, they tried.
It's also particularly awkward when essentially Sam is the one who determined that for all time Falcon is the second to Cap. Like, he's not his own guy. He is always the sidekick.
They have
like,
totally forgotten that dialogue.
Dynamic.
Remember, he says, I do what he does, just slower.
Yeah, that's right. But
I just checked
they've forgotten it both ways.
In the script for Winter Soldier, Sam Wilson does use the word wingman to describe Riley.
Yes, he does. I know.
They are wingmen.
You see, here's the thing. The people who write these... Yeah, but they don't watch the movies, the people who write these.
No.
Which is...
So instead of like cool lines that reference things or parallels being drawn, there's just the opposite. There's perpendiculars slamming into each other, and we're just like, Did you see the? No, okay, that's fine. Don't worry about it. And yeah, equally to this, you'd think he'd be overprotective. You'd think he'd refuse him access, which they almost play at the notion of it right at the beginning of the film, where he's like, "Let me in the field," and he's like, "Okay, fine," but he doesn't give him the vibranium armor,
No.
which you'd think like, "Oh, yeah, if you were a bit." Testy about like, oh man, I don't want to be dragging someone in and who could just be killed. That would be like that trauma that my whole character was introduced with, that they've
You'd also
completely
think-
forgotten. How about that?
You also think when they show him the first time using those wings, he would probably be like bad at it in some capacity, but he dominates. He just gets it done. And it's like, yeah, I did it. So much so that he's like, oh man, it's so shit that nobody saw how amazing I just was. That was his one concern, not him not being so good already to actually get things done. He just gets it done. He's already good, so I don't even know what do you want from me, movie?
What a great
Is
movie.
Is he bad or not with this? Because I think he's actually dominating. But, you know.
And we were definitely laughing at this, but I feel like this tweet actually is a funnier comment on the whole subject. I guess Fringy, do you want to grab this one?
Okay. Captain America spoilers, I guess. I don't know. Do any of you give a shit? Sorry, but Bucky being a congressman is so fucking insane as a choice that it is looped around to being amazing. How is he a congressman? He killed JFK.
God, you're right. Listen, it's a dog-eat-dog world in politics, okay?
It's time.
Okay, I feel like I'm stupid right now. I've seen the scene twice now, and I still don't understand the whole congressman thing. I didn't even make the connection. I just remembered that he says like I need to do some speeches and stuff. So does he say congressman?
It's
I don't
Ruth
remember
that
this
says
at
it.
all.
The lady comes
Yeah.
in and she says, "Yeah, future congressman. He's going to be in Congress."
Which matches the trailer for
What?
Thunderbolts.
does it?
Is he not
does
in Congress where they're talking about the nature of
Oh.
engaging the Thunderbolts as a team because the Avengers aren't there or whatever?
I can't remember.
Why
Maybe
would he
is.
possibly want to be a congress? I don't understand.
My assumption is that somebody who wrote Thunderbolts said he needs to be a congressman, so get that shit going in the previous thing, whatever it is.
I don't get it.
It's really funny though because it's true. He did. As among his many different assassinations was JFK. It's just like, does the world know about this? It's like, it's fine.
You gotta let bygones be
Jesus.
bygones, okay? No one even remembers who JFK was.
Yeah, and so then I saw this article and I thought it was very funny, so I'm gonna show you it, alright? So we start with Captain America producer explains how adamantium helps lay the groundwork for X-Men. Marvel producer Nate Moore doesn't want the eventual X-Men movie to feel like you're gonna be drinking from a fire hose. We want to start sprinkling in these things. Nice, good stuff.
Stop. No,
Nailed
stop.
And if you
I
Adam,
don't even know why this would be said as if this is like meaningful. Like why you want to cock tease people about X-Men for years? Like why is that a good thing?
I don't know,
Jesus.
but if you
Oh,
check out the
wait, sorry.
article,
Don't they have adamantium already? They have fucking Wolverine, alternate Wolverine running around with
that's
Deadpool.
in
They
the
No,
already have-
multiverse, you
need
fool.
to establish it in this
Yeah, it's
universe.
different.
That's right.
Idiot.
Within the article, it says the Serpent Society, a brutal mercenary group led by Giancarlo Esposito's Sidewinder, already weaponized the metal. An early sneak peek of the movie for press showed how a member of the Serpents was able to cut through Captain America's vibranium lace suit
Wait, hold
with
on.
adamantium daggers.
Wait a
you made
minute.
that up?
Hold on.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
That's-
no, my
that's-
guess is that must have been what it was originally
Yeah,
supposed
100%.
to be.
Yeah.
And they got
And they
cut,
changed
whatever.
their mind.
Because that was never in the movie.
That never got addressed. Like it did
Yeah,
cut him, but it was never addressed.
Yeah,
I
but
should have that
even
line
if I
in
wanna-
my script for this video, like the main review script is, like the only way to explain that is either they fucked up massively or it was supposed to be adamantium to begin with. Because like when he gets sliced with it, they have a whole shot with, Sam, it lingers on Sam, he looks down, he's surprised that the thing has gone
Yep.
through him. That was obviously supposed to be something. And they decided, again, no, we don't want to commit. We can't commit to what we're doing with adamantium or a time frame. So get rid of the
Yeah.
specifics. It's just a giant dead god is full of the stuff. That's not a fire hose you're drinking from. That's just a sludge pipe. So
Yeah, that's
good
totally.
luck.
Don't worry about it.
Because they say later, it's like
sprinkling.
this is like the first raw adamantium they were able to get off this island, and that was from Japan.
That was
so
the package.
Yeah. So how would they even be able to make a knife out of this?
Well,
at any
unless they
point?
didn't
This
do
doesn't
that,
make
and
any sense.
it could have just been one of the Celestials' teeth, maybe, and they
Oh
just
yeah, yeah.
This-
Take this teeth.
That sounds like something that they would put in the MCU. My dagger is actually the adamantium infused tooth of a dead celestial.
Ooh, Sidewinder's cool little sword or something. But yeah, oh, that kind of matches him in the Mandalorian with his cool dark blade. That you
Dark
know,
saber.
the dark blade
Don't
is
make
close
fun of
enough.
it.
Damn it,
Dark blade.
I'm respecting its spirit.
Dark blade.
Dark Blader.
So, yeah, I just thought this was really funny because obviously when we covered the scene, we were like, I'm guessing the only explanation would be if it's adamantium daggers, but nobody highlights that, and that would be really fucking interesting, wouldn't it? Because that means they've processed and rendered all of the raw material already. They've already got, like, industry ready to create weapons. That would be insane, and nobody mentions that. It's like, well, they did in the original cut, or one of the original cuts, and it's gone. And you're just like, okay, well... just fun as a sort of recognition that that's happening. Now, after all this discussion about the movie, I did want to highlight something that I actually meant to show at the end of our breakdown because this came up. But I find it fun. These people who still exist out there who are just fucking loving these movies. Apparently, nobody could ever convince me that this film didn't seamlessly cement Sam Wilson as the people's champ. He's the undeniable candidate to lead the Avengers, and I can't wait to see how he interacts with them all next year.
Man, that feels like an advertisement,
It
doesn't
does,
it?
doesn't
I
it?
can't wait to see how he interacts with them in Avengers Doomsday, releasing in 2026.
It's so.
Okay.
Starring
By
and
this
then the
point,
whole list of
back-
actors.
Dude, by this point, in the first couple of phases, we already had like all these characters established. They talked, like some of them at least talk to each other. Well, actually, probably first Avengers already happened by this time easily. Maybe even both Avengers movies. So they
I mean,
already.
after like the
they-
amount of time that we've spent in Phase 4 and 5.
You know what? Actually, let me put this another way. At this point in the other phases, we had characters
Whoa.
that could play someone.
I had an
as the
actual
Avengers.
reason to go see the next
Yeah.
movie because it might have somebody that I like already who might meet someone else that I like already.
Yeah.
And I'd be excited to see what new people they'll bring in because they've introduced all of these characters and I like them
and,
all
you know,
so much and they're so cool and different and interesting.
Something to be said about, Phase 1 of the MCU, aside from essentially doing a good job. Like, for whatever problems you can point to, which there are problems with, a lot of those films, not even remotely in the same realm as what we see now, though. Like, the worst of Phase 1 clears
Truly.
basically everything that came out in
Yeah.
Phase 4 and 5.
Truly,
I mean, I
we're in a
rewatched
brave new
Incredible.
world.
I rewatched Incredible Hulk, and that movie is not great. But it's like, oh, this
Yeah.
this is a movie that I just watched.
Yeah, but at least
where I
Hulk
know what's
isn't a
happening.
goober. At
Yeah,
least
yeah,
he's kind of cool.
I did
not
the
a
same.
goober.
Yeah,
I did the same thing, Metal, and because I did not have fond memories of The Incredible Hulk, I think it is definitely the worst Phase 1 movie, but it is head and fucking shoulders above basically anything that they've done
yeah.
post Infinity War, I guess.
Yeah, easily.
Because, like you say, it is actually a movie. It has characters, it has arcs, and it has there is a purpose to it beyond CGI monstrosity fighting CGI monstrosity.
And to tie it back into the point with Phase 1 is you think about, the reason why everybody's wondering like what the fuck does the next Avengers movie look like is because there's not really any like clear threads leading into it. In Phase 1 you had not only establishing the characters, but you had been introducing key elements that were going to be relevant in that film. The Tesseract, Loki, like these Shield, essentially, and all of the stuff that they were getting up to, like all of these threads that then become like the central plot of the Avengers movie were being set up in all of the preceding films. Here it's like, I don't know, you've been setting up like a billion different things all across like this world with no clear direction that it's heading in, let alone having characters people like.
Also,
Well, like,
to
is there
tie-
any reason why there is a split between Phase 4 and 5?
No,
Like,
it's arbitrary. It was
it
meant
has
to all be
been
Phase 4, but then they
Monotonous
changed their mind.
slop. It's basically just been like monotonous
It was-
slop since
what-
the end of Phase 3.
Well,
And
it
I
was
haven't been
Wakanda
able
Forever
to keep
was
track of
the
which one.
first, right?
Yeah, Wakanda Forever was
Yeah.
the last of Phase 4, and Quantumania was the first of Phase 5, when initially all of those films, like Quantumania, the Marvels, were all part of Phase 4. And then they changed their mind because everybody was really unhappy with Phase 4. And so it's like, yes, Phase 5, it'll be a clean break. And then the first movie was fucking Quantumania.
And on the note of this, I know I shouldn't take this perspective that seriously because it's like almost certainly paid for. But being like it cements him as the people's champ, I'd be like, what happens in the movie that makes you feel that? Like,
What makes you think that? Yeah.
the people's champion? Like, I
Most
don't.
of what he's doing is like not really visible to
Yeah.
the public. At least not in a not like in the same way that it would be. Not in the same way as when Steve in Avengers is going around saving people from the Chitauri. That's like a lot more visible.
Yeah, that's
to
way
people.
more. And you know they try to create that through line of Ellie's watching him, right? That's something we're supposed to track in the
But
movie.
she's a stand-in for the civilian perspective.
Yeah, she's fundamentally inspired by him, and not necessarily to do anything actions like him, but in the sense of like there are heroes out there and they're looking after us, that sort of thing.
Right. And that's the thing is that we I don't know what it is. It's like because in this film they try to make an effort of like that, him trying to lead Ross away from the White House to try and save civilians, but like even that, it's like you really gotta show like heroes saving people. Not like in a more abstract sense of I'm doing things that are going to result in people being safe, but like show heroes actually saving people from danger.
Yeah, that'd be neat.
Yeah.
They try to tell us instead of show us, because there is a line, isn't there, before he goes to meet with Isaiah, and he says, the country's a mess. Seeing Captain America standing next to the president will be good for the country, which is kind of the movie telling you that, yeah, Captain America, the symbol of Captain America is like demonically popular. So the movie has told us that that's true. Therefore, he must be the leader of the people, but the people don't really get a look in the movie. So if you don't listen, you will miss it.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like it's a half-assed effort when really the work that's required to essentially achieve what this guy is saying is one, Falcon and Winter Soldier kind of can't exist because that deals a lot of damage to Sam, unfortunately. But also that you can't just have characters declaring, yeah, world's in a bad place and I'm going to make them feel better about it. You kind of need to show this happening. Like, it kind of needs to be a part of your story if you want it to be something that people actually take away from it. They need to feel like it's the case, not be told that it's the case. Otherwise, it's not going to stick with them.
Now, bear with me, all of you wonderful
I don't have a bear.
cast members, because some of you, and some of you in chat,
Me.
will feel the need to be like, wait, and I'm doing something, all right? I'm up to no good with this. So if you spot anything, just stay nice and still for a moment. I'm going somewhere with this.
All right, I won't move a muscle.
This.
Are we allowed to pee?
No. You had your chance.
Can you do it while being still?
So, like I said, just bear with me. If you feel an urge to say anything, don't you worry about it. Just hold on to it for a few minutes, all right? Here is definitely 100% the box office results for currently for Captain Falcon. Definitely 100%. That's this film. Not looking
All right.
perfectly fantastic. Okay, this is not the kind of money you want to receive. It could be good. Actually,
I mean, this is
gosh darn
like
it.
what 130 million or so,
Whoops.
or
What
This
have
isn't
you done?
Captain Falcon.
what have you done?
What?
I put up the wrong ones, darn it. This is Quantumania.
It's me.
I thought
What?
so.
Oh, this
Gosh.
is Quantumania.
I
Whoops.
thought so.
Oh my goodness.
These are the
Smaller.
Captain Falcon ones.
Wait,
Significantly
okay.
worse.
Wait,
Sorry.
that's worse. No.
Now,
That's
the
the one thing
reason
we didn't want to happen.
the reason why these get compared, okay, they gotta be compared, is because they're the most applicable in terms of. There's a couple of things I don't think people necessarily talk about, which is the star power combination of the IP and the actors, right? Which I think are comparable, because
I'd say so.
Paul Rudd's Ant-Man versus, I guess, Anthony Mackie's confusing combination of Falcon and Captain America. I think they sit similarly on the scale of drawing in audiences, and they've got very obviously similar budgets. We know that both of them were probably reshot to hell and back. There was plenty of
And they
evidence of
both
that in
released
Quantumania.
Around the same time. As
Yes,
well,
we got the
you
4-day
can't point to other
weekend.
market conditions. Exactly.
Now, Quantumania, for those who don't remember, was a flop, a failure. It cost Marvel several things that wouldn't necessarily mean definitively pennies. They said they made $88K. There's a lot of theories that they didn't actually make any money at all. It would have cost them. But
Yeah,
regardless,
that's the relevant
if
one.
we
It definitely didn't make money in its theatrical run.
yeah, and if we were to say fine, it made 88K, that's terrible, and they would absolutely consider that a fucking failure. They would be like, that's a disaster.
They should have just said it broke
$88,000.
even instead of saying
Broke
it made. No,
even.
it made $88,000. Just say nah. It broke
Their
even."
budgets are
Really.
going to be very, very similar, or rather, the way what kind of projects these are. So, just to track equally, right? 46,400,000 versus 40,900,000 on their first days. And if you remember, everybody was talking about Captain Falcon as like, oh, what a runaway success! It's doing brilliant already. They're like, no. That's bad. That's already bad. And then it's like 80,300,000 down to 68,600,000. Like, ouch. Okay, that's not great either. And the following day, 106,109,000 for Quantumania, and for Cap, it's all 88,842,000. These are all significant chops out of the budget. The point I'm trying to make here, of course, is that you'd be like, well, that's still shit tons, isn't it? And it's like, it didn't work out for Quantumania. It died. You understand? Yep. Now, I think something that this seems to be the discourse every time, and this is why we don't usually talk about this really that often, but it's been driving me nuts. I don't understand how we can have so many examples of tracking exactly how the box office goes for these films, and people still get tricked by this. They're like, holy shit, that opening weekend, this film's a runaway success, this is incredible. They said this for so many Marvel films at this point, and they all go down. The only ones that had legs, correct me if I'm wrong, would be No Way Home, Guardians 3, and Deadpool and Wolverine.
Basically,
That's
those
the
three
ones I would
films are,
point to for
noteworthy.
sure.
And
Noteworthy
like,
successes.
it's not cope to say, those three are fucking special. They are very unique. One is Spider-Man, who is like on top of the fucking world right now. One is Guardians, which it does nothing for the MCU, like notably,
Especially
specifically.
when it's notable that James Gunn is leaving after this one to go to the competing
Exactly. And then
cinematic universe.
Deadpool Wolverine, Hugh Jackman's Wolverine's return, the third of the Deadpool films that people really enjoy, and it's all like it's supposed to be self-aware, making fun of the MCU. You can't just. It's not like every film is going to get that result. All of these are very specific, like things. You can't really compare.
As well, you need to be. Here's what you can compare. Like, this film did worse than Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier came out a decade ago, so there's inflation.
And it must have cost less.
Yeah.
It might have cost less, or it might have been comparable, but like it did worse than Winter Soldier. Because Winter Soldier had a $95 million domestic opening weekend. This had an $88.5 million domestic opening weekend. Because I saw a tweet like, "Oh, it's the third highest opening for a Captain America film." It's like, you mean the second lowest? There are 4 movies, so you mean the second lowest? Yeah, we say the third highest. That makes it sound better.
I cut the day off because this would be the next interesting part. But so the following Friday, right, the drop off of the second week for Quantumania ended up being exactly 82.1%. Now,
devastating.
That is
so
horrific.
It's a big drop off. That's what they usually get. But a lot of people have been saying, "Hey,
the average is like 70-ish%, from my understanding, and that's about what an MCU movie."
It can vary. It's
beforehand was
understandable, but you're not going to be able to beat out the drop offs of stuff like the most successful ones. You should expect Captain Falcon should sit below them, or similarly to the most comparable release, which I think is Quantumania historically right now. So 82.1. But a lot of people are like, no. The legs will be fine. It's going to work out. This film is fucking going good. It's going to be great.
It's a lot of word of mouth.
Captain America, really Brave New World, earned 7.2 million yesterday, 82.4% drop off. Oh,
exactly
boy. Literally 0.3%
worse.
off Quantumania.
That is
worse.
bad.
In the worst direction. It's actually
it is a worse drop off with worse drawing for the box office money. It's fascinating to watch. It's like, oh shit, it's going exactly the way you'd expect it to go. That's crazy.
Well, it is pretty funny seeing people say, "Look, it already made like $200 million. That means it made its money back."
That's not how it works.
That's how it works. They get 100% of the money that they get from the box office, even though the budget doesn't account for marketing.
I don't get how we've been through this
The
so
budget
many
doesn't-
times and people are still saying the same thing. Like, wow, look at how many people went to see it in that opening weekend. Oh, they were wrong about this one. What are you talking
do you mean?
about?
It's-
This is all expected. This is how it goes every time.
But like, how are they even saying, look how many people went, when it's less than the film that came out a decade ago, when the MCU like wasn't as popular as it eventually became.
You
I think
know,
it's
when-
probably a really bad sign because I know we said like there's a number of ways you can compare this to Ant-Man in terms of its popularity. I think this is probably worse though, because at least with Ant-Man, people go and see Ant-Man 3 and they say, well, that was fucking dog shit, but at least it's only an Ant-Man movie. It doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily mean anything. It's not particularly important. This is a Captain America movie. This is like one of the A-list, supposedly,
Yep.
Yeah.
of
High
your
tier
Avengers
in the
cast.
roster. This
If you
is
get
the
it in
leader
people's
of
heads,
the
you can-
Avengers.
yeah, if you get it in people's heads that you can miss Captain America movies just as easily as you can miss an Ant-Man movie, that is really, really bad for continuing interest in your franchise.
Yeah.
Because
This one-
what are people turning up for in that situation?
This one is weird specifically as well, because I think you guys talked about this on the last EFAP, where it's like, if you just watch all the Captain America movies in a row, you just watch 1, 2, 3, and then you watch this one, you're like, what, huh? What's happening? What's going
What
on?
happened? Clearly, some
happens?
event took place between these movies that I am not privy to.
Yeah. Like, imagine just
Why is
watching
there
them
a
in
Hulk
isolation.
sequel in my Captain America sequel?
You just want to watch. Just imagine you didn't see like Endgame or anything. You don't know anything about Sam getting the shield. You just see him. It's like, wait, he was like Falcon in the other movies. Why do you have the shield? What's with Bucky? And yeah, it's just
Who's
a
new
mess.
Falcon?
And even if you're like we do the prep, you like watch all the movies, and then you start watching the movie and you start talking about Incredible Hulk. It's like, what? I didn't plan to watch Incredible Hulk for this. What is
I
happening?
walked into the wrong theater. What is why did Harrison Ford eat all this jelly? What's going on?
Yeah.
That was the good ending.
It's bizarre.
Not that
It's
we need
bizarre.
any proof of this, but sites that are supposed to try and drum up, like, you know, woohoo, we're doing great, yes, success,
Yeah,
whoa.
shill sites.
How
yeah.
do you contextualize results like this? Well, I saw this article and I couldn't help but fucking laugh. Captain America Brave New World's box office officially passes the MCU's biggest bomb's entire gross in just 1 week.
Yes, we're not the worst.
Whoa!
I need to read this title again. Captain America Brave New World's box office officially passes the MCU's biggest bomb's entire gross in just one. What a confusing title. What a weird title. Also, how fucking dare you paste new cringe Captain America in front of the Avengers?
Where the old
fuckers.
Captain America is still on
Yeah,
the
you can
picture.
still see him.
There he is.
He's in the
like,
background.
remember me? I bet
What
you do
a-
now, bitch.
I love this title because you know they were told, like, spin it, get it its best
Spin it.
accolade. You're like, there is no best accolade. It's like, get it a fucking accolade. Tell people how it's
Do
doing great.
something.
Yeah, this is what we call cope, actually. Weapons grade, I would say. Maybe even radioactive. It's you need help at this point. Like,
Mhm.
it's
like-
doing
like
way
saying
better
that
than the biggest bomb. Like, right.
only 5 people died in the theater while watching this movie. That could be the next one.
You could barely smell the vomit in the theater.
You can barely. It's jelly flavored. It was actually
Good news if you
Yum.
want to watch
Yum.
Captain America Brave New World. There's always spaces left. Always seats
I
left
find-
to watch it.
I find this article title funny, considering that when the Marvels was coming out, nobody wanted to acknowledge that it was like a disaster.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, it took a while for people to be like, "Oh, it was a bomb," and it's like, yeah, of course. What? Like, why were we even pretending that it wasn't? I remember I mentioned I was annoyed because, you know, usually when you look at an article on Wikipedia about a film, it will say whether it was a bomb. And I remember for a while it was like, oh, the film had like a disappointing box office run. It's like, oh, yeah, okay. I guess it was disappointing. I suppose you could say that. But, like, it's just funny how, like, once enough time passes, it becomes okay to shit on the films. But, like, it's never okay to do it when they're out because that's when it matters to the studio. You know? Once a sufficient amount of time passes, then you can say, oh yeah, that film was actually a misfire. Yeah, that was shit. It's like, I don't know, man. You guys weren't saying this when you were promoting the fucking movie, when you wanted people to pay to go see it. And then after you made the money, you're like, well, yeah, no, that was a bit of a mistake there.
Once there's
How
nothing to
bad?"
lose. It's like, yeah, maybe it was
whoops.
shit.
Whoops.
I love this though. If like someone's panicking, they're like, "Oh God, is it doing well?" You go, "It's made more money than the Marvels." Okay.
We'll see where it ends.
Who are they?
See where-
So that's a no, but with extra steps.
Yeah, basically.
Mhm.
Well, it's just I remember I've mentioned it before in the video game world. The telltale sign that there is something wrong in terms of the success of a game is when they don't just tell you how many copies they sold.
Yeah.
Usually when a game is successful, they'll just say we sold 10 million copies. But when they start saying things like, well, we shipped this many copies, or, well, it was the highest grossing in its opening weekend video game launch, or, oh, it was the fastest selling, it's like all of these should be indicating to you that there's something wrong. Because if it was doing really well, they would just say how many copies it sold.
Now,
and it's the same here, right? You would just say what the number is and be like, "Yeah, that's a good number," instead of saying, "Well, no, look, it made more money than the biggest box office bomb in the MCU."
Like, it takes like 3 reads to understand what the fuck they're even saying with this article. You're like, I'm sorry, it's beaten out the biggest bomb in just a week of its own box office. Like, why would you even? What the fuck do we? What? And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. That's an achievement,
the
is
only
it not?
thing that matters is whether it makes its money back.
Yeah, the clear.
It probably won't.
The clean title would be something like, Captain Falcon soars at the box office. It's destroying all competition. It's reinvigorated the MCU. Like, that would be if it was doing well. If it's not doing well, it's box office passes the biggest Bob's entire gross in just a week.
Something
you have to figure that out. What does that even mean?
I saw on Twitter that Marvel's like, oh, it's the number 1 second week in a row, and it's like, what came out this weekend? Like, what movie came out this weekend that's going to be competing against Captain America?
I legit think it's really funny that at the end, that little "in just 1 week." It's like, guys, it only took a week for this movie to be better than like the worst MCU movie. It only took a whole week.
The time where it makes the majority of its money. Like, well, I mean, in this case anyway, because of the leg's gonna fucking fall the hell off, which we now know. I just find that amusing. That there was loads of people arguing that the drop off wasn't going to be so bad, that it was not. It was actually way higher than projections, even though it was below Quantumania that essentially flopped. I just don't get where this comes from. And all I've come to conclude about this is that it's not about the numbers. It's not about the nature of how this film is doing. It's literally the sport of the culture. Like, this doing badly or doing well, for a lot of people, is like another notch in all the battles of the ultimate war that is to take down bad movies / bad cultural effects or whatever. And that it's super important to people personally that this movie succeed when they haven't even seen it, and vice versa. I don't understand why all this is happening. I've tried to make it clear, I've mentioned this on Real BBC, I don't actually care how much money movie money this makes, because I just want to know what happens. I want to track it. I want to see why that would have happened. We could talk about it, and see how the winds are changing potentially. Because, it's going to be really interesting to see the box office for Doomsday, right? It's like, how much of a difference is it going to make that they bring the Russos, RDJ, and potentially every fucking character that's ever existed in Marvel into that movie? I wonder what the trailers will be like. I wonder what the draw will be in the opening weekend, and then what legs that'll have. It'll be an interesting conversation. And
I think
there's no real difference for that with Captain Falcon, but a lot of people don't treat this that way. They're not interested in the numbers. They're not interested in the analysis. They literally just like, no, it's doing well, and you suck for hating it. And you're like, okay.
It's almost as if by saying it's doing well, it will actually make it do well. People will be like, well, if it's doing well, then I'll go see it. It's like, what? Where's the logic in that?
The funny thing is, the things you mentioned, Mauler, is like all the things I would expect like a news outlet to actually do. It's like, can you just give me the numbers and stuff, and then see why and how, and not just do whatever the fuck this title is. Oh, it's not as bad as the worst one, and it took a week. It's like, what are you talking about?
It's almost a solved problem now. Like, we've got so many Marvel films that are so comparable in terms of what the audience expects to get from them and will get from them, and then the results of the box office. You could have plotted out almost to like within the margin of error of like a few millions of exactly how much money this film was going to make if you just do
I mean, the predictions were accurate. The film, slightly. I mean, pretty accurate. The film made slightly less than it was expected to, than it was predicted to, by the press.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You should already know you're onto a bad thing, that the more effort you have to put into creating a narrative of why it's actually doing well, the worse it's probably doing. If it's doing well, it will speak for itself and people will be talking about the movie. I almost suspect that Marvel would have been even happier had it opened to a lower amount, had a much lower drop-off and much more positive word of mouth, because at least what people, like, if fewer people go to see it, but they all come away with the idea that actually this is on to something. Maybe there's a bit of an improvement happening here. I understand why it opened lower because everything else has been shit, but maybe they're course correcting a little bit. That might even have been worth taking a lower overall amount of money for Marvel, because then that at least suggests that the audience is saying, on consideration, it's not awful, and I'm kind of interested to see where it's going. But they've got the worst of both worlds in the sense that they're taking no money and everyone knows that it's shit, to the point where the only people who don't think it's shit are journalists who are paid not to. That's the worst position to be in for the studio, surely.
I say so, especially considering it's like a timer at this point of just how long before they stop being honest about it, as Free mentioned earlier. It's like, because it's just getting tiring, this whole
Few
fucking
months.
circuit.
Yeah.
Isn't it
Nobody
weird
thinks
that
this
they
film is
didn't
actually
even-
good.
You think they actually did consider doing like a full reset on this by now? Because I feel like that's what the comic book's always done when things get like too crazy. It's
They
like,
are.
well, we're just going to wipe this universe, and now we're just going to do the other thing.
That's kind
But
of
I-
what the multiverse thing lets them
I was
do,
about to say
though.
that's probably what they're trying to do with the multiverse stuff, but
'Cause
that doesn't
if-
Yeah,
feel
they
well.
know things are crashing and burning. The Fantastic Four are supposed to be like that's going to be huge. Like how the Fantastic Four does is going to determine a lot of what happens going forward, because the two Avengers films are specifically as like a big old adrenaline shot into the MCU, but it's not going to last. They know that. That's temporary. It's going to be like big event. Look, come
Yeah.
see it. It's not going to have the effect of Infinity War Endgame. It's going to be less than that, but it
No.
could still. It could like give them a little bit of a boost, and so they're like, as long as it gives us enough that we can then have some insane thing happen at the end of the second one, we wrap up a few storylines, but they can maybe reset the universe. And Fantastic Four, if it's successful, like really successful, you can have them lead the universe this time, as opposed to Iron Man and Team Avengers. It would be Reed Richards and Fantastic Four, with then the
Well, I
X-Men
guess-
coming in, and it's like a whole reset world with a bunch of potential, which, by the way, won't solve shit if you continue to write the way that you've been writing in the past like fucking 6 years.
Well,
The other-
the problem is we already have too many overarching problems that go multiverse wide. We have incursions, we ignored that. We have anchor beings now. We got.
But Mel, what if they wipe out all
Quantum-
that canon and just restart a nice little world somewhere? Just be like, look, we're not doing multiverse ever again, okay? We're done with that.
It's just
I mean,
the
that's
beginning of
what
the
I'm
next
saying.
movie
They
is that
just
they
need to-
wipe out the multiverse, and then it just cuts
Yeah.
to the celebration scene at the end of Return of the Jedi as everyone on every planet cheers.
The fact is, though,
Yeah,
I
like,
don't
if-
even believe
if-
it. That they won't be able to resist grabbing all kinds of characters from
No.
different movies and different eras. Like Tobey Maguire Spider-Man and Hugh Jackman Wolverine, they'll just be like, well, can we have them, though? And it's like, well, how are you
Yeah.
going to get them? It's like, well, maybe there was just a residual tear in the multiverse, and they just pop in. There you go.
They were in the
How you
place
gonna get them? It's
between-
like, oh, we were gonna pay them a lot of money.
They
to
were in the
make
place
this
between
movie.
time or whatever they call it in Crisis on Infinite Earths.
The oh shit, what was
You-
that place called?
You know what I mean, though, right?
Yeah, what was
Yeah.
that place called? I can't remember.
What now?
Like-
The place between places or whatever.
Beyond time and space.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like the time
It, like-
between. There's no time outside of time and space or some bullshit like that.
Yeah.
What
But yeah,
was
they
that
were
called?
there,
Shit.
and then they just fish him out of there.
It was all our favorite
Sorry.
thing. Anyway, I
Very good.
thought since we're on this topic, and since we did mention there was a few people who feel the film was seamless and kind of nailed it, and yet simultaneously we're aware of this reshoot thing that happened. And so I thought we could substantiate it with the help of Eric Voss from New Rockstars, who's going to show us just how much in the movie is from other movies. And how much? And I personally find this pretty fucking interesting in terms of like really making it clear how we ended up where we are and what it's like. I think a lot of people can watch a movie, and this is totally fair, by the way, and not really come away being like, I didn't really notice how it was like stitched together. We highlighted as much as we could for you know, like what we noticed in terms of like, well, that was supposed to go somewhere and clearly didn't, or the fact that Sidewinder was like obviously the reshoot man. He was it's kind of funny in the history of movies. I'm trying to think of examples, but I know Fanforstic, a tell was Kate Mara's hair. Whenever it changed to her wig, you'd be like, oh, so this was the new stuff. Then you got Justice League. It was that special reshoot room, and Henry Cavill's weird lip. That was a big old tell for how
that is what it was.
that was going wrong. So
Wait,
yeah, you know,
catch
stuff like
me up
that.
real quick. Didn't they try to convince people there were no reshoots at all? Didn't someone?
That there was
say
only
something?
limited. Like there's no substantiation for this film having been given any more reshoots than the average Marvel mess, basically.
So it's a lot then. So it was a lot.
Well, this is
Well,
the
no,
funny
it's
thing about it.
It's a large amount.
I've always
Director
known
said
them
it's
to
just
have.
one period of reshoots, which is the same as every Marvel movie. Just the one period of reshoots is what the director he tried to say that, but I mean, it's so
Like,
obviously
an
not
era
true.
of history.
You can find all the production stills of actual fully suited characters who were supposed to be in the movie and just were gotten rid of. And then a character like even the Serpent Society, I think they were in, and they had at least 2 fairly major actual characters with the full power set and costume and everything. They got rid of them from the movie, and then they decided actually we need them back, and so that's why they got Giancarlo Esposito in at the last minute. Like, it's so obviously a lie to say that it went through reshoots once.
Well, now we can find out with perfect clarity, with the help of his team, exactly where and how this film has those sorts of elements. It's going to be great. So here we go.
Actually, Rockstars, I'm Aaron Voss, and
learn.
Captain America Brave New World is a
Jesus,
brave
calm
new
down.
movie, truly reconceived during the production and post-production process with reportedly extensive reshoots and even
Let's just read this. Captain America Brave New World reportedly receives unwanted attention on the verge of its anticipated release. A new bombshell report highlights the Marvel Cinematic Universe's film's chaotic production, including its much publicized reshoots and diva accusations surrounding the star. He's a diva. He's a jelly-eating diva.
It's massive budget. Yeah, this is part of the reason why it's going to be almost impossible for it to make a profit. But this is not special. I'm pretty sure Quantumania, all of them get this insane, like, hey, how about we make a completely different film thing happening. It's like a crazy insecurity. It gets test screened really badly, and then this is just how it ends up going. But I think it is interesting to track just what film they were clearly making and what decisions you have to sort of like de-riddle it somewhat.
even a retitle from original title New World Order to Brave New World. I went into what we think really happened with this process in another video, and now after seeing the film, I can honestly say I am impressed with how seamless the final product looks.
Okay.
I have no idea why.
Look, man. Look, it's my dude. It's your credibility. It's not mine. I don't give a shit.
Wait, is he relying on no one actually watching this film to double check him?
Oh god, yeah.
Probably.
Don't tempt me.
This video, though, it outlines many evidences of just how torn to shreds this is. It's so weird that he opens it with like, it's
Shreds, you
seamless.
say.
Yes, to shreds. I don't understand how you would describe it as seamless, but simultaneously be like, yeah, I noticed all of these things that don't go anywhere or are contradictory or evidence of a different film. Like, oh man, that sounds like seams. You know, like seams. Like the things you don't have when it's seamless.
No. It only seems like there are seams, but there aren't really. It only seems like there are. That's what he meant to say.
Okay, fair enough.
Seems like he's wrong.
Oh,
That
shit.
way.
And it's part of why I think, despite critics and movie commentators who are too plugged into the movie production news being harsh on this film, audiences going in who are less aware of the process are giving it a way.
Listen.
Is that what it is?
Being
Yeah,
aware of the
it's-
production stuff doesn't
knowing-
fucking matter. Movie is
knowing-
dog shit.
Knowing there was reshoots is why people are shit on it.
Oh.
Like that's a theory, man. Yeah, you got it. That was
This is
why.
current-
I have friends who are not locked into that stuff, and they're like, not gonna watch it because everything has been shit and sludge. I don't want to watch it
I don't
'Cause it's
believe. I
bad.
think
because it's awful.
I think Rotten Tomatoes is fucking lying. There's no way 80% on the popcorn meter. Fuck off. There's no way. I don't believe it.
Is it still? Can we have a
80%?
little look? See.
Yeah. Let me. Let me just show you. I'm looking at it right now. Here, I'll post it for you.
Isn't that just 80% of people though rating it like a 6 out of 10 or higher or something? Is that how that popcorn meter works?
I don't
Essentially.
know.
Yeah, if you give it a positive, sorry, yeah, if you give it a 6 out of 10 or higher, or 60% or more, then it's
Certified fresh.
certified fresh versus rotten. 59% is rotten.
Oh man, it's
So if-
gone down on the
yeah.
tomato meter. No.
Oh no, the horrors.
Yeah,
It does
80%.
just mean, like,
That
80%
feels.
of people can say like, the film was kind of, and then Rotten Tomatoes is like, that's 80% approved. It's not really the same thing.
I swear, like, normal people don't really know what this film is, because I was speaking to a friend about this the other day who is a very casual viewer of like Marvel movies, and he was surprised when I told him that Chris Evans is not in this movie. He was like, "But that's Captain America. What do you mean?"
People aren't tracking this shit. People that significantly less would have watched the TV show, and I don't even know if they remember the end of Endgame. That was fucking ages ago at this point.
I wish I would.
But yeah, also, just I hate having to do this, but I would apply the same thing to so many different movies. The top example is always going to be Rise of Skywalker, locked at 86%, was it, permanently? That was just like, nobody believes you. Everyone hates that movie. You're a liar. There was there was viral videos being spread of people like shouting at the film in the cinema. Like that. Do you remember the one where it's like, I'm Rey Skywalker? Then
Those were
the
the
audience
loud
go,
minority.
boo!
That's just a loud minority. You know how it is, you know.
But no, don't believe this film got 80% popcorn meter, whatever. Though I do like got the Ben K, the Chicago Reader, top critic. If Brave New World is a sign of things to come, then the MCU is in more trouble than we thought. I like to read that as we thought it was in immense trouble, and it's even more trouble than that. It's like, oh god, it's all falling apart.
We had to invent an extra graph to show how much trouble this movie is in.
Seeing a normal guy kicking ass with the big boys and men discussing feelings was off the beaten path and enjoyable. Well done.
Shut up.
Normal guy with
Men have discussed
incredible
feelings
nuke
long
tech.
before. This isn't new. You don't get credit for it.
Also, does it count as like kicking ass with the big boys when he's got better tech than most of the big boys?
When he's like a god amongst mortals,
Pretty
it's
much.
not the same. It's
I wanna
not
see
the
Tony.
same.
Is he
to
the
see
most powerful human in the MCU now?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Cap is human. You know, it depends what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, but he's like a pensioner now, so he doesn't count.
Well,
Sure.
I was going to say
Falcon
he
would
is
be-
more powerful than Cap, so technically still yes.
He might be.
No, he is.
I mean, like,
Cap could not fight
Cap couldn't beat
Hulk.
Falcon with
Like,
Falcon's tech
yeah.
right now.
I mean, in terms of like, if you compare him to like Tony Stark and stuff.
Well, yeah. When I say human, I'm thinking that you can be augmented by technology. So, like, the Wakandans would count, but people like the Hulk would not.
So the way you have to look at it is he has Black Panther's tech and more. He has Iron Man's tech and more. And then
he's
it's
got
like
the shield.
so
Wait,
so
so the Wakandans gave an American enough
Yes.
tech to.
yes.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. They gave him 2 of them. 2.
He's that cool. We've
Well,
got
they're
a
just like,
spare.
They
Yeah,
gave
this-
it to him
Of
in
course
his
they
this is one
gave
for
him
your
the
friend.
spare.
No, like, we've given you this one for your friend. And he's like, well, no, this can just be my spare. I'm not going to give it to anyone.
Oh, that's a good point.
can
Someone
have
just
my old
mentioned Doctor Strange. It's like, yeah, there could be something there.
Doctor Strange would win. Yeah.
Yeah, Doctor Strange would win. Yeah, that's fair.
But that's probably like more of a damning indictment of the character. Like, you've made Captain America with his technological suit have all the powers and abilities of a soft magic system. So in
Yeah,
a
pretty
way,
much.
there's not much difference.
He is now a low-level wizard. Okay.
By the way, even though he does have those, in that last fight in Brave New World, he doesn't use it very effectively at all. He just keeps charging the wings and they got ripped off.
Yeah, he's kind of an idiot in that fight.
I was waiting for him to just do the big, but then he just loses one of the wings and then only uses the one left. Anyway.
Higher audience score. And I think that's a good thing. Yet, I think even for the average moviegoer, there were several moments in this film and shots repeatedly shown in trailers and in promos as recently as the days before the film came out.
So then what are you talking about? Doesn't this contradict what you just said?
So it's over.
It's seamless, but a lot of people noticed.
That's what I
It
mean.
seemed like even normies would have noticed.
Well, it was a big old controversy as well, but I wouldn't even have made the claim normies like no for sure. It's when we say normies, I assume we mean people who aren't plugged into the news of like the meta of film releases, which is
I
totally
assume
fine.
So, yeah.
So when you say like
Yeah, 'cause I
even they know, I'd be like, okay, if you think
I don't
so.
know if even they would notice that there were shots in the trailer that didn't show up in the film unless they were paying really close attention to all of the shots in the trailer.
Well, that's
Well,
the
that
thing, right?
is
When
also not abnormal for Marvel
If-
movies in particular. They have used they have had shots constructed specifically for use in trailers before. So it doesn't necessarily indicate reshoots. But
that's true. And I was going to say, like, post seeing the film, if you'd then said, so what in the trailer didn't make it in? I'd be like, I wouldn't be able to name all of it. I'd be like, well, I know that there was like this, but start to run out. And I'm supposed to be like, pretty film obsessed. Point being, the average like normie who's doesn't care that much about films, I don't think they would have known about any of this. Why would they care?
Of full scenes and sequences that were not in the final cut of this movie, and other evidence that things were reworked. So after going back through all the trailer footage and watching this movie a couple more times and applying my own experience with production and editing and screenwriting, I think I figured out what—
Is this music a little loud?
What? The music is so loud.
It's a little.
What?
It's a little. It's a little wacky.
It's just a little loud, that's all.
Yeah, it's pretty
what
loud.
was removed and why. So I present to you, viewer, the original version of Captain America
Me?
4. What was the New World Order cut of this movie? Before I begin, you can now join New Rockstars as a channel member by hitting that join
Man,
button
that
down by
sounds awesome.
subscribe. Supporting
Wow.
us as a member gives you access to custom emotes and early access
Wow,
to ad-free
custom
versions of
emotes.
our special
Your channel doesn't have its own meme emotes. It's all just.
I was about to say, I see
That's
those,
all-
like, man, I'm really happy
It's
with my
just-
little...
It's just Harry Potter bullshit.
Everyone-
Well, it's mostly Marvel stuff, but yes,
Mm.
there's a few Harry Potter characters there.
There's 3 and a snitch.
And
And no, there's
that's
5.
Hogwarts,
There's 5
right?
because
And that's
Hogwarts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's their magic school where the
magic happens.
where all the British
See,
isekai
look,
children goes to.
Honestly-
all the Marvel ones are topical because you got Deadpool and Wolverine. You just got a
Ooh.
4. Why would, what kind of a mode is
That
that?
could be
Just
useful.
post a 4, I guess. Okay.
Well, you
Well,
also have an A, so you have an A and a 4.
It's
so
iconic.
they're rounding out the alphabet and the digits.
Okay. You got
that
Spider-Man.
guy-
You got who's that
that?
guy? Is that meant
Who
to
is
be?
that? Is he a Dragon Ball Z character?
Maybe it's a Zazel.
I
or is
don't
that meant
see
to
one.
be- Or is that meant to be
Or-
Mephisto?
Could be. Maybe they're hedging their bets
Maybe
on
like
whether
a-
he's going to appear.
Is he a weird
Okay.
Nightcrawler?
Well, because like they've
variant?
got Daredevil in there, and it's like, why? It's like because the show's
Yeah.
coming out, so they want to make
The
sure
show's
people can
coming out.
post
And they
Daredevil in
got
their
Galactus.
chat.
There's Galactus because he's coming soon.
Is he
Why
the one
is-
yelling at the universe? Because
Yes,
I feel like
he's
that's
mad
me
at
a
the
lot of the times.
No,
I just
about
mean
to-
mad at the
No,
universe.
he's gonna eat it. He's gonna.
No,
go
he's
Just
eat
like a
yelling
little
at it.
bite
He's
out
like,
of
"Why
it?
did you wake me up? You're so
He's
bright."
gonna dunk
And
it. He's gonna dunk it in the Milky Way and eat it with his.
I enjoy that
Mm.
Iron Man is there because that isn't topical at the moment. But
Good
it's
old
like,
Iron
yeah, well,
Man.
of course, you'd have Iron Man.
Reliable.
I just enjoy comparing this to whatever the fuck we have on our
Well, I was going to
channels.
say, members, now's your chance. Post an emote that represents your feelings about all this. Everything.
I,
This is
the whole
a
world.
this is a really weird set of who the fuck pays for this.
It's,
It's like the people.
It does make you wonder, right? 'Cause it's like-
stuff.
when do you use you're like, oh man, I love the new Captain Falcon posts Red Hulk. Image. You know, it's just like,
Yay.
okay, yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
I guess. Yeah.
Look at that
that's-
beautiful
They don't-
variety we have in chat, by the way. Look at that.
They don't even
Yeah,
know
look
what
at
I
it.
was hacked
Oh,
means.
beautiful.
That's
I know. I
cool.
was hacked is such an old meme that I imagine most of chat have no idea what that alien is.
What's the weird
It's-
alien? I was
Oh, was that from a Garlic phone?
Okay,
It was.
you know what? It's been long
Yes.
enough
It
that
was-
we can explain it. 'cause
no,
it's-
it
it's
wasn't.
fucking-
Yeah.
No. It wasn't from Gardic Phone.
No, it wasn't.
It was from
Champed Up. Was it
It
Champed
Champed
No,
Up?
Up.
it wasn't champed
Yeah,
up.
okay.
no
No.
T-shirt. It was a
No.
T-shirt one.
Oh, TKO. That's the name
yeah,
of that game.
TKO.
Technically, that's not its origin. Well, because there's two halves to
I
the
know,
meme.
yeah. That's true.
Um,
That's true. Yeah.
Can I find? Have we got like a bigger version of it? I typed in "I was hacked" and I'm a moron. That's not
I
gonna.
might actually, if you give me a couple of minutes, I might actually find the actual T-shirt art. I think I have.
Oh, I've
those
got it.
backed
I've got
up
it.
on
I've got
my
it.
hard
We're
drive.
safe.
Oh, you got it.
Okay,
Oh, sick,
so
sick.
this is artwork I think was done by Ovarian. I think that's how it's pronounced. But before I show it, it's so fucking good. The game we were playing it was essentially like a proto, well, not a proto, just like a shittier version of Among Us, right? Like that's what it's like, a little party game on
Yeah,
Jackbox.
yeah.
So the idea, of course, is that everyone's running around a ship doing different things, and one of you is an alien. And you can be made to look like an alien, I think, when the alien hacks a person and does something to them. It can make people think, oh, that's the alien for sure. And then it's like, whoa, no, I was hacked. And the thing is, the meme became that, you know, everybody, whenever they're suspicious, would say, I was hacked. And I think, was it Fortier who drew the original version?
yes.
But like the scenario would be that someone did something. They were obviously the alien, and then I think he was proven even that Fortier was the alien. He just went, there was a pause, he just went, I was hacked.
Yeah.
It's like the funny shit. And then we had the original drawing, which is the emote, and then someone made this artwork, which I think summarizes the
Oh, yeah.
situation.
I just got hacked. What the fuck?
Bro, I was just hacked, man. Like, this is yeah, the alien itself was a wonderful fucking drawing. I don't know if you've got the original Mel, but if you have, I could put it on screen.
I think I have the T-shirt one somewhere. I need to look at on my hard drive.
If Philip, can I at least have a? Oh, we don't actually have the emote of it. Damn.
But yeah, the
It's too
emote
old.
one.
You have it in your server?
Yes, of course.
Ah, beautiful. Yeah, I can open that. This essentially, yeah, this was the drawing on Champed Up before Tia
Yeah.
did.
I still have that shirt, by the
It's
way.
just
I
like
still
Marge
wear it once
Simpson
in a while.
alien.
Yeah, that was amazing.
But yes, a meme so old now that I think it's like most people don't even know what it's referencing. But that's okay. It's better than just, oh look, it's Iron Man.
Oh, TKO shirts. Oh god, I have so many of those.
Yeah, they're pretty great. It's a lot
But they're
of
not.
them.
They're all named like shirt image something something. So let me see if I can. We all made them gray as well. We're so shit.
It's because we just wanted to draw the funny images. We didn't care about the color.
Oh, there's probably some gold in here. There's so many drawings.
Have they made like a Champed Up, or not Champed Up, TKO 3 and 4 or whatever? I don't even know. It can't. They need to make like an ultimate Jackbox that has the best version of all games at this point. I imagine they'll do that and make it a subscription as well. Anyway,
Or
Votes
battle
and early
pass
access to
for new
ad-free
games.
versions of our special rewatch breakdowns, like our
Whoa.
current Daredevil rewatch series.
Whoa.
Okay, there was the major reshot sequences that have already been reported out there. Back in May 2023, there were some scenes shot with WWE star Seth Rollins as Sidewinder and Rosa Salazar as Diamondback from the Serpent Society. The
Oh,
sequence at the
that's
beginning
right.
of the
I
movie.
forgot about that.
In May
there's a lot people forget about because this shit goes on for fucking ages and they have several different.
I remember hearing that Seth Rollins is in this, and he was supposed to be Sidewinder. That's
Yeah, and
funny.
then they got someone more important. So it's like, bye.
2024 were completely reshot with Giancarlo Esposito as Sidewinder. The creative team behind the film maintains that the total reshoots for this film amounted to no more than 22 days. But what they
I-
don't say
No
Like-
more than 22 days.
You
What
can
a-
shoot a
That
movie in
sounds
that
like
time.
a lot, right?
Yeah, that sounds like a lot.
What I'll say about this
Ah!
anyway is it's such a liable statement, right? It's so easy to lie about this because you'd be like, about 22 days. It's like, how did you figure that number? Are you saying in total of working time, or are you saying the total span of time that work was done in?
Well, because that's 3 weeks, and usually
Well,
like films like this are in production. Like shooting is like 4 or 5 months.
I mean, that it says the shoot would suggest that time spent when cameras are rolling, so that would not include post-production or visual effects. So
Is that-
the total time that it took would have been substantially
I mean,
longer than that.
I don't know what to say. Like the film was delayed. Like it was delayed significantly. Now it's partially because of the strike, but I can't remember how much the strike would have actually affected. Yeah, like the strike, I believe, happened after the film initially was shot. So why would that even be the reason why it needed to be delayed, right? Like that doesn't really follow. Because when it's come out July of last year, I think.
Well, yeah, and the notion of like we haven't reshot any more than any film normally does. It's like, so then
sorry.
why?
No. Sorry, never mind. It was meant to come out May last year, then July last year, then February of this year.
Hey, it's close enough.
22 days is 3 weeks and 1 day. And the average shoot time of a major film like
Thanks, bro.
Well, allegedly.
We can't prove that.
this is something like 8 weeks. So if you do the math there, that's like at least a third of the movie that could have been reworked here. And that's a lot of a movie. But there were reports of the reshoots for this movie being less expensive as the reshoots were for other movies.
What the? It's such a. This is one of a flimsy statements. Like, well, it wasn't as crazy as the Marvels.
Yeah, it was less expensive than other movies, guys. Come on.
Oh,
So they-
okay.
They're doing the same thing as the article that you read earlier. He's saying that we didn't waste as much money as the Marvels.
Yes. It's always interesting when they the choice of comparator they use. If you're using the Marvels as your comparative for like, it's not as bad as this thing, and that thing was incredibly bad in every way, that's probably quite telling. If they'd said like, oh, it had roughly the same amount of reshoots as the Winter Soldier did, that would have been much better news. But the Marvels was famously production hell for a while.
We
And
need
The
like
Marvels is also the most expensive MCU film, right? It was like $350
gosh,
million
it was.
or something stupid. It was
Oh, no.
ridiculous.
It was up there.
I don't know how many times, like, these people, all of them need to be told, never compare yourself positively to the Marvels. It's pointless. There's no reason. They're like, well, what else can we compare ourselves to? And you're like, oh, I don't know. Fucking Quantumania? Like, nope, that did better.
So I think that tells us that the reshot sequences of this film were not big VFX sequences, but rather interior scenes with just actors on a specific soundstage. And
But that doesn't still address, like, what do we talk? So specifically, the thing he's trying to address here is like, well, it didn't balloon the budget as much as you think, but like the core complaint is going to be like, what the hell happened to the actual story?
Yes. And to be fair, I think his commentary there probably is accurate. It's like, well, that probably means they just reshot things that didn't require as much post. And it's like, okay, so what happened to the story? Tell us, please.
now what I'm curious about after seeing the movie are the various shots from trailers that were shot for the movie that were included in trailers and other marketing starting in July 2024 after the reshoots were completed through the end of summer 2024, through fall 2024, and through the first 6 weeks of 2025. And shots from what seems like pretty huge scenes for this movie that were not in the version that we just saw in theaters. Reworking that was happening even after the reshoots happened. These scenes include a funeral scene that was set in that same cemetery where, in the theatrical cut of the film, President Ross lays flowers on the grave of his late wife, Karen Lee Ross. The Karen grave moment was also included separately in trailers and promos, but there was an additional scene with a much bigger group of attendees, including Sam Wilson. There was a gun salute, and according to early pre-reshoot set photos, Liv Tyler was on set for this shoot. Looking back on the movie, we think
maybe like when they they filmed the reshoot version, and because it's all quite close in on Harrison Ford, you don't see that the headstone next to the wife's headstone says Thaddeus Ross on it. And they just thought, fuck it, the set will do. We just won't show the fact that he was supposed to die.
Probably. I could see them doing that.
That was just for Harrison Ford, so he could look at his fucking grave. So he'd want to crawl inside and be like, I'm done. Bring me my jelly.
this is probably going to be President Ross's funeral, and he was going to die in this movie. But since that was clearly reworked during post-production, the fact that they still put this funeral in multiple trailers and in promos for the film,
how fucking late did they decide not to kill him? You know, it's like, damn. And you gotta wonder why.
Is this primary character gonna be dead or not?
It's because there's plenty of theories you could run, but it's just it just feels so strange. Like, do you have plans for him? Did Harrison Ford say he's up for being in Avengers Doomsday? He's super excited. Let's go,
I think
Red
there
Hulk.
was one of the rumor storylines is that so he was supposed to die, but the post-credit scene had I think it was Liv Tyler going outside at night or something, and then the Red Hulk's eyes are looking at her. So the implication is that though the president is dead, the Red Hulk isn't, so we might use him again. And I think that was one of the early versions. So he wasn't going to die in either situation, although at least the Red Hulk character wasn't going to die in either situation.
It's like we've gone completely backwards in terms of how films are made. It's like you guys are supposed to figure this stuff out in the script stage, not the almost releasing the film stage.
Deep into the marketing
knows how to make a movie over here.
Is very weird. Also, there's a shot of who we assumed was Samuel Stearns, the leader, with his green hand visible as he wore a hoodie, taking a photo of Sam, Joaquin, and Isaiah as they arrived outside the White House. This shot was in the very first teaser for the film and in a few other trailers for the film, but not in a theatrical cut. The theatrical cut of the film showed the three of them posing for photos, but we never cut to Stearns' perspective across
Right, because
the
they
street.
must have changed their mind because he was still in prison.
Yeah, like it wouldn't make any sense if he was here. So it's just like, what was the film before?
The final version of the movie implies
that does explain it, because the fact, I mean, the version of the film we got doesn't ever really account for how easily he could get out of prison, and the fact that he can do it at any given moment, but just chooses not to, seemingly. So, I think they still had that problem, even when they decided, no, he's still in prison. They didn't change the design of the prison or his plan or his powers to make it explicable that he stayed in prison.
Well, and
the odds were better if he stayed in prison.
Yeah, and it was only ever it had to be once the betrayal was complete that he would then hatch his escape instead of just escaping before. I don't that never really made sense either.
that he was still at Camp Echo 1 during that time. There was another shot from the trailers of Samuel Stearns from outside Walter Reed Hospital, where in the movie Joaquin Torres recovers after his injury. Stearns wears an Uncle Sam hat and pushes through the crowd toward where the microphones are. This shot was not in the July teaser or in the November trailer, but in December 2024's special look, they added this shot. So this tells us that they were still reworking the leader scenes as late as December.
I start to wonder if there was like a editor's room where they're actually just fighting over where the scenes are going to go in. Like, I like this one. It's like, yeah, it's shitty and it doesn't make sense. Like, no, it's not. Yours is shitty.
No, you take that back.
Have you seen my cut? I put the Uncle Sam hat in. They're like, oh, you put that in? I thought that was pretty
Oh,
good.
good. We'll put it on the break room microwave. We can't afford a fridge.
Just
So you
2
spent it
months
all on
before
the
the movie
movie.
came out. Instead, the movie showed us Samuel Stearns turning himself in the Walter Reed courtyard.
Yeah, this scene in particular was one where we were just like, man, this was done in a fucking reshoot for sure. Like, it's such a just, I am now turning myself in, Captain Falcon.
I am no longer going to be a part of this movie. If
My
that's
story
okay
is
with
complete.
you.
Here I
I'm
go.
going the fuck home. Goodbye. I got
Bye.
paid.
It's the only way to get what I want, and it makes no difference in anything at all. Like, he just ends up in prison, and the plan just proceeds as it normally would have done.
I would say as well, there's sort of this should probably be seen as the funniest thing that's ever happened in the MCU, that they reshot it such that the villain just said, I am defeated, and fell over. Like,
The only
have to-
possible way for me to get what I want is also what removes me from the film. Actually, I'm going to go to a different prison now.
you guys couldn't come up with anything better, and it's like, no, he's really smart, and it makes sense, but you don't know yet. It'll make sense. You're like,
I still
"Oh,
think
okay."
they're cowards when I was making him an actual big-headed guy, like in the comics.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
they did,
funny.
they did originally. The original designs
Mhm.
for him were much more closely aligned to the comics version, and I actually think they looked slightly better than. Well, I mean, fucking anything looks better than Giant Testicle Man, but they looked better than the version we got. I don't know what their design like. You normally have to give design references to people who are trying to concept your visual effects. It's like broccoli and scrotum is what we've got for this guy, and they went with it.
Mm,
Why?
That's my favorite dish.
someone
Mm.
suggested it. The team was saying no, but there was one guy who was like, we haven't tried it yet, so maybe we should try it before poo-pooing it. Okay, don't poo-poo it.
But the 2 men were alone. No other extras were in the background of the scene until the FBI arrives to arrest Samuel Stearns. And many have observed that the scene looks quite a bit like it might have been shot on a green screen slate, and it was
You mean like the whole movie? Like, fucking everything looks like that.
followed by an awkward insert of the press in the White House Rose Garden suddenly getting this news alert.
It's so crap. Like,
It's seamless,
nice.
guys. It's fucking
He's
seamless.
describing it as if it isn't crap, though. That's funny.
I know, like,
by the way, it's
oh, they
really,
fixed it all.
it's really nice of them to use a nice picture of Samuel Stearns, not as he currently looks, as he turned himself in. but,
known
like, this is what he
broccoli
used to look
testicle,
like, guys.
Samuel Stearns, has turned himself in. If you know of any other broccoli testicles that are on the run, please let us know.
Of his arrest. This is not a hot take, but my favorite part of going out to eat is the food. I've never cleared time out of my calendar just to go to
Oh.
a
Talk
restaurant
about
and
factor,
soak
I'm
up
gonna
the
kill
ambiance.
myself.
What I really want
Ad
Is this an
time.
ad or is he talking about?
It's an ad. Yeah.
This is an ad.
Yeah.
is a
Unless he
fresh,
just really wants
high-quality
to talk
meal
about
made
it.
by someone
That
who
wasn't
knows
very
more about food
seamless.
than I ever
No,
will. And if I can get that
he's
at
Lynn from
home,
Captain
even
Falcon.
better. I've saved money, saved time, and still got a great meal. That's why I use Cook
Factor.
Unity.
Oh,
Cook Unity.
Oh, it's not factor.
Oh,
I'm
this is a new
safe.
one. I haven't heard this one before. Okay.
Quality
Let's see
meals
what
from
this one
award
is.
Let's hope it doesn't produce sludge.
winning
Come
chefs
on.
right to your door, saving you the hassle of shopping, cooking, and planning. Their
Hell yeah.
menu is huge, so you get to enjoy a wide variety of global gourmet
prices.
flavors to suit your palate.
Show me how
And
much
if
it
you've
costs.
just made a New Year's resolution
Show
to
me,
go
you
vegan,
coward.
keto, high protein, low sodium, or any of 1,000 other dietary choices, Cook Unity
Yeah.
has you covered. Personally,
Ooh.
I'm trying to be better about not eating so many ultra-processed foods, and Cook Unity is making that easy and delicious to do. We tried
Oh,
California-style
no, it's
chicken
microwave
enchiladas
slop.
from
Fuck
Chef
that.
Evan Meehan,
No,
and
it's
it was
microwave
so
slop.
good. We've
It's just
also
like
done
Factor.
French
It's
beef
it's not
ragu
even
and
one of
the
those services
Mediterranean
like
chicken
Blue Apron
shawarma bowl.
or whatever,
Cook
where
Unity
you
is
order
offering
all
our
of the
viewers
ingredients and
50%
they
off.
ship
Yeah,
you the
you can
ingredients and you
just
cook it
click the
yourself
link in
like
the
a
description
civilized
below and use
person. They just send you a plastic tin full of slop and you put it in the X-ray machine and it fucking ugh.
Hang on, I gotta reload because my watch together's dying again. It happens.
Yeah, well, you don't want to miss this. You don't want to
Yes,
miss
this
this.
is
This is
So
really good
true,
stuff.
man. 100%.
This is really good stuff. Would you like to switch to the desktop version?
It is
of
weird to
Watch the-
say-
Well, yeah. Why was that not the default? Since I'm on desktop.
By the way, I can't find the original shirt art anymore. I don't think I have it saved. I'm sorry.
When
well.
you said shirt art, it made me think of a good friend of ours.
Mr. Shot, of course.
Mr. Shart.
Yeah,
You said shirt art.
No, I missed that one.
I wanted to pause on that visual where he like makes this effort to say, you know, I don't want to eat that processed stuff anymore, and then puts like this obviously frozen goo into the microwave. I just
If you've just made a New Year's resolution to go vegan, keto, high protein, low sodium, or any of 1,000 other dietary choices, Cook Unity has you covered. Personally, I'm trying to be better about not eating so many ultra-processed foods, and Cook Unity is making that easy and delicious to
Like,
do.
what
We
is
tried
that?
California style
It's
chicken.
slop.
to be
what's supposed to be on the right?
I don't know. To be absolutely clear, right? Like we all know what frozen foods look like, but just why would you want this as the marketing?
It's not a good one to
There has
visualize,
got
for sure.
There is
They
a
won't-
way to make it look way better than this. This
There's
looks
gotta
like
be.
someone actually just like this looks this looks like something I see in the sink at a Taco Bell bathroom.
This is the after the food has been processed by a human, not
Yeah,
before.
they won't support my dietary choices if my dietary choices are not to eat, frozen microwave meals.
I am actually a little like my brain is like, what is that second compartment for? Is it to put your own sauce in there or something?
I think it's
That's
this
a lot
little
of fucking
stick bucket.
sauce. That's more
where the
sauce
food
than-
goes after you've eaten it. You just throw it up into the bucket.
Oh, I see.
It comes in its own
Yeah, could
throw-up
be.
bucket. You're right.
That's genius.
Oh my
actually.
gosh! No, wait, stop. Look at the bottom. It says California style chicken enchiladas, and it has a name. Someone wanted their name attached to this. Kevin Meehan, do you know that they're publicly advertising this is your creation? Kevin, what is this second compartment for?
Tell us, Kevin.
Kevin, what is it for? It's half the packaging, and it's just empty, and it sits there alone.
That is from Chef Kevin Meehan, and it was
Oh, let's
So-
take a look.
This is
Well,
not
that
good
looks-
for the environment, Kevin.
That looks really gross. That
Wait, is this
looks
the same
really
meal?
bad.
Oh, yeah, it'd be for the
No,
rice then.
that-
But you didn't change
if
the
he's only
title.
taking-
But the rice wasn't in it. Oh,
Yeah, so he
California
may
style
have
chicken
microwaved.
enchiladas.
You microwave the rice, then you get rid of it, and then you put the enchiladas back in for a couple of minutes or something. That's possible.
Okay.
But he took off the plastic top.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Unless he took
He may
half
have
of it
a-
off and then.
Yeah, it's whether it was fully sealed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, should we go back and check, or do we care?
We
It is more
don't.
important than Captain
we
America.
also
Okay.
love the French
Okay,
And
let's see.
speak-
Now that it's sort of still, that looks.
See, that looks better than it ends up looking when it's good.
beef ragu
Oh,
and the
dude.
Mediterranean chicken shawarma bowl. Cook Unity is offering our viewers 50%.
All of these are bowls. They're all bowls of slop that you put in a microwave, and they get sludgy and liquidy.
So I just went to their website because I'm curious. What does this cost? What does all this slop cost?
Well, it probably costs a lot
Slop
because the food
costs.
looks
So
really
obviously,
good.
I
Give
have
me
to
that
click
slop
for, like,
drop.
7. Of course, I have to click through 7 menus before they even tell me how much it costs because it's all just menu and no prices unless I missed something.
Do you buy it per meal, or do you buy like a 5 days
So
worth of
you
food at
can
once or
you
something?
can tell them, you get to like a thing and it says like, how many weekly meals would you like to receive? And the most popular one apparently is 8, and it
Okay.
says it's $5.86 per meal. That's week
That's
one though.
cheap.
Hang
Yeah,
on, that's week
not
one.
bad.
Week one is 50% off. Then after this,
Oh.
it's $12.
Okay.
Oh,
per
that's
meal,
more
basically.
expensive than Factor. We looked up Factor, and I
So
think like the
you-
cheapest you could get Factor was you had to buy the most.
Yeah. So if
Yeah,
that's how
you
they get you.
get 8 meals
And it was like
delivered
11
weekly, it's gonna be like $94, and I can shop for 2 weeks for that easily.
You think?
Easily.
I want a company to just call themselves Slop Drop, and it's like a little,
Slop drop, yeah.
you know, like
Slop
little
drop.
containers. Oh, you can buy the bucket of slop, and it just like.
Oh, the big bucket. That's so you get most bang for your buck if you buy the big bucket, the big
Well,
slop
just-
bucket. Yeah.
Just to confuse your customers, you just have an extra container that doesn't contain anything.
They all
And it's
come
like
with the extra
it's like
container.
please choose your flavor. And there's only one. It's brown.
It's brown. Yeah, that's what they
What
call it.
flavor
Brown,
is brown?
greenish, green,
Exactly.
brown, reddish.
So
You
the
just
thing,
have like choose your flavor, and it's just a color wheel.
so the thing is, I'm just clicking through a little bit through their menu because obviously they're going to send you meals, but how much calories are those going to be?
So,
And
so suggested there's 2 flavors: brown or mystery.
brown and mystery. Most of the ones I'm seeing on the first page They're like less than 600 calories, so it's all like diet food.
Oh yeah, those aren't that much.
That's not
So
enough
if
for
you-
one day, so you need like
Yeah,
60
yeah.
meals.
That you're right. These aren't even like one meal a day kind of thing, because that's often how I am. I'll be a meal a day, but yeah, if
So
you're
this
like
is
a
like-
working
like-
person,
this might be
that's
like
not
your-
going to be enough.
This might be like your dinner when you already had like lunch or something.
After you put your appetizer in the
What okay.
microwave.
What I really don't get.
So you have like soy ginger salmon with noodles, and that's like 760 calories. That's one meal. So you need like 3 more.
3
Also,
more.
yes, that's
I
the
was-
first one I clicked on. Soy ginger.
I was thinking if you went to Cook Unity and you wanted to just get some water from Cook Unity, they would send you ice so that you put it in the microwave.
The microwave.
And then,
When you select your water, it says, "Do you want brown flavor or mystery?"
because everything has to be microwave.
But yeah.
You have to put the ice in the microwave to get your water.
Bro, my brown flavored water has come. Can I microwave it, please? What I was saying
I
as
don't
well.
know. If you just order this and you don't look into this, you get like 8 meals. Like, oh, I'm set for the week, and it's like, oh, that's like 700 calories for one day. That's not enough.
Why?
That's too little if you're on a diet. That's way too little.
Oh yeah, they have warnings about
you're
that sort of
supposed
shit.
to eat about
Yeah.
You're supposed to eat like 2,000 a day or so.
Yeah, that's like the
So
Yeah, so
default
for
like
for a man who doesn't exercise, you're gonna want to
No.
be on about 2.5.
yeah.
So as soon as you start exercising, that's gonna go up. And yeah,
Yeah.
700 calories for dinner is not enough.
Yeah,
Unless
and
you're
for
dying.
like 12
have to
bucks
get
a
the
day
low
for
calorie
like
diet
an-
slop.
one of my foods of the day, it's like, I don't know, man.
What I don't understand is we've all seen them in your local supermarché. They have a frozen food section. They'll have lots of different
They do.
kinds of frozen foods, depending on the variety you have. What I don't understand is why would I organize this service when he's like, oh, it's like gourmet. It's like, but it looks like the stuff you get from the supermarket. What do you mean? And then of course you start to think, wait, if I could just get it from the supermarket, I could also just get normal food from the supermarket. Wait a minute. You sort of like circle all the way back to, I could just make my own food.
Yeah, but this is for like really busy professionals who do nothing but sit at their computer all day. And the
Well,
most
the thing is,
exercise
you
they'll
can-
get, the most exercise they have time for is going to the microwave to heat it up. It's one of the only things they get to do.
But
It's
even
not
then-
enough
even
time
then-
to cook for themselves.
Even then, you can now get yourself store food delivered, so you can you can order this, and still.
Or
just
there's
do
even
it.
middle steps where you can have them like get it ready for you and bag it, and then you just go there and you pick it up and pay for it. So
Whoa.
there's
Yeah.
even a middleman. There's even a middleman for that.
Yeah, there's
but I don't-
plenty of options.
I
Well,
just
and then,
go to
of
the
course-
store and I buy my food, and it's a good like I said before, it is a very good habit to get into, to go to a store and familiarize yourself with
Yeah.
the general prices of foods.
Mhm.
You want to be able to know what's on sale. You want to notice what the tags are. You want to notice what they're trying to get rid of and what's really on sale. You can really take advantage of that stuff if you go to a
Yeah.
grocery store. It's a good habit to get into. You can get a lot for not that much, and you have a lot of variety. And it's just a good sort of habit to make your own food. It's the fuel for your body. It's not something that you should treat without any level of solemnity. You should
Yeah.
actually give a shit.
On that note, right?
I just like going to a grocery store because I get to move around a bit. Just go,
Why-
go
I-
for
so
a
I-
walk or move with my
I think
bicycle
this
or
is
whatever.
indicative of a
As a-
reality,
yeah.
right? And I've seen a few people in chat mentioning this. Like, well, you have to understand this is meant for people who are so fucking lazy they microwave their water or their ice even. And you're like, yeah, I know. This is not good. And it's like almost not it's not gooder by having this exist. It's like, don't worry, we've got a solution for all of you people who never want to cook or do anything. And it's like, no, don't create a solution for that. Like, we don't want a solution for that. If anything, if you encourage them to eat different flavored slop, it's like, no. The thing, there's like a misunderstanding for a lot of people, which is, I only have time to put something in a microwave and hit go. It's like, no. If you have like a couple of hours you could spend every week, you like meal prepping, right? Is like a whole thing that people can do. Encourage them to do that instead. Like, that's way. This whole slop. It's not good.
It's
Yeah.
very fitting to have this in a movie talking about
Slop.
Captain America Brave New World, though. Like, not only do you watch slop on the big screen, you can have slop injected directly into your veins thanks to
This is
Cook Unity.
I'll wait for the day where our cinemas, each of the seats are fitted with like a little tap for the slop. You put your bucket
straw?
underneath it, it just goes.
Well,
I would
on one
like to
side it's
order
got an
some,
ice
and
dispenser,
there's-
and on the other side it's got a little microwave.
Like to order
Little
some flavored
microwave.
nutrient paste for my seat.
And then like the huge revolutionary technologies it microwaves as it comes down the chute. It's just like, whoa, that's amazing. And then of course they make a movie about the horrifying reality. There's two taps, right, of course, for Brown and Mystery, and then you go all the way back and the two taps connect. They're the same.
Oh my
God.
god!
I know, they're the same. And they're people. Another big reveal, but no one cares about that one.
If I ever get killed and melted down into slop, it had better be nice, not this
Nice
Cook
slop.
Unity shit. I
They'll
want
add a
someone
whole
to
new
enjoy
flavor
me.
for you, Rag.
I don't want to be mystery slop, okay?
Yeah, I want
People to
someone.
know what I taste like.
just
You'd
want
rather be
someone else
brown
to-
than mystery slop?
Yes, because I'm diverse like
Dang.
that.
I don't know. Mystery sounds kind of exciting.
Yeah, you could be anything.
You know? Yeah. Just want people to
I
enjoy my
saw
body
in
one
the-
last time.
I saw in the shop yesterday that mystery flavored Pringles.
Mystery flavor. It's such
Wait,
a
wait,
funny
so
concept.
each one
Wait,
for me.
hold
different?
up. Yeah, is each individual chip different?
I don't know. I just
Sure,
saw
yeah.
it said mystery
That would
flavor.
have to- That would be a
you have to go
nightmare
and
to
check and let
package.
us know. You have to report back to us.
I feel
But
like
I
it's
don't want to pay for Pringles. They're way too expensive and they don't even taste that good anymore.
Pringles, though, are
That's true.
like the only crisp or chip manufacturer that doesn't sell you air.
Does it-
You
Oh,
know, when you,
I
when you
thought
buy
you were
cheaper
gonna.
Pringles,
True.
you get Pringles.
Is there
Oh.
even potato
I'll
in
buy
Pringles
Pringle.
anymore?
Maybe.
What was the question? Sorry.
I can't. One of these major chip crisp things, have like gone through a thing of like, there's not even potato in them anymore. Is Pringles that one? One of them has
Pringles
I
uses
don't know.
dehydrated processed potato
it. Does Pringles
as
is
of December
potato?
2023.
That's pretty.
I don't know which one
I
it
mean,
is, but like I remember reading somewhere
only-
controversially that it's like these things don't even have potato in them anymore. Pringles have about
The only-
42% potato content. That's not great.
Mm.
So I guess they take potato flakes and then they form them into the Pringle-shaped potato dough. Then they fry and season them. So
Yeah, there's a bunch of like quote unquote healthy crisps that don't contain potato, but I have yet to find any that taste as nice as
What do
actual
they
crisps,
contain?
so-
Mystery?
Dude, when I
I don't
was
know.
on-
Honestly, I don't know. So yes, mystery is the answer.
Dude, when I was doing like my peak dieting stuff, I was just trying to try all the different like protein things or whatever. Most of them are fucking garbage. Like there's only a handful
Oh,
that
yeah.
actually taste pretty good.
yeah,
like in
protein
general, not
stuff
only
is really hit and miss.
not only
Mostly
crisps and
missed.
chips, just like there's so many things that just don't taste good.
Yeah, a lot
Well,
of
the
that stuff
one-
is not.
That I'm thinking of. Well, yeah, there we go. I was going to say pop chips, but pop chips do contain potatoes, so I guess they just
Just eat
contain less.
potatoes and just eat normal potatoes. They're just really good.
No, that
even
takes
if
too
you
much
diet.
work. Can I put them in the microwave? Does that turn them into crisps?
I mean, go crazy. I'm not gonna stop you.
I will put a sachet of salt and a potato into the microwave. There you go. Yeah, I'm all right.
Protein and
I will
urine.
say,
That's true.
since we're on the subject of delicious crisps,
Mm.
sun chips, garden salsa variety. Oh, those are good. There's some good chips right there.
I don't think we
Chad will
have
know
those
what's
over
up.
here.
Chad will know
Sun
what's
chips.
up. Oh, give me them garden salsa sun chips.
Oh wait, they're from Aldi.
Mwah.
Oh wait, no, they're called Sun Snacks. It's just Googled.
Sun snacks? Okay.
It just
Alright.
told it just Googled the thing.
Wait,
and it was
sun
like,
Rags, you said sun chips.
Sun chips.
yeah.
Yes, I've had those. Those are very nice. They're lovely.
Ooh, someone in chat said sun chips are trash. Ooh.
Well, they
No.
can go and
Ooh.
fuck themselves, can't they?
Ooh.
Yeah. That's a man with really bad taste in chips.
There's a heart
I
in it.
didn't-
It says heart healthy, so they have to be good.
Ooh.
Now it's very important to say I specifically said garden salsa sun chips. Normal sun chips are
That's the
fine.
one-
They're all right.
that's
They're
a-
pretty good.
I think
That's a
But,
picture I have
oh,
here right now.
They're good. Oh, you
think
have
we
them
have-
with you.
No, I'm on the internet.
In the
like,
room with you.
There's pictures on the internet I can look at.
that doesn't
Oh,
count,
okay.
Mel.
There's chili lime, original.
I have them now. They are mine.
I ordered them from Cook Unity, and they just delivered my garden salsa.
The bag
bag
comes
of
in, you
ice.
open it up, and it's just
It was-
brown goo.
A
And
division,
it's also $36.
a division of PepsiCo. It's one of the evil companies or something.
They
I don't
just
know.
put the that's what gives it the brown flavor is the Pepsi.
It's the Pepsi.
that they pour
See, it all
into
comes
each
together. We figured it out.
Lovingly crafted plastic.
It
So
all
it's
just
just
comes back.
microwave.
It just all comes back to Pepsi or Coke. There you go.
You open the packet, it splatters the brown glue. You're like, oh, what the fuck? And you can see the guy in the room's like, and then you go, yeah, I know. I ordered mystery.
But this is just brown.
This is
They
just
must have sent me
brown.
the wrong one.
And then it says on the
That's
packet, like, mystery
$49
may contain
wasted.
brown. You're like, oh.
Technically, it is underneath the umbrella of potential outcomes. It's just
You
brown.
can't sue us for that.
So secretly, they're actually all brown. They just market mystery as it might not be brown.
might
but
not
it
be.
always is.
Just click the link in the description below and use code NRockstars50 to try
This guy didn't eat any of that garbage.
Oh, by the way, so this. Oh, I guess no, never mind.
it out.
I just had
Once
a
again,
thought.
that's
Whatever.
50% off your first
Oh,
week
wow.
of Cook Unity if you click the link in the description and
You
use
can
code
get that without the code, by the way. They
NRockstars50.
just have
Thanks
that on
to
the
Oh,
website.
okay.
Someone just said,
It's just
but to set Fringy off in a good way, I don't mind the taste. That's the ad for this.
That's the crust. That's the
Yeah,
crusty
that's right.
burger.
Yes, it
It's
is.
the rib witch. It's the
Beautiful,
crusty
beautiful
rib
rib
witch.
witch.
Yeah. Now I'm just thinking of a totally different episode because I'm just thinking of, you get a free, what is it? Like if America beats like Russia and, the Olympics, like they win a gold medal, you get a free Krusty Burger. And cut. Oh, I almost swallowed some of the juice. Oh,
Nearly swallowed some of the juice. So funny.
it's so good. I really loved it because that was the joke being that was the year of the boycott. So, it's like, and then he finds out that he's going to lose millions of dollars. And then it just cuts him on TV smoking. You people are pigs. Oh, I personally am going to spit in every 50th burger. Homer, I like those odds.
to Cook Unity for sponsoring this video. Also in trailers were several scenes with Shira Haas as Ruth.
wow, that was a hard
in the
cut right
July
there.
teaser.
Jesus.
I know, yeah. What's
We gotta go.
no pretending.
We had to cleanse your mind of Cook Unity.
It
We have
was
to
it
go
was as
back to
seamless
Captain
as
America
was
Fjord.
as seamless as Brave New World. Huh?
Hell yeah.
That's
There
right.
was a shot of
There's no seams and sludge. It's-
Pat Saraf. In the July teaser, there was a shot of her seated, looking up at a hulking, trembling figure, suggesting that she knew that President Ross had this Red Hulk condition. Also, there were several shots
Does that
Is
suggest
that what that implied? That
Does it?
that could be something that might mean potentially. I guess.
Because there is a scene in the movie that we actually get, because he calls her and says, "Oh yeah, Camp Echo Base or whatever it's called is compromised." So
Echo
she already
1, yeah.
knows what it is, and that could easily lead to her knowing what was going on down there, because that's how she knows where to go. So it's not impossible that there's a version of the movie where she knew about his condition.
It's actually a reference to Star Wars.
Yeah.
That's in the process of being either brown or mystery, isn't it?
Well, Hoth is a mystery planet. So Tatooine is a brown planet.
shots of Ruth during the Celestial Island aerial battle with Secret Service agent Taylor, one of them on the deck of an aircraft carrier.
That's kind of, you said agent twice. Secret. Say
You
agent
get there.
twice.
You get there.
I believe in
I
you.
couldn't remember what he said.
That's on fire, and then two of them with their guns out together head down a quarter of a Navy vessel.
God, they're
If
so
she,
fucking
if she
cool.
pulls that
She
trigger,
is.
the little person on the right is going to go deaf. Like,
Just to be clear, I
She
know,
looks like
I
she's
know that
aiming at
might be
it.
a concern.
I thought you were going to say go
She's not a
dead.
Black
Like it
Widow.
looks like she's
She'll
pointing
go
the gun
dead.
at her head. Go dead.
Well, the one in the back isn't a Black Widow, and the one in the front is an ex-Black Widow. So
That's true.
she doesn't have any gun training. She doesn't know not to point the gun directly at the back.
I don't
of
know.
the
She
head
might
of
be a
the-
Black Widow. Her husband might die.
That's right. She could have. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you don't know that.
Nice.
Wait,
Vessel.
this is MCU. It'd be in it. No, it's one of Samuel L. Jackson's many failed marriages in the MCU.
Dude, it is
False
just
problem.
funny. That woman, Agent... I literally just forgot her name already.
Taylor.
Bets are off.
No, not that
Okay,
one.
that's all right.
The one
Taylor.
behind
That's
Ruth.
yeah, Taylor.
Do we
Oh,
get
Agent Taylor. She came out of
Yeah.
nowhere and she'll never be seen again. Like it's just
No,
this.
not-
She just should have called her Agent Paycheck.
I-
That one random lady.
The fact that it's like she's probably annoyed. It's like I had a bigger role. It's like nobody knows who you are. Like I don't even what is happening.
Navy vessel. Interesting to note, though, that the ship that they were on in the movie was the USS Milius, a destroyer, part of the carrier Group 5 of this movie. But in these trailer shots, they're on the deck of an aircraft carrier, which would be a completely different ship than the destroyer President Ross was on. Also, we should note that when Ruth shows up with Sam and Joaquin on the USS Milius in the movie, you'll notice she's wearing some kind of blue armor under her coat that she doesn't wear at any.
By the way, isn't it funny that Taurus and Sam are both like way faster in a helicopter, but they just don't hurry up to be there quicker in the movie? You know what I mean?
Well, they arrive, yeah.
Because they all arrive at the same time, so
You're
they.
able to
Unless
like
they
get
were
to the
in a
middle of the
helicopter
ocean
and
in
they
no
just
time.
Decided to jump out of the helicopter and fly down because it would look cool.
Yeah. They could have been there way earlier and solved things much quicker, but you know.
What do you think
Weird
her
shots.
suit was supposed to do, if anything?
I don't
Maybe
know.
It
I
was just armor, and it was meant to just be look, it's like a superhero character.
It's Mithra,
made
isn't
it.
it? I mean, she is a dwarf, so it's.
She's a gnome, first off.
When we
racist.
say
Oh,
armor,
no.
are we talking special material or just army material?
That doesn't look like army material.
That's where I'm going with this. Why wouldn't
Because it
she
looks
have?
like a superhero outfit. It even has the neck that goes all the way up, as if there's supposed to be some kind of a hood or
'Cause it's
mask
not-
that goes over it.
That is not a Black Widow outfit, but it's also
No.
not a military outfit of any kind. So why is she
It's
even
clearly
wearing
a
that?
costume.
Yeah.
I
Because
do
they
not know.
planned for her to have a much bigger role.
Yeah,
And
she
maybe
had
set
powers
her
and
up
Which
to
is
do
funny because she's
something.
tiny.
She is like, seriously, she's like 5'3". She's shorter than Morphed Clark.
Who is remarkably
Who is
short to be
Galadriel.
cast as a tall woman.
Other part of the movie, and she's very much put into the background of most of these Celestial Island battle scenes, so that really her
Well, they need to put her in the foreground so we can see her.
character ends up having no narrative reason to accompany them on this mission and the way it plays out in the theatrical cut. And there's also this shot.
Yeah, no, it's
Well,
pretty
I mean, that's
seamless,
not-
actually.
Pretty
It's-
seamless.
it's
Well,
true.
she
It's
would
definitely
have a
true.
narrative
They needed
reason
her-
to.
Well, they
to,
needed
right?
her to essentially get in. But
Yeah,
I mean, it
she had-
wasn't much, but it was something. I just
It
find
was-
it funny.
she would
it's
have like
yeah,
a
this is
reason
people. She
to
had
be
no
there.
narrative reason to be here.
She did.
Seamless.
I mean, yeah, I'll give him some room. I guess he's trying to talk more broadly. It's like, why do we have characters at all? It's like usually they serve some kind of narrative purpose rather than, for example, why is
Just
Falcon
being
in
there.
this place right now? Narratively speaking, it's like Falcon be here. He could be here. He could be all kinds of reasons he could be here. It's like, well, no, but that's the point, right? Like when you watch the film, Ruth is like remarkably just around. You're just like, what's your deal? Why are you like you've not quite made it into important enough to be here mode? So why are you in so much of this? And the film can't answer that question.
Her role is funny in this movie because we see Sam and Taurus be like, "Oh man, it's the phones," and then the next scene we see her looking at the phones like, "It's the phones." Then we just stop with her Steve for now. So, okay, I guess they're on the same page now.
In trailers of Sam and Joaquin from a February 3rd promo where the two of them are in some outdoor market in a location completely unfamiliar to the rest of the film. Looks like another country outside of the United States, but in the movie, the only
Why? Because it looks poor.
Does
You
it?
Fucking racist.
I was gonna say this could be a lot of play. How do you tell? What's the clues?
places they go to are in Mexico, and then in Baltimore, in the DC area, in the Indian Ocean, and back to DC. And at no point do they ever go out to a market anywhere. So I'm just kind of scratching my
And
head.
there are no
scratching my head.
markets in Baltimore or Washington D.C. or
Yeah, why couldn't that have been Mexico?
Or
Right
any
there?
other.
Yeah, he said Mexico
Or-
too. Like these.
Yeah.
What? They could
No,
have been-
but he said Mexico. He said Mexico as though it was like I don't
As if it
understand
was-
why. Well, just I don't
Third
understand why
world
this
country.
market couldn't be like in an American city. I don't know why we assume that's not possible.
Yeah, from the little we saw, I would have thought he'd point to something, and be like, "Oh, this is clearly this place, and we never go to this place." You're like, "Oh, okay," but no, he just said it's a market. They don't have those like in these areas. Like, oh, okay.
Chad is
Where in the
pointing out
movie
that
this
it does have the piss filter on it, apparently, so it's probably Mexico. But
Oh
I
my
think I
gosh.
also read that the original fight scene, because you know how in this, the version we got is
Mystery
a
filter,
monastery in order that, Gus Fring can threaten a priest to establish that he's bad people. I think that was supposed to take place at like a Mexican airport originally, so they would have been there. So it's not beyond possibility that this is them walking to the airport in Mexico, perhaps.
Maybe.
This would have come up. On top of this, when
Maybe.
you watch the film, you could just tell some scenes were just shot and edited in a way that looks a bit out of place with the rest of the movie.
Well, how could you say
Seamless.
that? You said it was seamless.
There was the scene with the leader and Sam in the Walter Reed Hospital courtyard that I mentioned. There was also Sam's final speech to Red Hulk
Yeah,
and the Cherry
that looks
Blossoms.
pretty bad.
You could even. I like how this is obviously footage he's not acquired in conventional means, and I just like how awful it looks. And remember that conversation that happened? I don't know what film it was, but it was like, of course it looks awful. It's not the actual release. It's like, no, it should look smoother than the actual release because it's like blurred, but you can tell still.
Yeah, lower quality should hide it more.
But it doesn't. It still looks like ass.
Street. Joaquin Torres' line about Ruth Bat Saraf being born in Israel happens when he's off screen, and it sounds like the line was recorded with ADR. This movie's original screenwriter Malcolm Spellman also said in an interview that there was an early draft.
That's the guy responsible for the show, right?
Yes, he's made the show.
Early draft where Eli was in it. Started to feel like there were too many characters to track. We want to make sure if a character is in the film, they have something to do. And so we had to make the tough. It would have been nice if Sam, if we had to make the tough decision just to explore Isaiah and to see how Isaiah being pulled into Sam's world maybe affects him.
Yeah, this is about
Oh,
that that character that was in the show doesn't make it into the movie. It's not that
It's his grandson, isn't it?
I think so.
His son? Yeah, I think it's his grandson.
Another tidbit, by the way, I happen to know that once again, we've got examples of different people saying like how cruel it was that the studio ruined this artist's work. I'd say High Top is one of the most notable people who have been tweeting that. Like, it's so cruel to watch. It's like, I would have loved to have seen what this would have been if not for, being torn to shreds by the studio, etc. The director of this movie has recently done an interview where he said he's very proud of his film. I just always find that funny.
That's good for him. He's lying. That's what that means.
I mean, do we not take these people at their word? I would rather just be like, all right, fine.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, well, now that locks you into a position where you have to say that guy's lying. Like he's covering for the studio or something. It's like, well, you dug that hole. Like that was something you chose to do.
And that's it's like, why do we never entertain? Like, how many times do we have to have this happen before we go? Maybe they just weren't very good.
Maybe they actually,
Maybe they are not
maybe
good at
this
the
was
job,
the best
yeah.
they could do.
After the film that would have included.
So is that? Do you expect the director to say "fuck Marvel"? No. You don't need to say "fuck Marvel." Are you crazy? Why the hell did we just make that the dichotomy? No, I just would expect them not to say, "I love the work I created. I'm proud of it. It's great." Blah blah blah. And why would we be interested in hearing anyone say anything at that point if we're just going to decide what the truth is? At least wait for them to be proven liars, right? Like with James Gunn, who's been proven a liar like 17 times.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a degree, not of sympathy with James Gunn, but I've got a degree of sympathy with this guy because you have to do so many of the red carpet events. You get asked so many questions. Someone might inconveniently say, "So, which bit of the movie are you most proud of?" It's really hard to continually not say that you're proud of a movie when the whole point of the press junket is for you to be saying how proud you are of the movie because it's sales, not honesty. That's the reason they're all there. I can completely believe that. He might even be saying, "I'm proud of the stuff I created," because he didn't even create half of the shit that ended up in the film. And that's about as close as you can get. But he's kind of in an impossible situation. Just assume that they're lying because they've been told they have to.
Well, if you remember, we have had examples over time of directors who have made it clear they're not happy with the film even before it releases. Disgruntled or frustrated, or you can read between the lines sometimes, like, "Oh yeah, what do you think of the film?" And it's like, "I really loved working with the actors."
Well, I mean, a clear example, right? With Madam Web, it was very clear that Dakota Johnson did not like that movie or give a shit about it.
Everyone was so nice on set, and it was nice to meet all these new people, and I really enjoyed the catering. I recommend the mystery flavor, by the way.
Well, it's funny you bring that example up because I was going to say, not a director, but when Charles Dance was asked about King of the Monsters, I think he said, "I love the catering." That was it. Okay.
Harrison Ford got a bunch of those in interviews for this movie as well. He's trying to play it as funny, but like he does it all the time. One of the interviewers said, "So, what would you recommend for young people who want to follow in your footsteps and be in the MCU?" And he said, "Read the contract." And there's a bunch of quotes like that from him, which are like he's trying to play it as a ha 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 ha, but it's Harrison Ford, and he's probably telling the truth.
Read the contract, unless.
Oh, also, Sean Levy. He was the director of Deadpool 3, right?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. He, I believe, fully loves his movie that he made.
Yeah, he's probably thrilled
But
with it.
anyone else could use that same argument and be like, oh, obviously not. The studio tore it to shreds. It's back. It's all blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, no, there are directors out there who just like making this sort of stuff. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes it's not the studio's fault.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a combination. It's hard to tell. But the idea is just like, there's no art here. They killed his dreams. Like, not according to
But
him.
in this situation, though, because like I think one of the reasons that makes me slightly sympathetic to him is that so many of the changes were so obviously made because like the studio decided it did not want to have clear tie-ins, and previously it did. Like the reason you've got adamantium so prominently featured, and the reason that the person behind the scenes is Julia Louis-Dreyfus's character, and the reason the Serpent Society is introduced with actual characters, is that all of this was supposed to very, very definitely tie into something that comes next. And obviously things got fucked around with the strikes. Thunderbolts is now coming out after I think it was supposed to come out in a different order. And they, I think, have probably changed their minds about the way in which, say, they're introducing the X-Men and stuff like that. So many of these changes read to me like they've been forced into the script because people above the director have said, the story we told you we wanted you to tell, we really don't want you to tell that story anymore because we're not ready for anything like that to happen. So can we just take out all of the references and all of the recurring characters and just try and make it as ignorable as possible? Excellent. Well done. You succeeded. 89% drop off.
Elijah Eli Bradley, Isaiah's grandson, played by Elijah Richardson in The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, somewhere in this movie, but that his role was cut. And I just came across this back in October. There was an anonymous post on Reddit, a reported leak sourced from scooper Charles Murphy, from someone claiming to have seen a late test screening of the film that ended up describing the plot with near perfect accuracy to what this movie ended up being. But one major exception. This plot description includes Sam and Joaquin going to Stark Technologies, meeting with Amadeus Cho, and it seems like it was Amadeus who is going to investigate the heart.
That's an interesting name, Amadeus Cho.
Is it a character we know? Because I don't remember that name at all.
No, he's another relatively new character, and he's, I think, supposed to be another of the Hulks. He's like, I think his name is Totally Awesome Hulk, which is unbelievably cringe. And so he was supposed to be introduced to tie in yet another Hulk character. Obviously, we've got his son from She-Hulk, we've got the Hulk, we've got Red Hulk. And Amadeus Cho was apparently supposed to be in this movie, very smart kid, also given like Hulk goo to turn him into another Hulk. And then they decided we don't want to do that anymore. And so he got taken out of the movie again.
We don't even have regular Hulk. Like,
yeah, like all the
he's
other
off on another planet.
No, he's
not. Busy.
Or no, he's come back already.
Oh, he came back, right?
He came back with his son, Rex. Another Hulk.
He came back with his
really
came back with his son after he went to space, and we have another Hulk, and he's walking around somewhere.
Also, seeing Stark Technologies being mentioned in the current MCU is just hilarious to me.
It feels like
what are you guys
harkening
even
back
doing?
to a different universe, yeah, like a different time. Remember when Tony Stark and
Pepper Potts is still somewhere in Stark Industries running the show. In theory, I was like, oh, what's she up to?
Pills that had been given to President Ross to determine that these pills were poisoned with gamma radiation. This description also says that it was going to be mentioned in the post-credit scene that the leader gave Amadeus Cho Hulk serum before he...
The Hulk juice.
No, not the Hulk,
Hulk juice. Oh no, we're going to turn you...
Mystery flavor.
No,
mystery
flavor, no.
Your new name is you are now the inedible Hulk.
Gets the doomsday hints that we saw. Amadeus Cho did not come up in the final cut of this movie, but there was Commander Dunphy's unseen contact who called him to tell him that the pills had gamma radiation, and we just never saw who that guy was. I should say that it's also possible.
He's apparently like a comic character
He's like
that has a
character.
Yeah. I saw a post about it, and they were just like, they just killed him. What the
Wait,
fuck?
that military guy?
Oh, it was
he's like an actual character in the comics.
it's. I think I'm totally. Chat will be able to fill in the gaps for this, but from memory, I think he was a wrestler who was inspired by, was it Captain America or the Hulk or someone? So he's like themed after them, and then he becomes like a villain, I think. And it's like someone, I think it's Demolition Man. That's his name in the comics, and so the guy, they turned him into that guy in the film and then killed him.
And they kill.
How do these choices get made?
It's so funny. Every time they have like some random comic book character, I wasn't even aware he is. I thought it was just random military man. The way he dies is so hilarious because the leader just shows up, like, "You die now." Okay, I'll leave you now.
Well, here, let me use my heart-stopping device on you, random character.
That is the stupidest shit, man. Like,
and the only reason he gets to kill him is because for some reason he goes up the stairs where no one else is hanging out right now because
there's
he
no
wants
need
to,
for him to do that.
no need to do that. It's so funny.
It just feels kind of cruel to take this character who just seems like a nice, helpful guy, and then just be like, yeah, the villain just stops his heart with his heart-stopping app.
It's so
That's
funny
it.
because he just goes there. It's like, hey, what's up? Die. All right, I'll leave now.
I'm the hero, actually. Like,
I'm the
what?
hero,
Why did you
actually.
kill him? He's just hanging out with his bros.
This is what it means sometimes. When it's like, you understand, you guys, sometimes the approach you take with these stories is indistinguishable from someone who just fucking hates them. Like, did you hate this character from the comics? That's why you adapted him just to kill him horribly? Like, what? Why? What was the point of this? Why couldn't he have just been nobody? Why did you take a character and then kill him so that he can't possibly be adapted into something else? Why would you do that?
And to tell him that the pills had gamma radiation, and we just never saw who that guy was. I should say that it's also possible that this plot leak might have been distributed with one piece of knowingly incorrect information as a test by Marvel Studios or by Disney to determine the source of a leak. I really hope actually that's the case. Now this
Why do you hope that's the case?
It suggests that
It's a
someone
mystery.
with some intelligence is involved at some point in the process, and there's little
the
evidence
most-
of that elsewhere.
That's a
Be the
leak.
most clever thing that they've done in years.
This guy wouldn't be able to make his video if not for this other guy leaking it. So why is he saying that he doesn't want leaks?
Isn't this a channel that does a whole bunch of? I mean, I imagine that they do more than double dip on any
Yes.
given Marvel movie. So yeah, like I don't know, isn't this good for you? Because it means you got more videos you can make. Because really, the reality is that your channel relies on the success of these big franchises. Like, it's in your best interest that these franchises are successful. Hence, you can probably never expect to get a real opinion on any Marvel movie or Star Wars movie, because if they start to do worse, you get less views.
Are you suggesting he didn't love this film and think it was seamless?
I'm just saying that if you have a YouTube channel that essentially thrives on the success of the franchises made by the likes of Disney, it's kind of in your best interest to contribute to the success of that franchise as much as you can.
This leak, which I'm only even mentioning now after the movie has come out, also describes the version of the leader in this movie as
Was that him
Nelson
trying to
looking
be like,
he's wearing
see,
a
I
rubber-
didn't spoil anything. I talked about it after the movie came out. Don't get mad at me for now
What a
using
nice
it for
guy.
content.
Is
Even
he
though
trying to
he's using
say-
it for content.
Is he trying to say to Disney, "Don't worry, it wasn't me. I'm not responsible for the leak."
Don't get big mad at me, okay?
Please get me to more pre-screenings.
Yes,
Thank you.
please.
brain cat. So this rumored October screening, if it even happened, would have been a version of this movie after the leader was redesigned, if he was. When you look at how this movie
So
evolved over
stupid.
production,
If he was, I'm pretty sure it's like the closest to confirm we can get the redesign.
there were just some big changes that they clearly needed to restructure the movie around. One was the death.
Did they make a cut in the middle of a word?
I was about to say the same thing. I was like, why was that there?
You couldn't say the word restructure. They had to stitch.
This movie
That was
evolved over
weird.
production. There were just some big changes that they clearly needed to restructure the movie around. One,
Oh,
Wow.
yeah, you're right.
I guess he didn't do a second take on that.
Do you think
and
he
the
took too
editor
big of a
just stitched
pause?
together?
He went
Yes, I think so.
structure.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what happened.
Maybe
The
he said
funny thing-
rewrite and wanted to cut it or something. Yeah.
The funny thing is with this format they do, where they have like a guy in the middle of the picture, it just looks weird as well because it goes like structure.
Yeah, you
Like,
see
if-
him
if you-
visibly the cut. Yeah, you visibly see the
Yeah, you
cut.
can get away with that when you do like voiceovers and stuff.
Not very
because it doesn't
seamless,
look-
is it?
Oh shit!
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
starting to
we
think this
could-
guy doesn't know what seams are.
You gotta read the rework of this video.
One was the death of William Hurt in spring 2022, which meant that this movie lost its president Ross. But when Harrison Ford approached Marvel Studios expressing interest in working with them, Kevin Feige pitched Ford on President Ross, aka Red Hulk, and this production now had a new A-lister that they really
Oh my god!
Uh,
Where's my jelly? I need it.
He looks like he needs an ambulance there. Like
Look at him
something
go.
something
Yeah.
is
Someone's
definitely
about
wrong
to-
with him. He's having a heart attack.
Something's about to
So,
burst out of his chest. The jelly
Kevin Feige.
monster.
I'm
Kevin
pretty sure,
Feige has just stolen something from Harrison Ford.
It's German time.
I'm pretty sure Gary said he was actually there with Chris Gore, like, and they were near the front because they were part of like they I think it was something like you can get into like the press area or the quote unquote important people area if you just sort of you belong, you know, do the thing. You're like, yep, I'm
Yeah,
here, this
yeah,
is me.
yeah.
And they said that they both got a huge impression that he was high as fuck when he was doing this. The man was just like,
high on jelly.
Oh my god, that
a
frame,
horrific
dude.
sugar rush of the
A
jelly.
new
Look at him go. He should have been like this in the film.
Dude, I'm dying. I'm dying. This is actually hilarious.
I don't know how I haven't seen this before. This is funny.
Do we know,
I've seen
did
this a
they, for
million
the actual
times.
Red Hulk scenes, did they use motion capture or did they just recreate his face?
I think
kind of
they've
thing?
said they
Presumably-
did. But you'd think
Presumably
like
he wasn't the body, he wasn't doing the physical moves of...
you'd
Well,
think
he
he
him
wasn't
not.
was
just
jumping
standing
50 feet in the air.
No,
and
no, no, I
everything.
mean, like, you know, when he's standing there and just moving around, like,
He
Was that
was
Harrison
when they
Ford or a
kept
body
his
double?
jelly from him.
You'd think they'd only do his face, but I don't know. I haven't looked into
I'm
that.
sorry. I can't take this.
a Red Hulk, and this production now had a new
I used to be Indiana
dying.
Jones.
Well, so did Chad said, I belong in a museum.
Oh my god, I'm dying.
Oh no, broke
they
Fringy.
sent me the brown flavor and I wanted mystery.
Mystery jelly.
I
They-
can't breathe.
Does this look like mystery to you?
Oh god, I can't breathe.
This is how they knew they'd hired the right guy, of course.
This
I
is
think
the
it
kind
makes
of
it even
physicality you
funnier
expect
knowing
Harrison
just how
Ford.
little he gives a fuck about Marvel. Like, the fact that he's
must have
like,
been high.
yeah, I'll do your little Hulk yell. Yeah,
That's funny
you
because
fucking...
he just said apparently Harrison Ford approached them for this role, and I don't believe it a second. I don't
well,
believe he.
Oh.
he's been on record saying this shit is worth it for the money. So he probably was just like, yeah, I'll go get my bag, I guess.
It's probably his agent, just like, hey, there's this role free, and Marvel's like, oh hell yeah, that's a lot of money, give it to me.
It'll
Dude,
make
I can't
you look
I
good
can't
if
look
you
at
say
him.
you
I can't
approached
look
them.
every time I
A-lister.
look back.
It gets better and better. Each of these faces are pretty fucking funny, not gonna lie.
That's the best one right there.
That's how you know he's a talented actor. Every freeze frame is a joyous piece of wonderment.
It's a good emote picture.
I was
by the
gonna
way.
say, you know
That's
the
really good one.
you know the one people always use, the Willem Dafoe one. This is kind of better than that, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that face right there reminds me of the dude from the final episode of Rings of Power. You know exactly who I'm talking about, right? The knife man.
Oh, jeez.
Testing my memory there.
Hold on.
No, I don't think I do.
Every frame of painting.
Oh my god.
He truly is Red Hulk. It's
Oh, jeez. Jesus Christ. Oh, you gotta get past it. If it stays on screen, I'm gonna keep looking at his face.
that they
By the way, I actually need to save that. I need to put this as my. Oh yeah, that guy.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I remember at the very, very end.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
right.
I mean, this
I do
fella's
the
good,
same-
but you can't really compare. It's
No,
I
like,
do
they're
need to
totally
save
in
that
rhythm
picture,
together.
though.
This
That's-
is amazing.
I need to build this into my thumbnail for my video. That face. That's amazing.
well, now I gotta put this on the re-upload of this video, don't I?
What's amazing is that his
Yeah.
hands are like clenched as if he could be holding essentially any item in them. So, oh man, he's
Really
holding spoons for his jello.
He's so into it.
There's a
It's all
jar of
messy on
marmalade
his
or
shirt
something,
and
or Jello. Yeah.
bring it to
Oh.
the movie around. I think Red Hulk was always the plan, but I think the original idea was to have the William Hurt version of the character turn into Red Hulk as a secret third act twist that they would not have shown.
Do you know, I found out that William Hurt was apparently really looking forward to the Red Hulk arc for Ross in the MCU, which,
Yeah.
like, oh man.
Well, the
Oh,
impression
maybe it's a
you get
good
is that
thing
he
he died.
actually took the role somewhat seriously.
I hope this isn't controversial. I don't think it will be, but like William Hurt was just way better as Ross than Ford
Oh,
was.
yeah, yeah,
Wasn't
yeah.
even close.
Oh yeah.
I don't even know why that would be controversial. It felt like Harrison Ford didn't care that much.
No,
Which is
well,
fine. I'm glad he didn't care because he shouldn't. It's a terrible movie.
Yeah, it's funny. Like you could get a lot of laughs out of watching Ford not give a fuck. But the thing is, have you seen it? Because I have. A lot of people have said like he gave a great performance. It's like, are you joking? Like, because like he's doing his grumpy old man sort of thing, where he's just like, Rogers, Wilson is.
You're not Steve Rogers.
When he was fucking losing it in the ship, when he was moving through the corridor, and the guy's like, "Give in, you're evil," and he's like, "Oh jeez, oh god," it was funny.
Shown in the trailers. But now, with Harrison Ford, there was just more pressure for the studio to lead with this movie being equally a Red Hulk movie, along with a fourth Captain America movie.
Equally a Red Hulk movie.
That's something I don't really understand about, because I didn't know that he was going to turn into the Red Hulk, because I don't know the comics, and I would guess that most people going to see the film would not know that either, because most people who watch Marvel movies aren't like comic book fanatics.
Well,
why did they reveal that in the trailer? Or is it just a given?
Obviously, they switched gears to marketing.
too.
They thought that would drag people in rather than be the surprise.
So it was a lack
They'd
of.
also committed to the toy line because like the Happy Meal stuff came out way too early, and so like it was the spoiler was kind of out by that point anyway. So any trailer that was made like post mid 2024, that's not a spoiler at all. And like you say, it's probably going to get more bums on seats if you see, oh my god, it's like the Hulk but red.
Because yeah, when I was watching the
That's
film, I was
red.
just thinking like, are you gonna come on? I'm waiting for the scene where he turns into the giant red angry monster. Even though I feel like the film was not, it would have been, I guess, better and more of a surprise if they hadn't spoiled it, I guess. But yeah,
It was a bit of a jip, right? He's the Red Hulk for like 3 minutes.
yeah.
There's also the Ruth Bat Seraph Sabra of it all. Again, I go more into the timeline of that decision, as well as the timeline to retitle this movie from New World Order, which was the title of the first episode of The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but later criticized for the term being associated with anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
Such an embarrassing. Yeah, it is. That's why I think people were shocked when they came out with that title. They're like, "Oh, did they not know?" And then obviously the creator's like, "Wait, what? Like, wait, that's not what we meant." Like, oh, so they call it Brave New World instead.
See, if I hear New World Order, I think of 90s wrestling.
That makes sense. 'Cause you like your little
I'm
rat
sure a
one.
character uses the term New World Order in it's either the Winter Soldier or Civil War. It's been used in Marvel before even the Falcon and the Winter Soldier used it as an episode title.
It's not solely connected to
No.
things you would find unsavory, but the fact is, like, you want to avoid that connection, especially with other elements of how controversial this film was. A lot of people thought it was going to be like weird undertones of anti-Semitism. I remember this being talked about when this was first announced, and then Samuel Stearns being the bad guy, played by why am I forgetting his name? But the guy who plays him is
Tim Blake
Jewish.
Nelson.
Yeah, Tim Blake Nelson is Jewish, so they were like, "Oh, I see what you're doing. He's the bad guy." And then they were like, "No, no, 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 no!" Like that's whoa.
Isn't that
It's
another instance, though, of like saying like the goblins in Harry Potter are supposed to be Jews, in the sense that it's kind of a self-report more than it is anything else?
You can make your choice as a creator. You can deny and avoid and change, or you can just be like, "You're fucking insane. That is not what we're doing."
Title of Brave New World, a nod to the Aldous Huxley novel.
Which it has nothing to do with.
What is it? It doesn't have anything to do with the Aldous Huxley novel.
You know what? They should just said Brave New World using English and nod to the English language. It's like, yeah.
In Aldous Huxley's A Brave New World, they feed jelly to all of the people of the world to keep them
not my
to keep them complacent.
It is so funny to be like a nod to this book that has nothing to do with whatsoever. You just fuck off.
It's like they picked the name, they just like they lobbed a dart at a bookshelf and just went with whatever title came up. We're probably lucky it wasn't Captain America 4 My
And the
Struggle
Chamber
or
of
something like
Secrets.
that.
You know what's funny too is they probably were like, call it Brave New World, and someone went, "Oh, like the book," and they look at them like, "Huh? What? There's a book?" It's like, yeah, there's
sure.
Brave New World, and you go, "Oh, yeah, that we're doing that." Everyone, read into that meeting.
Huxley novel. And in our spoiler review over on the break room, I go into a theory that I have that might have actually been the thing that led to executive producer Nate Moore's departure from the studio to insert an Israeli mutant character in this movie without really thinking how the world would process that. The truth is, there is
How the world would process
The world will process that.
The world is processing it a lot less on the second week, I'll tell you that.
Ooh.
not one original version of this movie, but probably somewhere between 4 and 6 major stages of this movie as it was in development and in production and in post-production.
It's like he can only talk in very tiny little spurts of like 6 words before it has to be cut up and stitched together. Why can't you just fucking read the screen, you moron?
It's not like he has a teleprompter listing every last word he has to say, all in a nice order that he can space as much as he wants that gets edited. But maybe he is nailing this, and they keep cutting every single gap out.
Yeah,
and he's
maybe
like,
they're
stop it.
Maybe they're doing him dirty.
You make me sound
I
stupid.
doubt it,
or-
but jeez.
It's exactly like what happened with this Captain America movie, where he was originally saying something totally different, and then his editor came in and made him say things, other things, which is what this video ended up becoming.
Maybe the
But
studios
here
destroyed it.
is a breakdown of removed details that were a part of this movie at some point, but were removed. 1, Ruth Batsaraf was going to be a bigger part of this movie. Probably
Ruth who?
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap.
Betzarath.
Betsarath?
Betzarath.
That's a wrath.
That's a
Do not
wrath.
gamble. It is a deadly sin.
Feel the
That's a
wrath.
wrath. And
Probably
greed
not-
mixed into one.
a Black Widow, but a more comic accurate Israeli mutant superhero. Her mutant status, I think, was the reason Marvel
Oh, look. I love this costume. This is amazing.
Bro, she is fucking up the Hulk right now, okay?
They should have called this a New World Order. Of course they should have. These outfits. It's amazing.
The reason Marvel Studios was eager to put her in the movie, and that's why adamantium was introduced in this movie. But to downplay Ruth's connections to Mossad,
Wait, they added the Israeli superhero because it had a really valuable metal in the movie?
No,
What
he's
do
talking
you-
about
what do you-
mutants. Like,
Oh, okay,
But now he's saying that to downplay her connection to Mossad, they took away her superpowers.
minute,
Is
let's
that what he's
roll it
trying
back.
to say?
I'm lost myself.
status, I think, was the reason Marvel Studios was eager to put her in the movie, and that's why adamantium was introduced in this movie. But to downplay Ruth's connections to Mossad and just briefly gloss over her Israeli background and to give her a new identity as a former Black Widow also probably meant erasing her status as a mutant. Next,
She's just a
No, that was
Blended.
right. They literally created an extremely valuable metal to give a reason for the Israeli character to be a part of the plot. That's
No,
insane
he's
that
saying they did it for the mutants, not for she's originally a mutant. That's
But they got
likely
rid of her mutant status.
adding her into the film with adamantium. Then they removed her mutant status, give her a Black Widow origin, and then removed the details of her background. She just got stripped away. Like the original script would have had her in as one of the first overt mutants. And at the same time, they're introducing adamantium. It's all going to be setting up our main team of X-Men eventually.
So they're saying that just the fact that there was adamantium in the movie would have created a connection between her and her comic book mutant status?
Well, she would have had overt references to being a mutant in the film originally, probably. At least something.
There was some talk
okay.
of like she's shoulder barges a
There's
truck
no way.
and then it explodes or something. So like
Yeah,
she's
like,
got mutant powers.
There's
in the
no
original
way they
version
would
of
have
this.
kept that from early stage. They would have known, surely, that if either you're going to introduce mutants, proper, you can't just like trickle in
Well,
this
no,
one random
it's not
little
that.
chick to be.
It's they've obviously through loads of pressure to not even have an Israeli superhero, they decided to undo her mutant status, to undo her history, and to make her generic sort of soldier agent person who is now a Black Widow, and we don't know much of anything about her. Shifty eyes, pulling collar. Like we don't want anyone to think anything. We don't want to confuse anyone. We don't want to do anything aggressive or controversial. Blah, blah, blah. She's a Black Widow. Bye, bye, bye. He's like, okay.
All
So
right.
presumably that means that she can't now become her comic accurate mutant
Presumably,
self
yeah.
in future movies.
I suppose you could eventually just not
Maybe she
necessarily
was
retcon,
hiding
but
it,
yeah, you
or-
can just say, no, I was a mutant the whole time. You're like, oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, she just didn't use the powers in this movie, but she still had them. I mean, do we ever think we'll ever see her again, though? Like, does she give you the
No.
impression of a recurring
No.
character?
I
Not
think
see her again.
Marvel are in enough trouble.
Especially
I
in the
don't
crowd.
think they're going to take any risks with basically anything. They don't want to. The films end up being huge risks because of this process with literally seeing in real time, like this fucking disastrous, like we got to do this, push this here, do this, make this, whatever the film ends up being is what it ends up being.
Was originally, I think, going to be a third act twist, and President Ross was going to die at the end of this movie. The reason why Sam looks green screened in during that speech to talk Red Hulk down, and what some people might have seen as
Because
just
he
a
is.
force.
It's so amazing. This is like the
Christ,
climax
look at that.
of this is the great climax of the movie, and it's like, oh, they're trying to cobble together this incredibly important element of the story. That's wild.
In extra scene, calling back this very much injected cherry blossom memory after what was previously a pretty vicious battle that was pretty well choreographed with an
Oh, do you think that? Okay.
Pretty well
That's
choreographed.
cute.
Like, why?
Really?
I think
Okay.
Sam should be dead. That's what I think.
Should've been
Several
dead
times.
17 times.
Explosive climactic ending, the original
Look at this.
idea was for Ross to not survive that blast. But maybe they got some feedback at a test screening that people just didn't want to end the movie with Captain America killing the President of the United States.
Or killing a Hulk.
Okay.
But also that is a funny sentence.
I mean,
to
I was
say.
gonna say that's something you're supposed to like avoid in the scripting process. You're supposed to pick that up because I get it. I get that. If someone said, "Wait, you have Captain America execute the president at the end of the movie," you'd be like, "Oh,
Interesting.
Especially being the president's not evil. He's an enraged monster Hulk thing. So it's like it makes it like that's weird. We probably shouldn't have that actually, which explains, I guess.
It would have been really funny if they went for that, and then you have John Walker being an anti-hero after killing a terrorist, and Sam just being cool
right?
after he
Sam
killed the
just
president.
kills the president. And everyone's like,
Our
I can't believe
hero.
you had to do that, Sam.
Oh
Good
man, that John
job.
Walker, what a piece of shit, am I right?
I don't know who the next president's going to be, but I'm sure she'll be great.
Yay!
Even if that wasn't the intention, based off of Ross's past health issues, that still just might have been how it came across. I believe that among the reshoots was to remove the President Ross funeral scene that Liv Tyler shot and to shoot this new interior scene on the raft with Liv Tyler and Harrison Ford and Anthony Mackie. I believe that they moved the establishing exterior shot of the raft that we saw in trailers, which was originally how we were going to be led into the post-credit scene.
Yeah, Hulk's blood on the shield would be the. Oh no, he's evil.
Hulk juice.
It would be jelly on this
Jelly,
show.
Hulk
yeah.
jelly on the shield.
Yeah.
And then Sam refuses to lick the Hulk jelly because he doesn't want serum. He doesn't want to become super strong. He refuses because he's a good man.
Just a little lick. It's raspberry. No, I can't.
I can't do it.
Because if
Lick
I
the
get more
jelly,
powerful,
Samuel.
I'm evil.
With Stearns on the raft, and then they moved that exterior shot to earlier in the movie to this new scene with Ross in his cell. Also, Samuel Stearns. Based on the trailer shots of Stearns as a photographer at the White House, he must have been, in a previous version of this movie, able to leave Camp Echo 1 earlier without needing Sam and
Well, apparently he was always able to just fucking leave
Yeah.
whenever he wanted, but all right.
Because he was already free of that room when they got there, right? Like he could do whatever he wanted.
Yeah, he came
Oh,
into
yeah.
the room.
But
Joaquin
it's
to
not
break
hard
into
to
the
do
base.
because you
He
can
was
reach the button through the bars of the prison. as we
Stupid
established, so-
fucking sealed
Look, he's not
release.
that smart. He's not that smart, okay?
That's next level.
more free-roaming character in the earlier acts of the film. Also, an earlier version of this movie must have had Stearns revealing himself in a more theatrical stunt before the press outside Walter Reed, dressed as Uncle Sam. But maybe there was just something off about the scene that required them to reshoot it with Stearns and Sam alone in the courtyard later, followed by the
Like how bad was the original story, guys? that you
It
replaced it,
couldn't have
with.
been
I give
that-
up.
I think
It
it
would have
was-
been fine.
I get the sense
Sure.
that actually, yeah, like it might have been more coherent, but I think there's a preponderance of messaging, like all of the use of the Uncle Sam imagery, the fact that the president goes into a giant red rage monster, the fact that Julia Louis-Dreyfus is supposed to be head of the CIA, but she's secretly like manipulating things from behind the scenes. I suspect that probably tested poorly in screenings because it was seen to be, oh, it's another traditional modern Marvel attack on whatever like good values happen to be. And so they took all of that out and they gave us something completely incoherent instead because they were actually too cowardly to run with the story they were trying to tell in the first place. It's
Awesome.
probably a bad thing when, like, yeah, you actually ditched the coherent one, but that is what they did.
I love that meme, by the way.
It's a very good meme.
Protein and urine is just a favorite of mine. It's
That one's got legs.
it's so
Hell yeah.
funny.
It gets around more than Boogie.
Truly.
Mm-hmm.
press and the Rose Garden getting that same awkward news alert on all their phones, which then led to the pretty rushed transition of Ross transforming into Red Hulk. In general, I just think there were some earlier cuts of this film in which Tim Blake Nelson played the character with a different energy, maybe as more of a performer, and that would have boiled over outside of Walter Reed. Also, I think there might have been some earlier versions of this movie that might have had Samuel Stearns' head looking different, because Marvel did release a
Yeah, so this is where it's like, oh, pop figure, you ruined it.
Wow, that Funko Pop looks dire.
Well, so he's got this.
I mean, it is a
I almost want to highlight
Funko
this every
Pop.
time it comes up. I hate pop figures, and you'd be like, "Oh, you just hate figures?" Like, no, dead eyes, and look at the head. It's not even representative because it has to follow that stupid fucking formula that all pop figures have to have. The only thing that's really identifiable usually is the bodies to an extent. Like they're not great, and then yeah, like they might color it or whatever, but God, they are the slop of the figure world. They suck. I don't like them.
Yeah.
Bad. Also, that he's that's the design before they made him broccoli testicle. Interesting.
Creative
Official
decision.
character designs on
Rockstickle.
posters and 2 Funko figurines that did not include the lumpy brain texture, which tells us that at some point his head looked different. Finally, there were the old elements that we know about, a version of the Serpent Society where Seth Rollins played Seth Volker Sidewinder, which might have been changed just for like tonal issues with Rollins being a lesser experienced actor, something that he has gone into in interviews. Now,
Damn.
Jesus Christ, that's insulting.
He's like, I did the whole role, but someone better came along. So it's just like, oh well, bye.
He didn't do real acting. He was in WWE. He was only a wrestler. He didn't really do real acting.
Well, I saw a tweet recently, I think today, where they said, "Oh, they would love to work with him again because he did so well." So I don't know what the fuck they actually.
I think what they
mean.
meant to say was he sucked balls, and they're glad that he's dead. So.
I mean, the obvious reality seems to me it's just like, yeah, well, they signed on an actor who's fucking pretty huge by comparison, and can work for like he can be the villain of a different movie. This can be his introduction and stuff. It's like, yeah, and they wanted every piece of help they could get for this movie, right? Saying the cast is like Harrison Ford and Giancarlo Esposito is like, oh my god, what's happening in this Marvel movie? You're like, not much. Not really.
Now, Vulture also posted a report in which a VFX artist claimed that they did VFX work for entire sequences on this movie that got cut using some colorful language to describe his working relationship with Marvel. Now, that same Vulture writer was also the writer who wrote the hit piece on Marvel's VFX after Quantumania, and I feel like he might have a bit of an axe to grind, and he might just know the same anonymous source who just loves shitting on Marvel to his buddy at Vulture.
Right.
I was gonna say, like, he's got an axe to grind. It's like, what about lying eyes? Like, we can see the horrible special effects. We know that the CG artists are fucking.
This
There has been lots of articles by now where studios just refuse to work with Disney now because it's just not worth the money, all the stress.
It fucking sucks.
also,
Yeah.
this is the thing I pointed out last week about the really weirdly conspicuous, like the front trunk on this GMC where he gets the shield out and there's nothing else in there.
Oh yeah.
And then they just kind of linger on it for a little bit as if it's a commercial for how cool this truck is, that it has this weird front trunk
shield compartment.
Oh yeah, well, as we were saying, why wouldn't they wear in their fucking suits? I don't understand it at all in this sequence. Like, it's like they knew from the scripts, like, well, no, don't put them on so that the action scene will be somewhat interesting. Obviously, if you have your suits in that action scene, it's over immediately.
Well, you don't need a suit if your shield is a magnet for bullets and they don't shoot anywhere else. So
They don't even have guns. I'm talking about the electrocuted guys.
oh yeah, I mean the main characters. Shut up.
It's a fucking weird ass scene because he's clearly, because when they leave, it shows the suits, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, right, get good to go. Open the fucking trunk, and it's like just the shield. Okay.
It's already a little
Why?
bit odd because like we've shown, oh god, we've got like 3 flight suits now. Okay, let's drive to this remote location in our truck as opposed to fly there in our suits, which are really cool and fast, and we're racing against time.
Do you think?
So even that's a little bit odd. But then
Use a
not
reshoot
using them
thing?
in the fight scene is also done. Possibly, yes. I mean, the only information that kind of gets imparted in the drive is they learn about the attack on the prison. And they've resolved that they will carry on going anyway, so it doesn't really change anything. But that is the only information I think we get in that sequence.
Curious.
We do know from just watching trailer footage alone that a lot was removed from this movie. Still, the fact that the version of this movie that we saw was as seamless as it was is
What do you mean?
Here's 15 minutes of me telling you how not seamless it was, but it was pretty seamless, right?
Are all movies this seemed to him? Like this one was just no different? It's like, damn.
It's just a testament to Julius Ona and editors Matthew Schmidt and Madeline Gavin for what I've always said is the most important stage in which a movie is truly rewritten for the final time.
What do you mean you've always said? That's like a known quote that the film is created in the edit. What do you mean? It's not your whatever. I guess I'm interested as well by the fact that it's like, good job, guys. And I just feel like, no, not really. But simultaneously, I don't think they could have done much about it. You know? Like,
Yeah.
the pieces they had were fucking so disparate. What were they gonna do?
It almost
Yeah,
seems
it's
like him naming them there right at the end is like him saying, fuck you, it's your fault. And that this whole video is just him having a dig at them, but pretending that he's really positive about it.
As I've always said, the ultimate responsibility lies with these people. This is their fault. Yeah.
You fucked us. How could you do this?
Room. It's messy, but it's how movies get made. Comment down below with your thoughts on all this, and please support us by joining the channel as a member.
I want to see you live, unbroken. I want you to see you put into a microwave some cooked unity and then consume it. No takes, no cuts, no fade to black.
It will be a crusty thing.
I want to see you actually. I say cook, heat it up, and then consume it. I don't think he can.
Well, not only that, we need to be clear because there's a lot of cheats for this. Like, once you've finished it, you can't immediately turn off the camera. You need to wait like a good hour. We need to make sure you don't, you know.
We need to see the digestion.
Yeah, we need to wait 2 hours to see if staphylococcal food poisoning doesn't set in and you shit yourself.
It's like
and then begin to vomit profusely.
half an hour goes by and he's like, I'm fine. I'm fine, actually.
Right?
I'm actually really.
I'm feeling okay.
I'm good. Might need some more microwave water, but other than that, like I'm feeling fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna be thirsty in a few minutes. I better put the ice in the nuke so I can have a delicious warm drink of mystery water.
Mola, don't you have a Mr. Freeze Funko? I do. I have lots of cringe that has been bought for me, but that's okay.
Listen,
I love,
first off,
I love
Mr. Freeze is amazing. I
also
have 2 Funko Pops, but
I think I have more than just the one Funko Pop, but obviously, sometimes family get confused. I've got a big old T-shirt that is quite comfy to wear that I got from my mum, who was like, "You like your Star Wars," and it says "Star Wars: The Force Awakens" on it. It's like, yeah, sure. Why not?
I have one Kratos Funko Pop that my sister got me.
I have the Emperor's New Groove ones because, of course, I do.
For ad-free versions of select videos, you can grab a great nerdy gift option from our merch store, nerdriot.shop. Follow me at EAVoss and subscribe.
Can you? Sorry, am I like retarded? What are the rules on doing something like selling T-shirts that has Galactus on it?
That's a good question. There's like
yeah.
Falcon / Captain America on there.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Do they have like a licensing deal? Because I feel like you can't do this.
I mean, if this guy is like a massive channel, how big is he?
The new rock stars. I think they're pretty big. They might have a deal.
They got 4.2 million subscribers, so maybe.
Okay, yeah, that's quite a lot.
He's got Marvel connections. Someone said you can sell unlicensed. I just I don't know. I would have thought it like a bit dangerous, you know. Careful. But yeah, fair enough.
Right.shop. Follow me at EAVoss and subscribe to all the channels in the New Rockstars Network for in-depth coverage of everything you love. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Woohoo! Learned a lot about just how broken that film is, but
I heard
simultaneously,
it's very broken, but it's very seamless.
So what I find fascinating about the video is that it's like inherently, it's like juxtaposed with itself. He needs to simultaneously advocate that this film's kind of awesome and super cool, but simultaneously make a video that inspects just how broken it is and looks at all the meta information and the trailers, because that's what they do on the channel. They look at all of the information to dig in and find out like meta secrets. But of course, the conclusion it should lead you to is, oh my god, what a disaster of a film. But he has to be like, no, it's great, actually. It's so good.
What a good job they did.
And you're like, okay. I didn't really grasp that myself, but fine. So next up, I thought it would be an interesting comparison to see someone who we have covered previously, who might even describe a lot of Marvel's projects as peak fire.
Yo, peak fire, bro!
And it would be curious to see his review of Captain America: Brave New World, because he had a controversial tweet regarding the film. So let us see how this goes.
Okay.
Soup.
Channel, my name is Matt Soup, and on this channel I aim to entertain, inform, and inspire using the topic of discussion as always.
Slow down! Jesus Christ!
We're already 10 seconds in.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, but I feel like he said 30 minutes of words. All right, jeez. All right.
I think he got the lyrics to that Eminem song wrong, but I like what he was going for.
All right, here we go.
Channel. My name is Matt Soups Ramos, and on this channel I aim to entertain, inform, and inspire using the topic of discussion as always, which is superheroes. So guys, today, you guys already see the title of the video, today we are here to talk about Captain America Brave New World. We are kicking off Marvel 2025, a very exciting year for Marvel, and now we're starting off with Captain America Brave New World.
It has to be.
It's always
I think what I
exciting.
enjoy is the only reason is Fantastic Four and Daredevil.
Very excited. It's like,
It's those two. And the reason why is because it's like, hey, Fantastic Four, this will be better because they've signaled that it will be, even though they've always done this.
They would never lie to us.
The only thing I took away from that Fantastic Four...
Yeah?
Oh, the only thing I took away from this is that they used the same stock footage of children laughing like 3 times. That's all I remember from that teaser. It was really funny.
It was very strange.
Very odd. But, I mean, there was a
Very
full
exciting.
trailer. Didn't you see the full trailer? That didn't have any crazy children laughing stock sounds repeated. So there you go.
Oh, okay.
They learned their lesson.
Seen the film. I watched it tonight, and I just got home from the premiere, and so now it's time to talk about it, bro, because I gotta be honest, guys, I'm not feeling great right now.
Oh no!
Oh no!
It was supposed to be such an exciting year for Marvel.
Oh my god, it's
Not
over. And
For,
hopefully,
God-
Daredevil, he'll be able to say we're totally back. Because currently we're in the
I'm
over
sure he
arc.
will no matter what.
Yeah.
I'm sure he will no matter what.
You just feel
As long
sad
as,
when they have
episode
to...
one, as long as episode 1 has a one-take action scene, it'll be peak fire.
But it's currently a valley.
That's
This
right.
guy basically likes everything Marvel, right?
Yeah, typically.
Typically.
So this is like the first example of him being like, yeah, I'm not feeling this one.
Oh,
Maybe not that.
I mean, I don't know that, but it's that he's generally in favor of like.
What did we cover him on last time? I forget.
Wasn't he like really hyped for Echo? Like he was really excited for Echo.
Wasn't
I
it? We
don't believe
covered like
you.
videos back to back where he was like Marvel's in trouble, and then he watched the trailer and he was like Marvel is so back.
He's so back.
So
yeah.
back. I can tell by the trailer.
This
This trailer is not totally not a commercial meant to elicit excitement from me.
This is what we would refer to as like the ultimate. Like all of his Twitter comes across as promotional marketing sort of thing, and he's like hyped for everything. It's the kind of
it's embarrassing when like it's not your shit and it's a multi-million-dollar corporation. It's just kind of embarrassing.
Well, and that's
to
why
be
it's always
constantly hyping on
I find it notable whenever if he's like, man, like this was not peak fire, bro. And you're like, oh my god.
How much? I suppose what makes it interesting is that I imagine it's the case for him that there's much more of the in retrospect things weren't good, but at the time that the feeling was more positive. So, you know, I imagine that he would be in line with it. You know, phase 4 and 5, there have been some misses, even though, you know, you wouldn't think that if you just based it on what all of the initial reactions were to every single film and show that came out. That'd be my guess. I don't actually, I'm assuming, all right?
I'm not feeling great. And before I talk about this movie, you know, I really want to thank the filmmakers and the people who put in the work for years to bring this movie to life. A film.
Name one of them.
Well, I mean, maybe he's talking about like
Anthony
all
Mackie.
the cameramen and all of the VFX artists and the people who do the makeup and costumes. You know, they do good work for the most part. You know, they work hard.
Harrison Ford.
A film like this was.
I mean, I can't help but remember
You know-
the behind-the-scenes shit for Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where they realized they designed the costume for the new Captain America in a way that was physically impossible to work. So they had to do multiple CG shots every time his head was on the screen because the neck was not designed to be a neck. Like it was, they
Batman.
wanted it to stay flush to him, but obviously like fabrics crease. And so in the behind-the-scenes stuff, they're like, yeah, there's no material in the world that can do this, so we green screened it. It's like, yeah, but could you not have just, you know, made a better costume? No. We'll just CGI everything that goes wrong.
Crazy.
From inception to now, it's been like probably like a 4-year process, and there's a lot of people that dedicated, you know, a lot of late nights, early mornings to help bring this to life. And so I want to really congratulate them on just making a movie, because that in itself is an accomplishment, and especially.
Why do people keep
Sure,
saying this?
kind
Like, everybody
of.
knows this. Nobody disagrees with this. There is nobody
is
who
this
disagrees
like-
with this. Why do they need to say this?
It's such a strange
Maybe
attitude.
he's front loading a little bit of kindness.
Oh yeah,
or
he's
the-
trying. He doesn't want to
Yeah.
burn the bridges. Like, there's no way that's going to be happening. It's just funny though. It's like, yeah, making movies are hard. It's like, yeah, it is. Everybody knows this. Yet some people manage to make good films despite it being really hard to do so. Some people do it consistently.
What?
They somehow manage to make good films on the regular. I don't know. It's just like, why do people say this? Everybody knows making films is hard.
I think it's if you're mostly positive on everything, you just kind of if that's like your channel brand, I guess, just like, okay, I need to start with something positive, because if I just start shitting on things, they're probably not gonna watch my video, or people are gonna be upset. So it's like, hey, I know everything, you're working really hard, but man, I don't feel so good right now. It's like, it's fine. Things are shit. I work hard on things too, and they can be shit. That's fine.
I'd say it goes both ways for the culturally speaking. I imagine he's thinking I should probably say this because, I mean, there's the angle that he wants to maintain good connections, but there's also the, I don't want people to think I'm just shitting all over it. I don't want to encourage people to shit all over it when it's something that people, and then it's like, how necessary is it to mention it's a thing that people worked hard on? Because we all know that as people. It's like, should people be reminded because everyone can go nuts over stuff like this? It's like, I don't know, it just feels really odd. But if he does it for everything, then fair enough. I mean, I can. It's like, it's not something it would depend if we knew like a more nefarious motivation. But as it stands, it's like, it's whatever. I guess it's true. There's gonna be a shit ton of people that did probably work really hard on this thing. Pity about the script writer, but hey, what can you do?
Especially a movie of this scale. Now, with that being said, I also have to be honest, and in my opinion, this is a massive, massive disappointment for Marvel.
See, that's kind of the issue there.
Massive,
it shouldn't be
massive
juxtaposed that people worked hard, but it's bad. It should just be like, well, no, I mean, it's okay to like like that. It's almost like he's saying, to compensate for the fact that I'm about to say your thing is bad, I just want you to know that I recognize you worked hard. But it's like, well, yeah, but that we all knew that was true too. It's sometimes they don't have anything to do with each other, right? You can have people who lazily create something.
Oh yeah, it's not a one-to-one.
Yeah.
Yeah, like hard work isn't a one-to-one conversion into quality or success. And I wish that's the way the world works, but it just isn't.
I'd be interested to know why he thought that it was going to be good, because he says it's a disappointment, suggesting that he was hyped for it.
It tends to be pretty hyped for any given new project, I think, in the MCU. You can tell this hit him in the soul, which means it's like, man, this must have been like surprisingly, there must have been something about it, you know?
Yeah.
I love Sam Wilson as a character. I love him as Captain America, and I just truly feel like he deserved better. To put it plainly, guys, this really felt like a Hulk movie with so many Hulk characters, Hulk themes, things from previous Hulk films. But this is a Sam Wilson film.
Yeah, it's funny
So,
how you
Captain
watch
America film, but
The
It's
thing
funny.
is that oh, sorry, man.
It's just funny how you watch the movie. I mean, we already said that. It's like, oh, they're mentioning all these characters from the Incredible Hulk from 20 years ago. I guess I should have rewatched that one for context.
Yeah, 'cause I was about to say, it's like he's not wrong. This is
No.
is true. It is odd. I do hope that the criticism isn't mainly this.
Yes.
Of course, he's got more to say,
Yeah.
but I hope it isn't mainly like, well, I'm disappointed because I thought it was going to be a Captain America film, but it was more like a Hulk movie, and it, really needed to be a Captain America movie. I hope it's not like that kind of argument.
I really don't understand what their thinking was, because if you see, it's like, oh, there's finally a new Captain America movie. I'm excited for that. Blah blah blah. Whatever it is. It's like, okay, let me rewatch all the things that might be, good for context. So I'm obviously going to watch the Captain America movies. I'm like, all right. Guess I should also watch Captain Falcon and Winter Soldier, because that's when he properly takes the shield. And that's it, right? That's enough to rewatch. And you start watching the movie, and you start talking about all the Incredible Hulk things from 20 years ago. It's like, oh, I guess I should have rewatched that as well, because there's a bunch of context in there that I need.
This came up, I think, when we broke it down, because even Disney Plus didn't anticipate this, because they didn't bundle the Hulk film into the must-watch movies for this movie.
That's funny.
It was just a surprise. But to the point of there's not being the main criticism. It would always have been a weird decision, but just because it's not ostensibly focusing on the character you thought it was, isn't going to make it a bad film. You could do a Hulk reprisal well. It's still a strange creative choice, but it's not automatically the reason to be disappointed by it. The reason to be disappointed by it is that it's shit.
Yeah, it would kind of be like saying that, oh, I was disappointed by Civil War because it focuses so much on Iron Man. who,
I mean,
what is
that
Iron
was
Man
said.
doing in my Captain America movie? What,
Well,
people
that's
criticized
kind
it
of
for
the-
that?
That was like a lot of
I-
people did say that they didn't like Civil War as much because it wasn't a Cap film; it was an Avengers film.
Even though it is absolutely a Cap film.
Yeah,
I don't know what to
that's
say
that's
about
really
that.
dumb.
other
I
than
didn't know that.
The central conflict stems from characters in prior Captain America movies.
Mm-hmm.
Like Bucky is the catalyst for a lot of the conflict.
Well, and I mean,
And
look
it
how
is
the
a
film
conflict
ends,
that
right?
should involve the
Yeah.
Avengers.
And of course, fundamentally, the film is dealing with, aside from its broader world-related sort of questions, it is dealing fundamentally with the role that Cap needs to play, in the present state of the universe.
Well, and it's why I would rate the Captain America trilogy in the MCU as probably the best and strongest, is that the end of the story takes you all the way from the beginning, obviously joining up for the World War and then fighting the bad guys with the institution behind him of Proto-Shield and America and all the different things you can think of. And he ends with he's constructed his own team that he is the leader of, that he believes in the individuals of, and encourages them all to make the choices themselves. That's like the crystallization of what, the values he had at the beginning all the way into what he will eventually... And to be fair, I think that deserved his own movie as well. The Rogue Avengers, the Renegade Avengers.
I mean, we needed that. We needed a blip era film as well. There was fucking none. Isn't that crazy? It's just 5 years just get
Hey,
skipped
they
in the
mentioned
MCU
it sometimes.
timeline. Like, whatever.
They mentioned that half the universe just like disappeared and reappeared every once in a while as an event. They remember that happened.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it feels like this should have been a Hulk movie, but yeah, they somehow just shoehorn in Sam Wilson as the lead for some reason, and it just does not work. There's a lot of things in this film that call back to the Incredible Hulk from 2008. I think that is a necessary rewatch before you go watch this movie, because they actually call back to a lot more stuff from that film than...
Yeah, to the extent that people would just be like, who the fuck is... Well, the thing is, if you don't know anything about Samuel Stearns, I don't think that movie helps in terms of, like, really.
Not really, no.
It's like, yeah, sure, it tells you where that guy came from, but does that really make the story more meaningful or make more sense? Because let's pretend the 2008 film doesn't exist. Is Captain Falcon made, like, insanely nonsensical, comparatively? It's like, not really.
No.
Not much more than it already is, no.
Yeah.
Because you have the line when he's introduced, when he says, yeah, like an infusion of gamma warped the structure of my brain. I guess the only difference is that rather than that just being exposition, it's a reference.
Yeah.
But the premise is still kind of a bit fucked.
You think. Honestly, man, I'm just feeling very empty. This feels like a very nothing movie. It feels like one of those films where after you're done watching it, you know you're never going to watch this again. Or...
True.
Yeah, like all the other ones. All the other Marvel movies.
Yeah, he's describing a Marvel movie.
Yeah, this is true.
Come and go. I'm going to tell you guys right now, in 3 weeks, no one's ever going to talk about this movie ever again.
If they do, they'll be talking about how no one talks.
I wonder
about
it. This is because like this guy is like seen as somewhat peak shill, and you just be like, how do you have these moments of like? Don't you think that
moments of clarity?
Yeah, it's like, don't you think this should expand a little further? Like, do you ever think that maybe that applies to a lot of the ones you found to be amazing? Or
exactly, how many I wonder how many times he's. Dude, it's crazy. I feel like everybody in the world forgot about Wakanda Forever.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Like that. I never think about that movie ever. I never think about it.
I don't believe that Black Panther 3 will think about it. It's just not going to happen.
No, probably not. Thor: Love and Thunder. How often does anybody think of that one?
Only to
referenced
hate
how
it.
bad it was.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That one
I don't know, man.
completely
I'm starting.
fucked the jokes in every conceivable way. Yeah, that's what we remember from that movie.
I'm starting to think that movie didn't actually happen.
Maybe.
I like the Marvels more than this. I like Black.
Ooh.
Yeah, really.
Damn.
I disagree. I like this more than the Marvels.
Yeah.
I do.
Actually, I don't know. The Marvels was just like weirder and worse and more terrible,
was
which kind of made
shorter.
it more watchable in a weird
It was
way.
shorter, but I think I like this movie more than that one.
This one was definitely more entertaining because the Marvels felt like it was trying very hard to entertain me, whereas this just felt like,
movie.
yeah, where this one, you can laugh at it because it's bad. The Marvels is just pain.
I don't know. I laughed a lot at the Marvels because it was bad. There's a fucking musical segment in it. I mean, my God.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
laugh at that. I did not laugh at that at all. That was
Yeah.
horrible. I did not enjoy that one.
I'll
bit.
say,
Not
got a big
ironically.
laugh that the villain is like, "I have won," kills herself. That shit is funny. So, and she was already completing her plan without getting the second bangle. It was,
Dude, they put that in the trailer. They put the villain exploding in the trailer. Isn't that crazy?
Maybe they thought that it was supposed to signify. No, they just didn't want you to worry. Don't worry, everything will work out fine. Captain Marvel will be okay.
thank
The
goodness.
inexplicable Monica Rambeau thing that she goes through the time, like the universe portal at the end. She's like, "I fix it now. Come back." No, and then she's gone.
Yeah.
Because apparently she decides she has to fix it from
She
the other
just-
side, which just never came up before.
She
I
knew.
always knew I'd have to leave. Did you? 'Cause,
Did you?
Like, I never got that impression from anything you said.
How did you figure that out? Because nobody else has figured. What are you even talking about? Stupid woman, just come back. She had to go meet Beast.
Yeah, it also turns Carol into even worse of a character than she already was, which was quite impressive because now she's responsible for like 3 genocides.
Well, and
Which
she
is
could have
lovely.
saved Monica at the end, but she chose to just not be fast enough. She's
Yeah.
oh, jeez, I can't. Oh, no.
Oh, I can't get you. Oh my god.
She's not that fast.
She like flies right up to the seam, and she's like, "Ah, there's a force field. I can't get in. Damn it."
Yeah.
Like
I
the
just find it
Marvels.
funny that you know the Marvels is one that's like, yeah, we're allowed to hate on this one. That's like accepted.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know. I can't help but view a lot of it cynically. It's like, which ones will you point to as the bad ones? Oh, the ones that have been singled out as being the bad ones. But like, how often am I going to be surprised where you're like, man, Multiverse of Madness is shit. And it's like, ooh, that's interesting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
more than this. I like Black Widow more than this. I like.
Oh no, wait, that's
There,
okay.
there was
That's
just
expected.
so much lack of sauce here, and
There was a lack of sauce.
Lack
It
of
needed.
sauce.
What's going on
If
with that
only
hand?
we had
Oh my
Cook Unity
I think you just got
to
big
deliver
hands.
to us the sauce, either brown sauce or mystery sauce.
Sorry.
In order to really spice up this movie,
Oh.
then I guess we just didn't have it. We just didn't have it.
It took me off guard. What?
I was not ready for that.
you know, another massive criticism I have is that when it comes to the Captain America movies,
Are we just
in the
gonna
MCU,
gloss
this is-
over? No, stop. I don't.
You have a fucking voice.
You
Use it if you want to.
Why is it?
Oh, suddenly you can't fucking grab the words, huh?
We just said that.
Interesting.
Metal, are you wondering why his hand is big?
Yeah, for a second I thought it was a B, but it's not, I guess.
How big his hand is? Holy shit!
Damn.
Thank you.
No, that is a. Well,
He has a big hand.
he has the. That is a huge hand.
That is a Chongo head. Is there something
That
that
is-
we're missing here? What
Are
is
you a
it?
Hulk?
Well,
Are you gonna turn into a
Fusion of
Hulk?
gamma
I wasn't ready
radiation.
for this.
Who's the?
It's like-
Free. Let me help you out. Who's the big hand man in Simpsons who has to write down his whole? He says, "I'm tired of making people making fun of my giant hand." Remember that guy?
No, I don't actually.
It's
I don't remember
the joke is like I think Homer's written a note on his hand and he's sweating. And he's like, "Oh shit!" Like, and I couldn't write the whole note on it, and then it cuts to some other guy with a huge hand who's written a whole essay on his hand. How do you not remember this? It's a wonderful joke.
I don't actually remember this. Damn.
Well, yeah, he's got a big hand.
This has to be no. This has to be because it's like he's holding his arm such that the bottom, like
His
it has to be a
thumb. His
perspective
thumb's
thing.
under his chin, and his thumb is still like the width of his mouth.
Yeah, his thumb
That-
is huge.
We need to see this in motion. Hold on.
Has he
I did not
been-
realize.
Yeah,
This is actually big.
I genuinely don't know if there are
Oh
physical
my
disabilities
God.
that make you have big hands, but
It probably
his hand
is.
looks like he's been stung by a bee.
It's
Maybe.
Yeah.
is it
big
gigantism is a
hand
thing
is-
or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah.
It's just okay.
True.
Yeah, I
Hey,
mean, I thought it was a POV thing, but I guess
He's
just
got a big
hands.
hand, man.
Yeah,
Got a
that's-
big hand.
Yeah.
All the
Listen,
better.
I just
Hulk
wasn't ready
smash.
for this. I wasn't ready. Okay.
Okay.
So
You're just jealous. You don't
damn.
have big hands.
That's true.
Yeah.
so much lack of sauce here, and you know, another massive criticism I have is that when it comes to the Captain America movies in the MCU, these are some of the most hopeful, uplifting, inspiring films. This film lacked heart. This film lacked heart for me.
Like, I would love to know from genuinely, what's the
agree with this
last film
point.
in the MCU that was like uplifting and inspiring?
No Way Home.
Yeah.
From him, I'm assuming he would pick
Oh, okay.
Guardians 3, probably.
I think so. Parts of it were inspiring. That's the thing. Like the problem with that movie is the great dearth of the the Oasis versus the desert. So yeah, I could see it'd be a fair answer. I can see why people would say that. But I would like to hear his perspective. What does he consider it? I know mine is. But...
It very, very, very much tries to, I guess, bring to life that Winter Soldier political thriller drama. However, it just doesn't work here. Again,
That's a solid enough take. We did kind of feel the same way. They were definitely trying to ape Winter Soldier left, right, and center, and Civil War.
It
Yeah.
feels very empty. I'll read you guys exactly what I wrote on Twitter. I said, I hate to say this, but Captain America Brave New World was a big disappointment. Feels very empty and lacks the heart of a Captain America movie. The action is edited to death with thousands of cuts. Guys, we see Sam Wilson throw a punch or a kick, and you see like 5 cuts before the punch or kick actually lands. The dialogue is very cheesy, weird-looking green screens. Man, when this movie
undercooked villains.
Well, wait a second.
I enjoyed the use of the word "cooked" there.
Yeah. But
it's funny.
Because of Cook Unity. Before. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true.
That's the connection that I was drawing there. Yeah.
But I have it on good authority that this film's editing is actually seamless. So, not a peak fire observation there.
Also, it's just funny to think
Twitter, bro.
Broadly in retrospect, right? It's like the villains who we're looking at here is like, well, Sidewinder. It's like, what the fuck was that? Like Samuel Stearns. I guess his role the whole film was to just piss off Harrison Ford enough that he turns into Red Hulk, who is, I guess, the third, not really villain, more antagonistic force at the end. What a mess, you know? Like, there's just so little focus. Compare, of course, with Captain America 1. It's basically just super soldier Hitler man. Captain America 2, an organization that's corrupted the shit out of one that's supposed to be for good, that becomes for evil, and is personified in his friend who's got this like corruption in him that he has to solve. And then 3, the repercussions of an uncontrolled and unaccountable force that claims it's for good but truly just does whatever it wants. And reflected in, I'd say, Steve's choice to not tell Tony the truth. As he admits at the end, he did it more so for himself. There's like, I just, the whole like lacks heart, lacks blah blah blah. It's just like, yeah, the villain's impact on each of these films is actually so much more important than the MCU almost ever realized. I would argue it was always a problem they had. Their villains weren't fantastic. Phase 1, I think that was one of the main criticisms.
Captain.
Yeah, because it was the meme of it's always them but evil and like bigger usually.
Well, yeah, because it was kind of even Iron Man, right? It's like, yep, fights a guy in an Iron Man suit, a second time around.
That was part of why Thanos in Infinity War was such a surprise, because I don't think anyone was expecting that from large purple CG man that we haven't really seen before, and he's got to carry that movie. And I mean, is it controversial to say that he's definitely one of the best villains in the MCU?
He's one of the best.
He's often considered that. It's just you have to clarify, not the Endgame version.
Sure,
the
Infinity
Infinity
War version is Goober, but he's one of the really good ones alongside.
The thing people point out that I can't resist saying is true as well. He's a quote machine in Infinity War.
Yeah, he is.
He's just throwing them out, and you're like, man, that was a good quote, and that one, and that one, and that one. Damn. But yeah, it would be him, Zemo, Vulture,
and Loki.
Those would be my top 3.
Loki, yeah.
Yeah, Loki. Remember, there was
Loki
a time.
At his best.
There was a time.
Loki at his best in Avengers. Yeah.
Loki is
who's next up after
but
that?
at his low. Loki's lows are subterranean.
Who would be next?
Are we including? Because I mean, I would say like Nebula potentially, but she's not like a main villain.
Do we get to count No Way Home's villains?
Well, because then Green Goblin
is fucking great.
Really
so yeah,
that's what I'm thinking. If it's fair to bring him in or not.
I mean, if Daredevil now counts as being part of the MCU, then Kingpin is very high up.
Yeah, well, that's fair. It's just like a matter of it gets complicated. So
But
we have to include
it's a TV show versus a
yeah.
movie, right? Like, as he just gets a hell of a lot more time. In terms of other movies, because I know
The High
what you mean, Rags, with
Evolutionary is
Green
getting
Goblin.
some love in chat for the.
Um,
He's from Guardians 3, right? Which I always thought he was like
Before
he was
the
more
third act.
interesting in
Love the actor.
potential than interesting in actual delivery.
He's the first 2 acts he was quite good. I
by
really
the
liked
end.
him. The third act
By
he
the end.
absolutely
Well,
fell
and-
apart.
and just the actor like gives it everything. He's fucking into that
Yeah.
role. It was cool.
He was really good.
Guardians is interesting because Ronan is super like he's the best done you're gonna get for that character.
Mega generic kind of
Yeah.
warrior angry guy.
He
but
absolutely
wasn't
nailed
bad.
that
really
archetype.
well.
It's like, well, that's
Yeah.
that, I suppose. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah.
I think it kind of works in Guardians as well because you're contrasting him with the zany weirdness of the Guardians themselves.
And then
So I think it is
I'd
maybe
say-
more appropriate in that film.
He plays,
Mysterio was,
He plays Thranduil as
does.
well, Lee Pace.
He does.
Yeah, so he's we're seeing a pop up on.
Mysterio was he was quite good. IMO.
yeah, well, I loved
I liked
a
Mysterio.
lot of the portions
Yeah.
of how they implemented him. But staying on Guardians, I wanted to compare with the Ego. Then it's like he's I mean, Kurt Russell's just awesome. Sorry, Mel Gibson is awesome.
Mel Gibson.
But like Ego himself, like his ultimate motivation is kind of like okay, you know what I mean? Like it's like yeah, that's fine.
It's a little bit like
And I wonder if that's kind of the problem for all the Guardians villains. The motivation ultimately is just not that interesting. You're like, yeah, sure, I get it, I guess.
I'm trying to think if there's like an obvious choice that's been omitted just because there's so many movies. Like Ella was fun, but like not very interesting.
Yeah.
He was just
It
super
was
evil,
similar to
yeah.
Ronan, I would say. She's just a one-note villain that contrasts with the rest of the movie.
It's just that she was pretty funny. She had a
Like
lot of.
Kate Blanchett was fun.
I remember being profoundly disappointed with how infrequently the audience in my cinema laughed at all of her jokes. It made me angry. I was like, you fucking you Philistines! How can you not tell that this is great delivery? Like, god damn it. It's funny. I saw someone in chat say Ultron. Ultron is a goober, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, for the
He's
record, I
portrayed
wish
really well. The voice is awesome.
I wish I
You know,
could fucking
James
love
Spader.
Ultron. That is like an easy to appeal to me villain, but man, did they fuck that up.
Yeah, his introduction
they
is solid, but the more time you
It's
spend
really
with him,
good.
it
Dude, that
just-
scene is so fucking awesome.
He's just a clown. He's a clown goober guy who wants to just like, oh yeah, extinction, yeah, meteorite, dinosaurs. Ooh, it's like it's just silly.
Being constructed of like leftover reconstructed pieces of Iron Man, bleeding oil, and being like created for a particular purpose, but seeing the inversion of it, and then just dressing all of the Avengers down and threatening them. God, because it pops up in the trailer, right? It's such a like, oh shit, is this gonna? Are we veering into like horror here? This looks so fucking cool. And then he's a clown. They clowned him. Why'd you do that? It's so mean. Nightmare.
As someone's pointed out, Murdoch.
Yes, of course, Bodok.
He is,
Honorable mention.
he is actually a good character, unwittingly.
Yeah, he is.
against the writer's best efforts.
What are the lines from Ant-Man 1? Like some of his best villain
Can I
lines.
disintegrate you?
I am going to kill everyone
Your
you love.
whole existence is insulting to me.
Oh, it's like the worst villain lines in the entire MCU.
They redeemed him. They turned
Redeemed,
Yellow
yes.
Jacket into Murdoch.
Who's the Ant-Man and the Wasp bad guy?
Ghost.
Ghost?
Jesus.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, we'll be seeing her again in Thunderbolts.
Oh, I'm so
Goose.
not looking forward to have to go and rewatch all of the
I
shit
know,
that leads into
yeah.
Thunderbolts. Like,
I
why was this
know,
person
I
from
know.
again? Oh god, it's
I
Black
know.
Widow.
Who are the Thunderbolts?
The Thunderbolts are Yelena and Winter Soldier. Oh, sorry, White Wolf now. Even though they didn't change his name in the title for Winter Soldier, which was a bit awkward.
Yeah.
Red Guardian, right? That's David Harbour's guy. Captain America, Taskmaster, and Ghost. I think that's the team.
Jesus Christ.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a lot of things to watch to get ready for that.
Fuck me.
Oh man.
And like the unifying theme is that all of the things they come from led nowhere and everyone forgot about them. And that's why they get their own movie. It's fantastic.
Every time I boot up my VPN and I go to certain websites, it's like, hey, you're gonna download a really great, fun, amazing, great movie to watch, right? It's like, no, I'm not.
It's also in
Like,
the chat
oh,
to say, by the
okay.
way, it's like, have you guys forgotten Malekith from Thor 2? It's like, yes.
Yes.
Who? Yes.
Everyone
Who is a
forgets
good-
Malekith
Yeah,
from
exactly.
Thor 2. Which is a shame, by the way, because Christopher Eccleston's a fucking excellent actor.
It's funny, if I
but oh
type
well.
in Malekith, I just get the Elden Ring boss.
What about-
Yeah, because his name
Google.
isn't Malekith, idiot. Malekith.
What about What about Malekith's? He had like a big lieutenant
Malekith.
guy who is a strong man who gets like vaporized or
Oh
something,
yeah,
right?
that's right. I can't remember his name though.
Oh, yeah.
Curse.
Steven.
He's the
Big
mini
man.
boss.
He gets,
Yeah, the
he gets a
mini
black
boss.
hole grenade.
No,
Yeah.
that was the second one. No, yeah, Malekith is the
Yeah, that
second
was-
one. What am I talking about?
yeah.
Yeah,
There
his
was
name
a
was
mini boss with
his
him.
name was
There
Curse
oh,
with a
yeah,
K.
Oh, curse with a K.
Straight
you
out,
know,
out
like-
of the nightmare.
Obadiah, you know, he has some iconic lines.
He was great until the
Tony
third
Stark
act.
was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps.
Iconic. But the third act, he
So-
just loses his mind. It's like, I'm evil.
Oh, he goes
You
so
think about
fucking
Iron Man
crazy.
as well,
It's so
you have-
annoying.
Sam Rockwell. It's like, come on, man. Like, what? Like, I don't know. It feels like they could have done more with good old Hammer.
Good God, Whiplash sucked.
Whiplash was lame.
Whiplash sucks so much that he like swore off working with Marvel ever again. I think from it because they
Oh,
ruined the character.
That was a cool action scene though with Iron Man and War Machine. I can't believe he's been in it since the fucking beginning. Like,
Yeah.
They haven't done anything with War Machine. That's unbelievable.
And then they say, actually, starting Civil War, he was a Skrull. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on anyway. Like, oh.
Yeah, we gotta get screen time to Gaia. We gotta set up Gaia, guys.
Like if they invite him to set at any point, you'll be like, "Who even am I? Like what's happening? What do I know?"
Monica Rambeau is talking.
Oh,
Am I playing my Skrull version or the actual
Oh,
version?
dude,
Yeah.
Jude
Get
Law
out of
was
here,
in.
security.
Jude Law was in a Marvel movie. He was in Captain Marvel.
Yes,
Jude
he
Law.
Yeah,
was.
it was.
it
Jude
was
Law.
Yoran Rog or something, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
Yon Rog,
Rog.
that's it. And they didn't bring him back for the second one, nor did they bring back the Dawn, and then that one failed.
Interesting.
Didn't bring the men back, who were clearly
Hmm.
carrying it.
Interesting.
We all knew it was
Something
over
to
when the Dawn
ponder.
wasn't cast. It was an obvious fucking mistake.
Absolutely.
He should be in Thunderbolts.
He should
Hell
be with John Walker and the Dawn.
He would
the dynamic
bless
duo.
Sentry and convince him to stop. He'd be like, "There's no need, my child. No need for this anger."
Ah, you're right. Things have been rough lately, and I'm taking it out on other people,
Do you
but I
like how-
shouldn't, and I've been bottling it up.
That's the joke, but when they did the what if for if T'Challa was Star-Lord, he actually talked down Thanos.
Yeah, oh.
Yeah, they sucked his cock so much in that episode.
How about you
Jesus
don't kill half of the universe? Like, all right.
Whoa!
That's a crazy idea. I love that.
Man.
I'm going to do that now.
Twitter, bro, you're gonna see screen grabs just absolutely obliterating this film.
Yes, we did. Lots of them. It's
It was fun.
There was
I
one
can't wait
someone
to see
posted
more.
to show just how bad the green screen were. I don't know if any of you saw this, but someone pointed out, I was like, "Why is Falcon bald?" It was like this one picture someone posted where he was just bald for some reason. It's like, wait, is his hair CG? Like,
Listen, he flew so fast that it just
He
came
flew
right
too
off,
close to the sun.
Yeah, and cinched it right off.
Singed his hair off. No.
Undercooked villains.
Oh my God, Mordo. He was
Yeah,
a bad
Mordo.
guy.
Oh.
Yeah, Mads Mikkelsen was in Doctor Strange.
Oh.
All right.
Mordo.
What a
Ooh,
waste.
we should
Wait,
do
what?
like
Hey,
we should do a ranking of the most wasted actors in the MCU
I
because
mean, he's close to number
he's
one.
going to be
Oh,
close
yeah.
to number one. Yeah, I'm not kidding
He
about
is
it.
very
Christopher
close.
Eccleston as Malekith is a huge fuck. All he does is like announce things, right? He's just like, "We will defeat the blah blah." It's like, ugh.
I
Oh,
was
wait,
going to say,
no.
Mads
Wait,
Mikkelsen
sorry,
played
I mixed them up.
Caecilius.
Wait, yeah, sorry, I mixed them up. Mordo
No,
was
Mordo is
Sweat
the
Lodge before.
multiverse
Oh, I thought
of
you were
Madness
saying in
and,
addition because obviously he's a Doctor
earlier
Strange
guy.
guy.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I actually mixed them up. Yes, both of them are near number one for most.
Well, yeah.
That's right,
wanted.
because they set up Mordo for some really
'Cause-
cool stuff, and they just didn't have him come back ever.
Oh, this
Is
is
he
interesting
even
because
in Doctor Strange too?
Yeah, it's a different
Chiwetel-
alternate universe version.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, right.
Chiwetel Ejiofor was supposed to be the prologue bad guy of MOM, and it was supposed to be Scarlet Witch hunts him down, or he's hunting her down because you can't have magical people doing whatever they want, and she cut his head off. Like, that was going to be...
That was
Oh.
cut out.
Yeah.
That was cut.
But that, you know, it's probably going to change, but that was like the fate of Mordo in our universe, and then we see the alternate Mordo.
Man.
Isn't that fucking
sucked.
nuts? And the thing is, it's
That
like,
would've sucked.
we're going to let him be the villain of a Doctor Strange movie. He's like, oh, yes, finally, give him something to do. Because he's not, like, completely wasted in Doctor Strange 1. He's alright. But you know, you kind
He's
of wait.
probably the most interesting character, I
They're
thought.
setting
from
him up
memory.
Well-
for something. He's getting set up for
So,
stuff. Yeah.
My problem with him in the film was, like, his issues... It doesn't make any sense to me that he's like, how could you, Doctor Strange? How could you use magic that is forbidden to literally prevent the universe from being destroyed? It's like, well... what? Like, what?
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, like it's like it's too much of an elephant in the room for me. It's like, no, come on, like the whole what would be the anyway. So you know there's that, but then yeah, someone mentioned as well. Fuck, I lost it. There's so many people I've completely forgot were in this fucking franchise. Ben
Doesn't
Kingsley,
Love
for
and
Christ's
Thunder,
sake.
Doesn't Love and Thunder have
Yeah.
Christian Bale.
Oh, Christian Bale, yeah.
Christian-
it also has
well-
Russell Crowe, and it also has. Is Matt Damon in it as the actor again? Because he's in that
Yes.
in Ragnarok. So
Yeah,
like,
I'm pretty
there's
sure
quite
he
a
had a
lot
little
of
cameo.
rather large, big name people in Love and Thunder who
Lawrence Fishburne.
really deserved a much better movie.
We really could make
Yeah,
this
well,
ranking
He
system.
was Goliath.
Because I was going to say about Christian Bale, he gets to do some acting. The script is shit,
He does.
but he does get to do some acting.
Yeah.
I would really like. It would have been really cool if his character wasn't like instantly contradictory and retarded, because it's a cool actor, neat concept.
Oh yeah, Sam Neill is
Oh,
in.
wow.
Is he's got a cameo as well
Oh yeah.
Where in which one?
in Thor
In-
3 and 4. It's the little play they do. He plays Odin in it.
Oh, okay. I'd have to see it again.
He's,
I just can't remember.
I
off the
think
top of my
he's
head.
friends with Taika Waititi. That's why it's like a fun cameo. To be
Oh,
fair,
okay.
you're forgetting Melissa McCarthy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What a waste. Yeah, Russell Crowe's a good one as well. I don't actually know which one I would pick for number one. I think it really could be Mads Mikkelsen, because he only gets one scene to speak, really. And it's not great.
Yeah, in terms of like the caliber of the actor versus what they are allowed to do, I think it's got to be Mads Mikkelsen, because you've got other actors like Jeff Bridges, but he is actually allowed to do things in Iron Man.
Yeah, I like him in Iron Man.
Mads
I think he's
Mikkelsen
good.
Yeah,
does
he's
nothing.
used. Yeah, he's used.
Yeah.
Kevin Bacon, I forgot about that. It's a Christmas special.
Oh.
Christ, it's like every actor has been in the MCU.
Yeah, when it comes to Harrison Ford as Thunderbolt Ross, it didn't feel like he was playing Thunderbolt Ross. William Hurt,
Yes.
who played Thunderbolt Ross in the previous MCU films, was so great in that role.
Man,
Oh my
good
God,
take.
he's-
Yeah, good take.
Yeah, this guy's
He
having
is-
good takes.
He's
Yeah.
delivering some good perspective today.
As the kids say, he's spitting facts.
He's peak
He
fire,
is.
bro.
Straight.
Yeah, I mean,
spitting
he's warming
heat
up.
Fire, yeah.
Nice.
But when it comes to Harrison Ford, like,
He's cooking. That's what they say.
Mm-hmm. He's
Obviously,
cooking
Harrison
that brown,
Ford-
that mystery.
he's got a mystery cooking.
is great, but it just kind of feels like he's just playing Harrison Ford instead of Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross.
I
who we-
really don't get how this isn't the takeaway everyone has. It's so weird to see people
Yeah.
say like you did such an exceptional job. It's like, what do you mean? He was just Harrison
Yeah.
Ford. He turned up and he did Harrison Ford. Like, that's what he
When
does.
was the last time he played anybody that wasn't Harrison Ford? He's just kind of that is just what he does
He played
Hmm.
Indiana Jones
as Harrison
as
Ford.
Did he?
kind of
As
as Harrison Ford a little bit.
we already
I
know
like him in
rough.
2049, but he is kind of playing a variation of Harrison Ford there.
I liked him in
Um,
Morning Glory, but he was just playing a variation of Harrison Ford.
Yeah, that script was purpose built for a grumpy old man, though. So you get that.
But
At least.
I love that line. She was sleeping until I poked her with my African rain stick.
I've been needing to
Oh,
rewatch that because I remember finding it very funny. Morning Glory.
I really did enjoy it.
The leader is also pretty bad, bro.
Yes.
It's different. It's
Well,
different.
this is the shot
That's
from
the-
the
it looks-
2008 movie.
That's from Hulk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from the
It
Hulk
looks like
movie.
he's transforming into,
That's
He is.
right.
you know.
It's
Yeah.
the gamma getting in his brain.
And he has like a little smile right after, and then he's out of the movie.
Because it's giving him big brain.
He's gone
He's
until
like,
now.
I got him smart now. Feels
It's like,
great.
yeah, big.
Finally,
It's
I could pass
big
my
brain
tests.
Like
Put that
visually,
Ikea
the
together.
leader looks terrible. He has a terrible design, but he also like is an undercooked villain and does a lot of things in this movie that just make zero sense. Giancarlo Esposito.
Hey, it's
Yeah.
seamless, you bitch.
There's so much you could explore with that guy, because he was very adamant about like, yo, with your
Adamantium?
No.
Adamantium, yeah.
It's
You
like,
can't
oh,
say
with
words
all these
like that. It's a
samples,
brave new world.
If we can master it, we can heal so many people and get cures and everything. And I'm just like, did he do this as well in the 15, 20 years, or did he just like kind of do stuff for Ross the whole time? Like, there's a lot of things you can like explore and see what he does.
Yeah, because that seems like he made Ross president. That was his
Yeah,
whole
that's it.
behind the scenes. But then the only kind of line you get from Ford's perspective, from Ross's perspective, is that he says, "Oh yeah, when it's the moustache quip, right?" He says, "Yeah, they told me lose the moustache or lose the election." It took a man with like the IQ of 500 and the ability to predict the future to say, "Yeah, your moustache looks like shit. You should shave it and win."
Mm-hmm.
That's such bullshit. That's only because Ford didn't want to have a mustache, right? That's gotta be it. Like, fuck that. I don't regret. Because
Write a line into the movie about how I had to shave to win the election.
have you seen? There's a couple of interviews I've seen, like just asking Harrison Ford about the movie. He refers to like, I'm playing the president of the United States. Like, that's how he refers to the role. I just find that amusing because it's like, that's probably the best way to describe it, as like a respectable role in a film that's not cringe slop. Like, I have been hired to play the president of these United States, as opposed to I'm Thunderbolt Ross. I'll be turning into the Red Hulk. Like, what?
Esposito. This is a tragedy, bro. This dude was supposed to be. He was in Professor X. Norman Osborn talks. And when you guys see like what they do with Giancarlo Esposito in this movie, you're just like, oh my god, this is just such a throwaway character, bro. We needed more from him.
Correct.
Yeah,
Don't
speaking
expect
of
a lot of-
actors, who are just
Oh yeah,
incredible,
now
who are
he's
massively wasted.
he's really
Yeah.
running.
Oh shit!
That's
Yeah,
right.
he might be number
Oh,
one
yeah,
for all
you're
we
right.
know. Oh
Ooh,
shit!
wow. Yeah.
Hey Gus, can you be Gus for like 30 minutes?
That's
Thanks.
the thing. They don't even let
30
him be
minutes.
Gus.
That's true, yeah. Okay.
It's almost like you want to sit them down and be like, you need to rewatch Breaking Bad and find out that he doesn't just stand around and then shoot guns and then walk away. Like, that's not his thing. What the fuck are you doing?
Red Hulk
Yeah, he
either.
swings a dark saber.
3 seasons. They defeat him 3
3
times.
seasons.
What the fuck?
I just
And he'll
thought-
probably
did you,
Yeah,
still
that's how
show
good
up
of a
in the
villain
movie
he is.
anyway. He'll probably still be in the movie.
did you guys ever see that meme picture where someone met him and was like, "Can you pretend like this banana is a gun?" And he just says, "This is a gun."
No, I haven't seen that, but I can
So-
imagine it in my head, and it's amusing.
They just take a picture with him with a banana in his hand, and she or he, I don't know who it was, is just like, "Can you pretend this banana is a gun?" He just says like, "This is a gun."
This is a gun. Oh my god, the fucking Harrison Ford memes.
You know,
Oh my
from
God.
everything we've already seen from the trailers, that's pretty much the extent of Red Hulk you're gonna see in this movie. It's not a lot. It's something that they obviously build up to throughout the whole movie, and
Obviously.
Yeah.
it's sick. You know, the final battle between Red Hulk and Sam is sick.
Oh no, damn.
I mean, it's. I mean, I would.
This is-
Hey,
I
look,
would
okay.
define it as.
unfortunately,
He couldn't
this
ace
is the
it.
first L of the video.
He couldn't ace it.
I
alright.
would. I would. Well, the first L of this video is that the strap of his hood has been
Oh,
pulled
what-
away and isn't there anymore, which is odd. But the second L is that this take. I would describe the fight as sickly,
Likely, yeah.
Yeah,
like
that's
it's
a good way to put it.
diseased. You know, and it needs
That's
to
okay.
get medical
he's had,
treatment.
He's had a few W's, so I don't mind. You know.
Yeah, but you
There's
kind of get the
one
impression
L.
that the W's have all been stemming from the same motive as this criticism is, which is like the movie would have been better had we just had more of the action figures smashing against each other. Like we want to see more Captain America, not because he's an interesting character, but because he has a really cool suit, and when he gets to fight, it looks good. So we need more of him, please.
The way it's resolved isn't so sick. You know, it's kind of lame in my opinion.
It isn't so sick.
It's not peak
It's
fire,
not
I'm
so
afraid.
sick. Like it's not terminal, but you know,
It's like a cold, but
it's definitely something that you want to keep tabs on.
You
But-
mean he didn't like Sam Wilson telling Harrison Ford, "Hey man, the sun's getting really low."
Yeah, it was weird that part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Acceptable.
No, he would look up to him and he'd check his watch and he'd be like, "Hey, big guy, it's 6:45.
Sun's getting.
You know,
up
it's
there."
getting there. It's still day, but like the street lights aren't on yet, but they will be soon. Depends on the season, really.
Mm-hmm.
You want to turn into Harrison Ford again? Doesn't that sound fun? I'll give you some jelly.
Whoa.
Stuff is kind of cool. I can't lie. Again, this felt like it was supposed to be a Hulk movie that just shoehorned Sam as the lead, and I fully stand by that, bro. I don't want to feel like this, guys. I don't want to say these things. I don't want to make these types of videos.
Oh,
Man, welcome to our world.
Every day.
Yeah, welcome to the reality of the situation. It's grim.
It's pretty bad.
This is what we call you haven't taken it yet, but you're licking that red pill. You're licking it. You're getting little tastes of the truth.
No,
You know,
it is interesting, right? It's like he has, whether, as Platoon has mentioned, through the wrong sort of means, depending on like what exactly it is that he wanted from the film, he has like, he has gained a level of clarity here.
Yeah,
It's just that it's come really, really light, you know, compared to what it should be. But I mean, hey, I don't mind.
Hey,
Brave New World clarity, yeah.
You get those little whiffs of, you know, Gaia's vapors coming through the cracks, and you learn about.
That's a
you
good
learn
way of
about
putting
the way
it.
the
It
world
really
is.
is just the thing of where it's like it's plainly. Wait, were you talking about Gaia as in like the Greek, like for the Earth, or did you mean Amelia
Yes.
Clark?
Yeah, the oracles and
Yes,
Gaias and
after
the
you give
tombs
two
of the
options.
earth. Yeah. No, that
Yes.
that's what the oracles.
I
were
was saying it was more
cracks in the
so.
earth.
I thought you meant
Gaia's
because
spirit,
Amelia
yeah.
Clark, because it's just something that's like.
No, I
plainly-
realized
everybody
kinda
looks
like-
at that and goes like, "Wow, that was a
I
bad
realized-
idea."
I realized halfway through, but like Gaia's vapors coming through the cracks in the MCU sense is like, oh, yeah, that she's ruined. I'm not gonna give her that kind of power.
I guess it's more
She's
so
got
just
enough
the idea
powers
of
as is.
seeing something that's patently absurd that you know will go nowhere. Like you just know that it's not going to go anywhere. We'll never see that character again. It's kind
Yeah.
of like the same deal here of just like you know that there's something wrong with this movie, and it's like impossible to ignore. There's nothing that you can latch onto. Not like, well, Sam Raimi's he's got those camera angles and all that there, or I'm trying to think of what the cope was for another recent Marvel movie. What was the cope? No, I don't want to leave this yet. What was the common line of cope for a recent Marvel movie?
Let me see.
When you say cope, you mean like a defense of its flaws, or do you mean just how everybody was linked on describing it?
Basically, akin to how something that
People would
helped
try and
Multiverse
defend
of
it.
Madness was that Sam Raimi directed it. The like him alone directing it, and there occasionally being an interesting shot.
Well, so like
Was something
it was
that
said that
relied
Chloe
on
Zhao
the film.
is a real filmmaker for Eternals, if you remember.
Yeah, but the problem was that once the movie came out, like nobody really wanted to defend
That
it. Everybody kind of got on the
evaporated, yeah.
bandwagon. Yeah,
Oh,
so I'm talking about after the film came out.
Christian Bale was kind of highlighted as like
Oh, that's a good
A
one.
really amazing
Yeah.
villain.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
kinda-
That's a good example of the cope.
yeah.
it's the only one I can think of, to be honest. The rest of them I haven't really seen anyone defend. Apart
You
from
get
Deadpool and
something like-
Wolverine, but
yeah,
Oh,
Deadpool
Deadpool
Wolverine would be
Wolverine,
the
yeah,
example.
but it's a
Like,
fun
it's
movie.
funny, right?
That's
It's
right,
funny.
yeah.
It's not supposed to make sense. It's just supposed to be
Yeah, it's
amusing. The jokes
important.
are good. The cameos were really great. I loved seeing Chris Evans. That was a funny thing.
Never quite
a good one,
understood
actually, yeah.
how Deadpool 3 is supposed to just be complete nonsense parody satire, lol, 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 even though loads of people who enjoy the film would pick all of its dramatic scenes and be like, they're excellent. Like
Yeah.
Wolverine, all of Wolverine's like dramatic moments. And it's just like, well, but I thought it was a goofy nonsense, we're not supposed to take it seriously thing.
Mhm.
Getting a little lost on here. What's going on?
You guys
Oh,
know
people are
Marvel.
pointing out that another one was with Quantumania, like Kang. Oh, he was so good. The performance was great.
Hmm.
Marvel has absolutely changed my life. I've grown up with this
Wait,
universe,
sorry, what?
with these
What did he say?
Marvel has changed his life.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
characters, and it is just It just sucks that I have to sit here and say this, but at the end of the day, I have to be honest. And I'm sure Marvel is very much aware of the mistakes.
See, I don't think it was
No.
Captain Marvel being shockingly bad that's made him do this. It's all of the other ones plus it being bad. Like, this is just a gradual, I don't know.
There's only so many times that the film can come out and, like, you stop thinking about it and then you start sort of mulling over how it kind of isn't as cool as the old movies used to be, that it starts to hit, right? Feels like everybody got there eventually. It's just that it took a different amount of time for everybody to sort of arrive there. By the time Loki came out, we were done, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
For other people, it was like Thor: Love and Thunder was the big sort of like, fucking hell, these movies are sludge.
God,
The Marvel
Loki is sitting on
was
some
another
weird
point,
fucking
Quantumania.
throne right now. I just remember that. He's sitting on a
People
throne.
are saying that season 2 is actually good when it's fucking awful.
I just remember that Loki is now sitting on some throne, like on a broken throne, holding all the
Yes, that's right.
things.
He's the king of time, the god of stories, or whatever.
Yeah, he wanted to be a king, but it's so tragic because not like that.
Yes, he's burning with glorious purpose.
Glorious purpose. Remember when he did the thing like 700 million times and he's the same character?
How are they
So
going to
great.
incorporate him at all?
I don't know.
Will they? Even? Will they just sort of leave that as part of the TV universe?
He's a popular character, and the show did well. At least season 1 did.
I mean, Thor shouldn't it? I guess this is not. No, our Thor's Loki is dead, so he probably won't ask about this one.
Multiverse.
Multiverse. Yeah.
Will he save the entire multiverse? There'll be some like massive event in Secret Wars or whatever the Avengers film is, and then the resolution will be, okay, no, this is just wish fulfillment, but he'll be like, oh, well, I can save it all, but you'll never be able to cross over to any other universe ever again. And like the connections of the universes must end with me. And he will sacrifice himself, and everyone will be like, yeah, that's a lovely character moment. He has sacrificed himself for the good of all humanity, mankind, creatures everywhere. And he's also ended the multiverse saga, which is the best thing any character could ever do for storytelling. So
True.
That's my hope.
That they've made in terms of the way this film was made, because we all heard behind the scenes the amount of reshoots and the amount of just different changes and storylines that completely got cut out of this film during the course of its production. And when you watch the film, you can really see that come through. This feels like a film.
Oh my God.
You mean it's not seamless?
I don't understand this.
It's,
How is this happening?
It seemed
I was reliably informed that it was.
It seemed full. Oh,
It
no.
seemed full.
Shot
Full
to
of
death. It feels like a film where sometimes you're watching
was shot
scenes
to
and I'm like,
death.
dude, I don't know if these actors were on set at the same time.
Me too.
It feels like a film where there's some scenes where I'm like, especially the post-credit scene, where I'm like, did they film this last week? Because that's how it feels.
He's so right.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm really glad.
No, I am very glad. This guy,
this
he's
is like
doing-
uplifting to me in a sense. Not, I'm not happy that he's sad, but like
Yeah.
also that it's like
We
it's
can see it.
veil
We
is
can
being
see,
lifted.
Yeah, you can see the bullshit.
it's good that it's good that even in the case of somebody who's like very, very, very emotionally invested in this, that like there comes a point where even he starts to recognize that there's something wrong and that things need to change.
Yeah.
And
he's
and I
beginning
suppose
to
what kind of-
believe.
He's just
the
6
reality
years
is
late,
that-
is all.
Sure, I
Man, some
suppose the
people will
interesting
never
thing
get
is that,
there.
like, yeah, that's true. Some people won't get there, so he kind of does deserve points for that. I guess the interesting thing is that the kinds of movies that he would like to see would probably be the kinds of films that most people would want to see anyway. But maybe
Probably.
but then they'd be like better than what's happening right now. Like even if it is as simple as like I want to see the heroes, fight
Well,
each
when-
other.
Well, Winter Soldier, like he's spoken highly of that in the past and here, and it's like I can see why people really like that movie, and it's got it's got good stuff in there, and it's way better than the kind of slop that we get, even though it has a lot of problems in and of itself. It's the kind of a movie with a lot of broad appeal that incorporates superheroes well, at least in concept. Far better than this stuff.
Well, and the
I guess,
momentum,
like,
right? I
Yeah.
feel like if this movie had come out in between Infinity War and Ragnarok, or whatever the fuck, wherever Captain Marvel was, then I feel like
Between
he
Endgame
probably would have been fine with it.
Probably.
'Cause,
Probably.
it's
So
a
he
real
was-
thing. It's the hype shields, the sort of sense that
train,
I'm into
yeah.
this. I can't wait to see what happens next. I can see all this potential. But when it's the reverse, and you're kind of hit the brakes, and you're like, what the fuck are we even doing? What...
I guess the sort of the point with even if it is that like the reasons why he would be interested, like the reality is that a lot of his favorite Marvel movies probably are like the better ones, and like he might not even be able to fully articulate exactly what makes those films good, but like it's kind of the nature of a lot of the good films will be very entertaining and appealing for the, you know, just the action scenes and all of that shit. But that like they were supported by actual character writing. You know, like the first Avengers is a good example, right? Like that's like a crowd pleasing, entertaining movie, but it's a film that still has like a solid foundation for Steve. Even if you can't fully articulate what it is that you liked about it, you recognize it when it was there. And there's only so many times that like there can't be any character in it, that even if ostensibly the only thing you're interested in is seeing the heroes fight like as action figures, eventually you're gonna recognize that something's missing.
You walked out of the theater after seeing the first Avenger and be like, oh, I really like this Steve Rogers guy. He's really cool. I want to see more of him. I'm looking forwards to seeing him meet other Avengers and other characters. Whereas when you walk out of movies like this, you're like, well, who I don't give a fuck about Sam Wilson talking to. Like, what, he's gonna have a conversation with Ghost or something? Like, who cares? There's nothing to look forward to, and I didn't enjoy what I just had.
It's quite a state, but you know, there's nothing stopping a film of even worse quality coming out next, and he loves it. Like it's a process for this fella. Okay, this is a blip in something, but it's an interesting blip, isn't it? Because I've seen some people saying like he hasn't said much. It's like no, but remember. This is the guy who's like peak fire bros, the hype. You know, it's just kind of neat to see him say some stuff. It's like, oh yeah, that is something you can notice, you can pick up, and it's a big comparison.
But with that being said, man, I think there's still a lot of great stuff to look forward to when it comes to Marvel. Obviously, we have Daredevil Born Again coming out in March. That isn't a must-win for Marvel. That's, you know, you can mess up.
Yeah, that one's gonna really make people upset.
If they fuck it beyond, like there's like a line. There's a line where we'll be annoyed, but generally people will be okay with it. I think
that's true.
If they can hit that, they'll be okay. But there's a line they can cross that'll piss everybody off, and if they do that,
I need to watch the Netflix.
Yes, you do.
Daredevil show finally.
Captain America: Brave New World. You cannot mess up Daredevil Born Again. You cannot mess up Fantastic Four. I'm also very keen on Thunderbolts. I thought all of the Thunderbolts trailers have looked really good, and that film actually has a lot of what this film is missing.
How do you know?
We don't know that.
I guess going from the trailer. What is he about to say?
We're sliding into our bad habits. You can't let them win.
From the trailers, it looks actually funny. It looks like it also has a lot of heart to it too. And it looks like you're gonna buy it.
Like, the reasoning is not quite that. I think that coming off the back of the experience with this movie, when half the shit from the trailers wasn't in the movie, it's really unwise to say that the trailers look good.
Yeah.
A lot of the character relationships and character dynamics that we're gonna see play out in that. So I am really optimistic about the Thunderbolts, but when it comes to Captain America: Brave New World, this was just a miss. This was not a great way to start off 2025 for Marvel. However,
correct.
The future is still very exciting. Onward and upward. We'll continue to cover it all. So let me know in the comment section down below. Drop your thoughts when you guys watch Captain America: Brave New World. Drop them in the comments. Let's talk about it. Let me know what you guys think when you guys watch it.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan.
With that being said, make sure to like this video, comment down below, subscribe, hit that button notification on my channel to get notified for future videos. And with that being said, thank you guys for watching this one. I love you guys 3000, and I'll see you guys next time.
Well, we're not acquaintances yet.
It's strange.
I know of you.
It's strange hearing him say that, like, oh, they can't afford to mess this one up. They can't afford to mess this one up. This one looks good. And then, like, to me, because I'm just looking at like the list of recent Marvel films and the ones that are coming up, the one that you cannot afford to mess up is Captain America: Brave New World.
So that's probably the one that I would peg as being maybe your most important, especially if you want to leverage his leadership of a supposed future Avengers. Whereas now we've gone from who even are the Avengers to who even is Captain America.
Yeah, it's like a side thing they do in Brave New World, where Ross is like, "Hey, I want you to rebuild the Avengers with you," actually, I don't want to anymore, and then that's dropped forever again, right? Like it's not mentioned again unless I forgot.
No, and that's not going to pop up in Thunderbolts, presumably. I mean, maybe post-credit scene, but
because they can shoot that a week before the movie comes out.
Yeah. I mean, how many? Like realistically, how many movies do we have before that next Avengers movie actually comes out? Like
I've got the
4?
list here. So you got Brave New World, then you got Thunderbolts, then you've got Fantastic Four, and then you've got Avengers Doomsday.
Yeah, there is
That's
nothing.
it?
Oh,
else
so it's none.
currently.
No way.
There's nothing
Well,
else. There's nothing else apparently that's coming out in the next.
Fantastic Four is gonna be a
last
different
one, yeah.
universe, so that's
Well-
not gonna do anything with these Avengers.
Well, they
My
have
guess-
to be massively relevant in that movie. You know.
Yeah, my
Scott
guess is that
Pilgrim.
Fantastic Four is going to set up the Avengers, the antagonist of Avengers Doomsday, because
So that the antagonist can fight against people.
Some Avengers that
In
might
Let's put it this way: if this
multiverse.
movie, let's say this movie was not only really well executed and was legitimately really good, but it made a lot of money, they are still in trouble for an Avengers movie.
Yeah.
yes,
Of course.
Yeah,
Who
who
the
else have they
fuck
got
is the
left? I
Avengers?
mean,
Because it's like, okay, we can safely say that at least Sam Wilson's good as a character in this hypothetical different universe. He's cool, he's neat, he's the leader. All right, we've got one Avenger.
you've got
Oh shit, it's like 2 movies until the next Avengers movie, and no one knows who these people are.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
one of them is almost guaranteed to give us nothing in terms of information on this world, and the other is very unlikely to give us anything.
Oh, but awkward, isn't it?
And then there's nothing because there's nothing else, right? Because there's Daredevil, there's Ironheart, and then that's it, right?
Which means they have to establish the current Avengers in that Avengers movie that's coming out. That's crazy.
yeah.
Oh,
that
I
might
mean,
be what
yeah,
they
that-
tried
Well,
to
I
do.
mean,
Yeah,
the
it's like
Suicide
a
Squad-
soft reset movie. That would be probably like if they've basically written off the remainder of Phase 5 as being just not a good job, and they're now starting up with isn't Fantastic Four the beginning of Phase 6? I want to say.
yes.
If they're starting that off as
Oh,
Phase
okay.
6, using an Avengers movie to basically reintroduce the Avengers as though saying to the audience, this is the time you can start paying attention again. You don't really have to pay attention to anything we've just done. Might be what they go for, but it's going to be very hard to pull off unless you're going to start pulling people like Thor back from the other side of the galaxy for some reason.
Well, and
Oh,
Doctor
and-
Strange
and
is
Doctor
also
Strange
around
wherever he
somewhere,
is.
I guess.
Exactly.
Who
He's dealing with
That's kind of the
incursions that
problem,
He's not going
allegedly
to
still
show up,
exist.
surely.
Haven't we
right?
got confirmed that Benedict Cumberbatch is not going to be in the first Avengers, and we got nothing on Chris Hemsworth yet,
I
right?
think you walked that one back. I think you
Oh,
walked
okay.
that one back. That he is meant to be in both of them.
In any
but I mean-
case,
But
that is
yeah.
a correct observation that they not only need to build up because Robert Downey Jr. he's only set to have the post-credit scene for Fantastic Four. At least that's what I've come to
Okay.
understand. He's not going to be like saying he's set up. It's like we got John Malkovich and Galactus, so that's the bad guys for.
You probably don't have the time to be doing any.
No, and
Doctor Doom
it'll be
shit.
a thing of he's fucking in a building and walks somewhere and then says it is time. You're like, okay.
No, I know. It's
Assemble the
unbelievable.
power cubes.
And then, it feels like this is the time to sort of if you run through like all of the new characters who've been introduced. So it's like okay, Black Widow, you got Yelena and David Harbour, and then Shang-Chi, and then the Eternals. Who knows if they'll ever show up again?
No.
I guess you got America Chavez. You got Thor.
Oh.
I guess is around.
People don't
like,
like
Thor's a
America
maybe, I
Chavez.
guess.
he's around, and then I guess Valkyrie as well. You got
What about
Shuri,
Deadpool?
who is the new Black Panther.
What about
Mm,
Iron
we
We
Why?
talk
Man?
about Shuri.
They're changing
or,
that,
like,
aren't they?
Is that a thing?
I don't know, but I'm just reading in the
The
order of
fact
the
you're
film. that came out.
asking that question is kind of
Ant-Man.
its
I
own
guess you
little
got
answer.
Ant-Man and Wasp, and you got the new Ant-Man. What's her name?
Ant
And
Girl.
then you got Guardians will never show up again. You got you got Captain Marvel and you got Miss Marvel. Yeah, then you got Deadpool, but Deadpool and Wolverine are in their own world. They're not in the main
Yeah.
MCU world. They
Well,
they don't.
They're
They,
currently-
presumably
they're-
they will show up, right? They're not going to.
I wonder. Maybe.
Their
Wow,
universe
there's
got
so
no
many
cur-
choices. I
causing an
stand corrected.
incursion.
You got Kate Bishop. Remember, you got Moon Knight wherever he's at. He's out there in the world somewhere.
Doing his best.
You got who else do you have? Do you have Agatha and what's his name?
Not
Are
Agatha,
they
she
gonna
couldn't
be-
be
Agatha's
She's evil.
fucking ghost turns up.
Agatha's ghost is evil.
I am
and
here.
that
Maybe
goober-
wasn't
What
that
about
a thing in
Hawkeye?
What If? Wasn't it in What? I think he's retired again.
Oh,
I
okay.
think he's retired. I think he
I
did.
think he
mostly
retires at the end
recovered,
of,
but
at the end of Hawkeye.
Oh, he means in
as I
universe
understand it.
retired, I'm guessing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. I'd like to see
Well, I
more
think
of it.
Jeremy Renner's actually made like a pretty miraculous
He's- yeah,
recovery,
it's
so he
been
might
great.
actually be in a
Yeah, it's
position
awesome.
to like continue
I
to,
saw a
you know.
thing about
fight
how
I'd
well.
there's
certainly like to see
talks
him
for
more.
making Hawkeye season 2. It's just like, who the fuck knows what's going on anymore?
Who even knows? Yeah, exactly.
I think it's
I guess-
quite telling that, like, because I've seen all of the movies and none of the TV shows, and I only know who maybe half of those characters we just went through are.
I was
Well, the
naming
fa-
characters from the movies.
No, I know.
mainly.
I was gonna say, if they had like a portal sequence with
Goes to
all of the
show.
new characters of Phase 4 and 5, like it
Oh,
would
could
be
you
wonderful to know
imagine?
the polling on who can recognize what characters. Because
Yeah.
the crazy thing is, I think between us 6, we'd be able to name 95%. There's probably one or two we would be like, oh fuck, not even naming their names, just as long as you can say where they're from, you know.
It's almost like Thunderbolts is like the test case for that. It's like it's the can you remember these people the movie,
Yeah.
and so like
Yeah.
if that comes out and it's like no, nobody remembers any of them, so fuck it, we should probably ditch those people.
I'm just imagining the portals opening in Aquafina, like
Oh,
Katie or whatever her name is, walking through the portal with
I was
the
gonna say,
triumphant music.
Her being
Oh, I
referred
thought you
to
meant
as
as a scuttle, as
No,
she comes
well,
in
that'd
as
be- I mean, that'd
Scuttle
be
in
great. That'd be-
Little Mermaid.
That'd
And
be
she's going,
amazing.
that fucking iconic figurine that just says Marvel's Katie. It's such a like, oh god.
I just saw in chat. Fugitive Wong is still around. I guess.
Fugitive.
oh yes,
Fugitive
Secret
Wong.
Agent Wong. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a period of time where Wong was kind of the only connective tissue because he would just randomly show
Yep.
up in different movies, and he was kind of like the Tony Stark, and it seemed like they were pretending like they were doing something. And when was the last film he was even in? Was it
He
Doctor
was in
Strange?
he was
Well, he
a
shows
film?
up.
Film.
Strange.
No,
She-Hulk
it's
was
a
the
TV
last
show.
thing he was-
She's a new hero that they've introduced.
Well, wait. So
Sure.
he shows up in She-Hulk and
Mhm.
in Multiverse of Madness, and both of those were really bad, which I guess
Mhm.
just goes to show that two Wongs don't make a right.
Oh no.
Oh.
Let's go.
Beautiful. I actually think that in the little board meeting, they're like, all right, we need to be definitive now. We're about to stop filming. Who are the Avengers? And it's like, so we've only got 2 guaranteed slots right now. Hugh Jackman Wolverine and Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. And it's like, what about our thousands of characters that we've introduced? It's like, no. No, and they're like, what about Captain Falcon? They're like, we're not sure about that. Box office ain't looking
We're not sure
so
about the guy
good.
who's supposed to be the leader of the
Box office
Avengers.
looking
We're
real
still
low.
Yeah,
Did
box office
they-
looking real low.
How quickly did they have to cobble the plans for these 2 new Avengers movies together? Because wasn't the Kang Dynasty thing, whatever that's called, wasn't that supposed to be the next
Yeah.
Avengers movie? And that obviously was only shit canned by the New York Police Department like last year. So, like, did they have to change everything within the space of about 6 months to get this off the ground? And like, is that why we're only now discussing? Oh shit, who are the Avengers going to be? Because there wasn't even supposed to be an Avengers movie like this in this time slot.
There was no. I think because it was meant to be, it was Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars, but then they changed
Yeah.
Kang Dynasty to Doomsday.
Okay.
And I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure because initially the writer for Doomsday was going to be Jeff Loveness, and Michael Waldron was the writer for Secret Wars, the fucking tag team who made the 2 worst films in the MCU,
Yay.
doing
You know-
the 2 most important upcoming films for the MCU.
Not that it matters, because this shit changes constantly. I just find it curious. The Avengers Doomsday entry on IMDb currently has Robert Downey Jr., of course, the full cast for Fantastic Four, at least the Fantastic Four themselves. Anthony Mackie is Sam Wilson. Wyatt Russell is John Walker. I'm not sure why he's
No, it's
in
a
here
bad
more than,
thing.
like, there's only 8 people listed, and then the last is Haley Atwell as Peggy Carter.
But that doesn't mean anything, right?
Not
really.
necessarily.
Like,
I'd be curious where they
yeah.
got, because I know where a lot of this information is from. It's expected that the Fantastic Four would be in there. I don't see why not. I know that they've
I
had
think
announcements
that's the
about.
one that's been confirmed. I think.
I know there's been announcements about
yeah.
Captain Falcon is going to be leading the Avengers. I know that they've said they want to bring back Peggy Carter and that she's already like.
Wasn't Captain Marvel supposed to be leading the Avengers?
Once upon a time, yes, but not anymore. This is the thing. I think a lot of people assume there's so much. No matter like what history we experience, it's still a sense like they must be planning. And you're like, no, they really are like by the skin of their teeth going. The Marvels failed. We're moving Captain Marvel down the ladder. Like she can't be the one. She's not pulling shit. And it's like, what about Captain Falcon? It's like, well, the movie is going to prove that he can't put bums in seats either. But they'll be like, yeah, but who else we fucking got? He's going to have to... I wouldn't be surprised if they have him lead at this point. They've run out of time.
Well, who the fuck else you got?
Exactly.
Well, it seems like they are leaning like unbelievably hard on the success of the Fantastic Four movie, because that's the final movie before you get to Avengers Doomsday.
Yeah.
So what if that does shit?
Well, exactly. If that film is a complete bomb, then I would be super curious to see how because Avengers Doomsday is not going to succeed purely on the name Avengers.
We already know
that will be too late because the film's getting shot.
Principal photography will complete, then they'll see the results of Fantastic Four, and then they'll probably do reshoots to account for whatever the results of Fantastic Four are.
That's the problem, is the film will already be being shot at that point. I believe it's starting in March. So, like, that, you know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck are you gonna do? Like, you would have already shot most of your material, but yes, I guess you could always do reshoots.
I'd say that's baked in, that they're like, this will be the reshoot part, and we'll be doing that based on information we grab from the total results of pretty much everything, like just whatever information they have at the time.
And then maybe they will just be like, all right, fuck it, Wolverine leads the Avengers.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't pull all the stops out for these two Avengers films, and even the trailers are just, it's like, we're gonna, we can't take this without blah blah blah. We need this. We need anchor beings. And you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, we need you, and then a portal will open, and then Wolverine will walk through as loud music.
No, it's always gonna be worse than that. It'll be him in a bar because they can't think of anything themselves, and then they'll walk up to him, and he'll be drinking something. He won't say fuck off. He'll say buzz off. Because they can't be having words like that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and he won't be smoking either, because you can't smoke in Disney movies.
No, and then he'll say, I don't want to do anything like that. I'm a rebel. I ain't doing nothing. And then they fight him, and then he does. And that'll be
That's right. Yes. And then it'll be like, okay, since you bested me in combat, I shall join you.
I am honor bound in the Wolverine culture. That's how it works. Yeah, we're not cynical about this.
No.
I'm really hyped. It's an exciting time to be a Marvel fan right now.
Obviously, there's not really much of any chance that these aren't going to be anything other than catastrophes in terms of writing. The multiverse in and of, like, that's like the whole, they're encompassed by the concept of multiverse, which I think up to now we've had, could you say we've had 3 or 4 like major projects that are multiverse, and they've all, in the terms of their multiversalness, have been awful. Because like Endgame was a disaster. No Way Home's mechanics were disastrous. Loki was a disaster, and
Multiverse Madness.
Yeah, was a disaster. So
Deadpool.
Oh, okay, 5. They have not been able.
Those are the ones I'm aware of. There could be another TV show, but yeah.
Well, Quantumania was setting that up. I know it wasn't about the multiverse, but it had incursions and all that crap.
It also, the main villain's motivation concerned the multiverse. I mean, I'd probably lump it in as a multiverse movie just because, the idea that Kang's going to go around eliminating infinite multiverses forever is pretty fucking retarded. So
it's going to take a while.
Yeah. So yeah, the track record is abysmal, and this one is going to crank up every fucking actor and character you could imagine, especially with the two. Are they coming out back to back, as in a year apart?
A year apart, but I believe they're not shooting back to back. Not like Infinity War and Endgame. I think they're shooting like the year and then the year after.
So
the only thing between it is Spider-Man.
Yeah,
Spider-Man 4.
And so presumably that Spider-Man, that's another Tom Holland one, which presumably is going to be totally divorced from the MCU because, again, multiverse bullshit. Is that correct? Like Sony...
I don't know that we actually know what the fuck is going on with that.
Yeah, we got little information on that one.
Like, the thing is that they got to get going, right? If that's coming out in July next year, then that means they gotta hurry the fuck up if they want to get that one finished in time.
But yeah, I don't think it would be unreasonable to assume Avengers Doomsday could reach $1 billion. There's a good chance, especially with everything they've plugged into it. That doesn't necessarily mean it will make a profit. We could be at that point.
The thing is that there has to be expectations of consistent growth, because that's what happened with the Avengers movies, generally speaking. If it makes less than $2 billion, that will not be considered like good enough.
That's where I was going to go with that, was that even if it makes over $1 billion, I don't think they're going to consider it the thing they wanted it to be, and then that'll kind of... I feel like that's the biggest signal that it's the end for the MCU, is that their Avengers film can't even make it work.
It will need a complete and total reset, or it will just be the end,
Well, I think it will
'cause-
get a reset. Like, but it's just not gonna work.
It's not going to be the same, though. I think that'll.
Well, because they still
it'll take a
haven't
while.
fixed the fundamental problem. They're not writing properly. They just
Yeah,
fucking
Gerald,
refuse.
there's nothing to latch on to, nothing to get me
Right to save
excited
their
for.
lives.
You ruin everything you touch, and your movies suck.
Until they
If you like
change the
part of an
ethic,
MCU, but part of it, like in continuing cinematic universe, is you really do have to make people want to see the next movie. And that's just not what they've been doing.
Not even close.
So they will fail. No.
It
I
is
just
like
wanted
they've
to see
been
the
sort of
next
just-
movie because I'm going to be interested in how bad it is, and then I get to talk about it. But apart from that, I don't actually want to see these movies.
No, yeah, it should be
It's
fun to
gonna
break them
be-
down. They're going to be crazy.
Oh
Absolutely
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
nuts.
It's just like I'll watch them out of curiosity and for job and everything, but
Mhm.
I want to actually see them in earnest because why?
You would
Because
hope
I'm,
though that
I'm
like
going to go into
these Avengers movies might actually create that. It should create that sense of coherence, right? Now they actually have a destination toward which they are writing, which they haven't had through Phase 4 or through Phase 5 because there haven't been Avengers movies. That it might clarify some minds, perhaps, because okay, we've been publicly workshopping all of these different ideas. Do you like this version of the multiverse? No, everyone hates that. Do you like the quantum? No, fucking everyone hates the quantum realm. Okay, well, we've got an Avengers movie coming up, so we know everything now has to be tied to this one direction. We know who's coming back. We know who we've cast. We know who the villains are. So will we maybe consider writing to that premise? Will the next Spider-Man movie be very clearly written to put him in place for an Avengers movie that comes after him? Will Thunderbolts be written in much the same way because they know where they're going with it? That's what you would hope to happen. I don't have any faith that it will happen, but it is kind of an interesting test case because we haven't had any of these Avengers movies for such a long time. Maybe that's the thing they've been missing. They just haven't had this overarching vision, and now they've got one. It might force some minds to change. I don't know.
I think the next Avengers movie is going to be an apocalypse of world building issues. It's going to be insane.
I
Is it
expect
gonna-
it will be Endgame.
an
levels
apocalypse
bad.
implies there was a world to destroy.
Yeah.
I don't know that there will be any sort of coherency to it.
Well, yeah, I
to it
mean,
at all.
to really capture the scope here, it was 6 years ago that they obliterated the MCU. Like,
Yeah.
That's right. Good old Endgame.
so
Ruined
you'd be like, well,
everything.
what does that mean? Like, that we've recovered? It's like, no, just 6 years of it getting worse on top of that. So it's like,
It's going to
my
be
goodness.
interesting to see what they do and then look back, just looking back on everything that's happened. It's like, oh, wow, none of this is going to make
big
any sense.
thing, I would say that something they're going to struggle with is how are you going to be able to deliver the kinds of payoffs that you had for like Iron Man, for instance? Who the fuck are you going to give that to?
I don't.
Like
You
I said,
know,
I think
who's
you
got-
got to just, it's reset time. You have nothing.
What is
To work
Captain Marvel
towards.
gonna defeat Doom?
Man, I'll watch her die
Marvel.
if you want me to. I might even pay for the privilege, but
I'll do it.
you just don't have anything to. I just don't.
Yeah.
We don't have anything to look forward to. We don't have anything to use going forwards. There's no reason to carry this stuff forwards. It's just, it needs a hard reset or something. And who knows how much time gap will be in between, because I think a part of it might be that you need to give yourself a certain amount of time just so that there's a real separation between the old and the new. I don't know what their plan is, and it's not an enviable position to be in, but they're the ones who put themselves there
Okay.
after years and years and years and years of repeated mistakes.
imagine being seeing that first cut, or fucking cut 7 for all we know, of Captain Falcon, and being like, oh fuck, this isn't gonna do shit. And then like, should we reshoot and put a bunch of more famous people in it? It's like, yeah, maybe.
Oh, that'll be expensive.
It's-
And like, yeah, but
yeah,
we're there,
whatever.
We're there,
You know,
man.
like,
We're there. It's not my money.
we are so fucked. Like that has to be the notion around like Marvel Studios right now. Because the Marvels, right? Like, fuck, they must talk about it. Damn.
They have to, yeah. But well,
They
We need to do another. We need to do another cat live stream
Oh
to
my
bring
god.
him into the Avengers.
I need to.
That's what we
they
this
did
is
that, right?
You know when I
Mm.
die and you have that, because everyone knows this happens. Some kind of alien goblin person says, "All right, you get to have the answers to the universe." The first thing I'm asking is, how much did it cost for the marketing of the Marvels, like specifically to make that cat live stream? I need to know how much it cost them, because that shit was so bad. I need to. Was it like $100K? I need to know because that would be so
have to
fucking
know.
funny if they paid that much for it. It's like
Yeah, you got to be kidding me.
Hey.
beautiful. Probably if you ask a few other questions as well, but that's the main one.
That's
Probably
that's,
that one, yeah.
that's all I need to know.
Could you take like all the stuff that I've ever eaten and drank and just like show me visually how much it is? Could you like stack it up into a massive pile?
Yeah, then
over
compare
here
it to something
and
that
make
I
a
understand the size
Yeah, then make it a
difference.
pool the size of all the stuff I've ever drunk, and it's like, okay, well, fair enough. And you're like, wow, holy crap,
Wow, that I ate all that. That's crazy.
that's a lot of food I ate to just
The guy's
keep
like,
all this
so
going.
do you want to know the meaning of life? You're like, no, wait. So, brown and mystery, is there any difference? Be
He's like,
honest.
well, you see, it's like, well, no, mystery.
He says,
can't
like,
be
I
any-
can't answer that fucking question. What are you, crazy?
It wouldn't be a mystery, like necessarily. I couldn't tell you
ruins
that,
it.
or else it would destroy what it is that you want explained. Mystery is better though.
And on that wonderful note,
Uh.
it's probably time to say that we're going to be heading out. What a fun
Oh,
stream.
okay.
But before we do
Whoa.
that, I want to give everyone here a chance to talk about maybe what they're up to. Starting with good old Metal Commander. How you doing,
Oh.
buddy? What are you up to?
Hello, I'm doing way better. I had like a massive flu for like 2 weeks, so I'm behind on like everything that I wanted to do, including games I wanted to stream. So I'm gonna have to drop the things I wanted to play, and I will be starting my Last of Us arc, so I actually can get ahead of that. So probably on Monday, I'll be starting to stream the Last of Us video game for the first time because I never actually played those, and yeah, so those are going to be my video game streams, just in preparation for season 2 coming out. Gonna be fun? Question mark. We'll see how that goes. It's gonna be a Forge tomorrow. It's our turn to do the coverage of Brave New World because I was ill. I had to say no, we can't do that because I could not be streaming. So that's going to be happening. And I'm currently working on a video for Brave New World as well. That's going to come out when it's ready. And that's the things I'm up to. I'm back in the saddle. I'm getting back into the work. So things are coming your way.
Sexy.
Hell yeah.
Alrighty then, beautiful. Random film talk. What about you, buddy? How
Hello.
you doing?
Yeah, so I've recently put out part 1 of my video coverage of Arcane Season 2. Jumping back into that, which was fun. Yeah, working on part 2, but yeah, part 1's already up on the channel. Apart from that, well, it's my birthday in 2 days' time, and
Oh my god!
someone has convinced me to do exactly what Rags did and to play, Gollum.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I'm gonna have
no.
to, dude, I'm
you
gonna
to do
have to tell Joe Danger. We gotta get that in the supercut.
Oh my god.
You gonna play it to completion over the
One
course of
of
several
us.
streams, or you just do
of
one?
us. One of us.
Well, currently the plan is 1, but like how long is the game if you were to play it?
Is it
and
20
not-
hours? Something like that?
It's
Oh,
fucking it's so long.
I think it
It's
took me like 13, 14 hours.
oh
Let's see.
13. Okay.
Oh, thank God! It means I could probably finish it in another stream if I'm lucky.
No.
Well, because
Mm.
Rags, you got to chapter 4.
No,
right?
no.
I-
So, how long to beat is super reliable. It says Lord of Ring Golem is about 20 hours, however, can be completed in about 15 if players aren't worried about finding the collectibles.
So
that's
is that
me.
accounting for bugs that just break your progress?
Well, so
and
it also stipulates if you're very well practiced at stealth, you'll be you'll be able to get through it quicker. You know what? It's true. If you're good at stealth, you'll get through it faster.
Okay, well, you know what? Currently, I will plan on doing 1 stream, but if it's fun enough and entertaining enough, then I will play it through to completion.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. Rags was obviously very inspired and happy to play
I really
it.
enjoyed it.
Yes.
I really liked it.
I did watch part of your meltdown, Rags. It was
It
very
wasn't a
fucking
meltdown.
funny.
It wasn't a meltdown. It was a celebration.
a celebrate.
Well, it's remarkable how often those two things coincide, but
I
yeah.
can't wait for you guys to lock balls. It's gonna be great.
Fuck yeah, dude. We're gonna have
I look
another
forward to
episode on
seeing
Gollum.
the origin of that meme.
We're doing a sequel episode for Gollum. We'll invite everybody. It's gonna be great.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I'm like avoiding watching anyone's playthroughs because of that.
Oh, I'm waiting for the supercut. That's eventually going to happen. It's going to be fun.
We've locked balls on Fringy, Wolf, Portion of Rags. We're hoping to get Random now and Little Platoon. We're gonna see about all this, okay, guys? It's gonna be a
there's so many more people.
Episode.
Mm-hmm.
You're joining the cult of the Golem.
The cult of Gollum.
The Gollum Renaissance. We're like doubling its existing player base. There's so much more.
Yeah.
So true.
The rebirth of Lord of the Rings.
I got a
Gollum.
physical copy of that game now. They can never take it away from me.
I mean, yeah, so did I actually. I picked up the PS5 version. It just feels
same.
right, you know. It needs to be on a little pedestal.
I actually looked for a collector's edition because I would have totally gotten it, but there's none. I think it would be funny to have one of those.
Well, there's the Precious version, right?
Yes, it is.
Oh, really?
That's the one that I got. I got the Precious
Mm.
version.
You have to pay money
'Cause I'm a real
to
fan.
have Gollum say "My precious." I think.
Oh, that's okay.
Wait, what?
No,
Is this like a digital upgrade on Steam?
Yeah,
or
it's
something?
one of the I
Yes.
think one of the funniest examples of just nickel and diming. Is like you can play the Gollum game, but you have to pay extra if you want him to say "My precious." Like, all right, fair enough. Yeah, I understand. It makes sense.
Didn't they record all of the dialogue in Cinderin as well? If that's another paid optional bonus, you can play like the
Yes.
entire game in Elvish.
Yeah,
It's exactly what you
I'm
want.
looking at it
That's
now.
because they can
It-
outsource that shit.
what the fuck?
Good times.
I mean, it's a wacky game. You're gonna love it. We're gonna.
I
love
don't
seeing
well
you
because
love it.
I haven't watched a huge amount of you guys playing it because I didn't want to spoil it.
A huge
But I've seen
amount.
some of the memes and
Well,
I don't know what to expect because I also don't typically play awful video games. This is going to be a new experience.
Well, that's your loss.
you're lost, buddy.
Your loss is our Gollum.
I've played so many terrible video games, and I'm probably lost a couple of years on my lifetime.
And brain
because of
cells,
that,
but hey,
and
happens.
brain cells. Good content. People love it.
Yeah, dude. Well, that's some good news right there. Exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Excellent. And now, for the first time
Yeah.
in forever, I have to sort of do the thing, but it includes Springy Rags and Platoon. It's like asking
Whoa.
how is anything you guys, all three of you, are up to, and now you're gonna have to figure out what order you want to say that in.
Damn. Get right.
I'll go first. I'm working on videos and stuff, and I've actually got a few things recorded for Dog Bites that I need to put out, and then I'll be doing sometime right after this next video is out, which shouldn't take too long. I'll be doing more Gollum streams. I think it'll take me 2 more streams to get through it. I think, hopefully that few. But those are really the only plans that I really have so far.
All right.
All right. I'm just working. There you go. That's my update.
The classic.
Well,
Um,
Fringy, why don't you take the chance? 'Cause you never do, to say you are still streaming on Twitch here and there, doing some gaming
Yeah,
streams.
but I haven't actually been doing that much. I'm just I just have
It happens here and there. It's been no
Yeah,
You
different.
did 2 days ago. I was there. It
I
was
played a
fun.
bit of Mario Kart, but that's what I'm
Yeah.
always doing. I'm really looking forward to Mario Kart 9, so it gives me
Mhm.
something good to play.
Wow, finally a different game you can play.
Have, 1,000th hour of Mario Kart 8.
Really? Do you have 1,000 hours in Mario Kart 8?
I've got over 1,000 hours. Yeah.
Hell yeah, real gamer.
Gaming.
Chad
True
gamer.
Chad.
Mm-hmm.
Very well.
God,
done.
I'm just thinking how many hours it's going to take me to finish Gotham. If it gets to 1,000, I will quit. But
I
in theory,
If it gets to
Like-
1,000, no more. I'll do 1,000, but not a minute over.
a minute more than that. That will happen. I'm trying to cram it into my schedule. That should happen this week. It might be tomorrow, or it might be Wednesday, or at some point this week. I don't know. The Gollum stream will happen. There is a little Captain America mini review on my second channel, and the main one of those will be out on the main channel. Also, hopefully this week, depending on how quickly I can get the rest of that script done. So that's my agenda for the next 7 days.
Wonderful stuff. Is there anything you've released perhaps recently that people could search out and have a little look-see at?
That would just be that little mini second channel one, because my main channel I have abandoned for like 2 months, so we need to get back to it. Yeah, but yeah, the second channel cap for videos is there. And turns out with shorter videos, you do get like a bigger mix of quality of comment because, like with long videos, people who would normally leave really dumb comments are just like, what? It's 4 hours, bruh. If it's a short video, they find something else to say, which is different. It's like, what are you talking about? The amount of cap in this movie is like a 7 out of 10. That was a recent comment that I got. The amount of cap in the Captain America movie made it a good.
When they say cap, what do they mean? The amount of him in it, or like cap as in good stuff?
Well, I think because of the impression I got of the person's intelligence level, they misspelled crap. But I could be wrong.
Oh,
makes sense. Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, beautiful. Good stuff. Also, haven't uploaded for 2 months. Wrong with you?
I've been out of the shadow for 2 months.
Crazy person. Anyway, myself. What I have said previously is 4 major projects being worked on. There is now a 5th major project that has hit the towers, so I'm trying to balance that. Not a joke, but I guess the reassuring part will. All I can say, because it's just too early. It seriously is too early to be promising literally anything. You'll be guaranteed a long video this year. There's a chance you'll get a second one this year. You won't be getting more than 2, but there's a chance of 2. And then, yeah, that's all I'm going to say for now. About these 5 different projects. We're probably going to label them as they are potentially revealed. Who can say? Who can know? But, as EFAPs go on, I'll be able to reveal a bit more because more work will have been completed. But now, that's about it. So, other than protein in jelly, I don't really know what else there is to say. I guess, goodbye, Chatteroony. We appreciate you joining us.
Chat.
We shall see you next week for whatever it is we're covering, I suppose.
That's right. See you later, everybody.
Bye-bye.
That's right, everybody. We will catch you later.
Bye-bye.
Oh, my goodness.